Chapter 56. Ruckus on Valentine's. Many boys were eagerly looking forward to something while pretending not to have any interest. Many boys felt that being able to receive chocolates on this day would determine their manliness level, and thus their attitudes. Everyone's getting restless. Amane, never one to pay heed to this, felt it was really troublesome, and turned towards Itsuki, who had no interest due a different reason. Itsuki himself was leisurely watching the commotion in class and answered back at Amane. So Itsuki-san, who's being carefree because he has a girlfriend, please state your understanding of this year's Valentine. I guess all the boys are feeling really desperate, whether they can get chocolate today, that will determine their futures. Also, there's about 60% of them being restless, hoping to receive chocolates from Shina-san. Looks like she's not giving any obligatory chocolates to the guys, or else it'll be a mess. I guess, anyway. Amane-kun, are you expecting to receive any from her? Who knows? I can't tell at all. Mahiru would give to the girls, but not to the boys, so he was not expecting to receive chocolates. Even if he did not, he was fine with that. Of course, if he received it, he would be grateful, but it really did not matter. To be honest, Amane felt Valentine's Day was merely a promotion from a sweets company, and not some very important event. How boring. Itsuki gave a wry smile once he noticed that Amane clearly had no interest, and turned away to look at where the biggest commotion in class was. But well, that's really amazing. That Itsuki was referring to was the person popular with almost all the girls in class. The prince was gathered in the middle, showing an innocent, adorable smile, girls flocking to him and giving him wrapped chocolates. Class had not started, but the bag he had prepared was already full of gifts, his popularity clear to see. Well, that's really amazing. Same goes for the guys gritting their teeth around him. Some boys probably never received chocolates, and they merely stared into the distance, or looking at Karaoke with envy. The difference in popularity was right before them, before they could even be rated, and they could only watch and lament. But Amane was concerned that it might be tough for Karaoke to bring that many chocolates back, and he wondered how the latter would handle them. The popular guy sure has it tough. It'll take lots of effort to bring them back and eat them. I guess, but it's amazing how he's still not fat. Feels like he's been like that since middle school. The body shape hasn't changed at all. Guess that's to be expected of the track team. But I can't say I won't get fat eating chocolate. Chi made your chocolate. Be prepared. What do you mean, prepared? Russian roulette. No wait, what did she add inside? He sensed from the conversation days ago that she was not going to make ordinary sweets, so it seemed she added something unnecessary. Let's see, a chocolate with habanero, wasabi, Japanese pepper, one with umeboshi extract energy jelly, and the rest are all normal. What the hell did she make? Looks like she wants to surprise you, Amane. He might be shocked in a certain way, near outright agony it seemed. I'm scared to eat. Just give up. I experienced this when I taste tested. Did you eat it for fun or something? Well, sorta. I'll eat anything Chi makes. Damn you, Bakorpal. Itsuki would eat anything Chito's would make for him. In fact, Chito's cooking was not bad in any sense, the problem was that she was overly adventurous. She could make it as normal as possible if she put her mind to it, but she had the tendency of adding some bothersome steps. The usual sacrifice was Itsuki, but he never expected himself to be the sacrifice this time around. Looking at Itsuki's reaction, the chocolate should be somewhat edible, not something to be overly terrified of, but he would still worry about worrying things after all. While Amane looked a little downhearted, Itsuki gave him a warm look of one who had survived the experiences, the just give up look. Come on Amane, here. Thanks. After school, Chito's came to pick up Itsuki, and delivered chocolates to Amane. The latter answered her with little enthusiasm. He was grateful to receive them, yes. Grateful, but there was dangerous stuff inside, he could not be as happy as he would like. He intended to finish all of them, so he would surely encounter the super hot and super tangy flavors, so he would be worriedly eating the chocolates over the following days. You heard from Ikun, so look forward to seeing what's inside. I really don't like spicy stuff. It's still edible at least, you know? I tried it before, it's rather nice. That's because you like spicy stuff, goodness. Amane could not pique his interest as he did not like spicy stuff that much. He also did not like sour stuff, so the chocolates contained flavors he disliked. The good news, however, that was others were probably delicious. There's some super sweet and super bitter. Thanks for telling me beforehand. Chaitos heartily added another bomb to him, and he was so frustrated, he wanted to cup his own head. The super sweet chocolate probably contained condensed milk, and the super bitter contained 99% cacao. He could, however, handle that much. He did not dislike bitter stuff. It seemed this was the first time Itsuki heard of it. His cheeks twitched slightly, but Chaitos maintained her smiling face. It's fine. There are some that fit his taste buds. Fit? We'll be going off then, Tilda. Bye-bye, Tilda. She grabbed Itsuki's hands and ran off without answering Amane's question. They appeared to be on their Valentine date. I pray for your safety. He received these consoling words of encouragement from Itsuki, and waved with a sigh as he watched them leave. Once he saw them disappear, he felt it was time to head back, so he put on his coat, and took the bag from the hook on the side of the table. He was not displeased about being alone, but he intended to leave early, for if he stayed around for too long, the Ryuju boys and girls would be too overwhelming for him. He was about to leave with the bag on his back, only to look at the most popular boy in the year. It seemed the bombardment of presents had stopped as Karaoke stared at the items all the boys thirsted for, looking into the distance. The bag next to his table was also filled with treasures. Amane immediately realized what he was thinking, and with some pity, he went over. Karaoke. Fujimaya? What is it? They had been classmates for almost a year, so even though Amane did not have much presence, his name was remembered. Karaoke was surprised to be approached by an unexpected person, because apart from duty matters, Amane would never approach him to talk. Amane could only give a wry smile at that attitude, and unzipped a little pocket at the front of his bag. Nothing much, here. He took out a few supermarket bags that were compacted into triangles, and tossed them at Karaoke. Do prepare a few inside just in case. It will be useful later on. Mahiru said when she put them in. When he received them, he thought he would be using them as bath bags or trash bags, but he never expected to use this to help others in a page of youth. What is this? So Karaoke wondered as he opened the triangular blocks, and they were plastic bags much larger than he expected. They were not particularly thick, so they might tear, but Amane was not going to help him out that much, so he would leave it to the actual party involved. Am I wrong? No, you're right. I see. Looks tough, hang in there. Someone might see Karaoke carrying large bags in school. Being a popular guy sure is tough. So Amane thought as he waved his hand and left the classroom. Chapter 57. The Angel and Valentine. It was not time to make dinner yet, so Mahiru was next to him. However, she never looked anxious, and did not show signs of wanting to do anything to Amane. He never looked forward to receiving chocolates, so that was fine with him. The little sadness he had, however, was merely a result of his pride as a man. There's a sweet smell in school today. It is Valentine's Day after all. It seemed the angel had given chocolates to the girls she was acquainted with, but did not give any to the boys, not even obligatory ones. He could hear devastated voices from the boys who were infatuated with her. Why do they think they can receive any from her when they don't even interact? He wondered, but the boys were ultimately being hopeful. Well, Valentine's Day is just an event for the popular guys. It doesn't have anything to do with unattractive guys like us. You seem mentally prepared. Not that I'm proud of it, but I never received heartfelt ones. I only received Russian obligatory chocolates from Chaitos. Russian obligatory chocolate. Some chocolates with stimulating stuff mixed among normal chocolates. It appeared the chocolates Chaitos gave contained some really spicy, sour, sweet, bitter, and various kinds, filled with the kinds to destroy his taste buds. He was terrified of eating them. She made something really amazing again. I'll eat it, so if it looks like I'm suffering, please forgive me. You will eat them all, I suppose. Of course. She prepared it for me anyway, so I'll eat it. It's not poison. While there were stimulants inside, they were not harmful to the body, so he intended to eat those chocolates gratefully, since she made them for him. Since she spent the time making them, the recipient should finish it. However, he was really unenthusiastic about eating stimulating stuff. I see. Well, I didn't receive anything else. I'm not a real Jew, Valentine's Day isn't something I can talk about. He was fine just receiving one obligatory chocolate. He brooded, wondering how to repay her a month later as his eyebrows dropping. Mahiru in turn silently stared at him. After dinner, he ate Chaito's chocolate and fell prone on the table. He received 12 truffle chocolates from Chaito's, divided into time intervals. There were 4 types of jackpot, a 1 in 3 chance of striking. The grand prize was the really spicy one, so Amane though he could eat the others normally, only to end up like this. You hit the jackpot. I want to eat it over a few days, and this happens. Mahiru was in the kitchen making drinks when she noticed Amane, and approached him with a voice of pity. He barely managed to swallow it, his mouth no longer feeling spicy, but pain. He knew spiciness was not really a flavor, but that was not the problem. Should he be considered lucky? This really was not something edible, it was bearable, but absolute suffering. The wasabi's unique sting agitated his nostrils, and he was impressed that Chaito's really mixed all these flavors in, bemoaning with natural tears in his eyes that she should not have put in that much effort. His nose and eyes were attacked by the wasabi, the habanero and pepper burned his tongue. It was an intense taste, painful even, one piece by itself left him battered all over. It is unfortunate. But you may think of it as encountering hell first, all that is left is heaven. Despite that, she was powerless to do anything about this pain. Amane really yearned for this pain to quickly vanish as he heard a soft sigh, and from the side, there was a thud. Here, use this to wash it off. He lifted his head, and found a steaming mug next to him, giving off a sweet smell. It contained some thick brown liquid. Cocoa? Similar. This is chocolate chaude, well basically, hot chocolate. It is not that sweet, but should be sufficient in clearing your tongue. You saved me. For the time being, Amane's urge was to wash off this pain. He poured the hot chocolate from the mug into his mouth, and the warm, rich flavor spread. It had the sweet scent of chocolate, but the flavor was not too sweet, bittersweet rather, easy to drink, and comforting. Delicious. That is good. She answered flatly, but he did not mind as he tried to conceal the pain in his mouth by slowly savoring the hot chocolate. The chocolate itself did not contain much stimulant, and instead, they were mixed into ganache, hardened, and a coating of sugar was added. It was really impactful at first, but it eased up after some time. Once he was done drinking, his tongue was back to normal, though a little numb. She really mixed everything in. Was it that spicy? Well, she added pepper, wasabi, and habanero. Goodness, good thing there's something to clean my mouth up. I would have died if I ate it out there. A silver lining in this misfortune, it seems. Too right. Damn you, Chaito's. So he cursed, but he could not blame Chaito's, and she probably wanted to give him a surprise. Besides the jackpot, the others should be relatively normal, and she was not being malicious. She did make it for others, and tried it herself, so Amane could only give a wry smile at that. Speaking of which, it's rare to see hot cocoa now. Isn't it usually hot milk? Well. Wait, you're making this for Valentine's. Mahiru would usually drink hot milk or milk tea rather than hot cocoa. It was rare for her to make such a drink, so he asked, feeling a little hopeful. Well. Thanks. You saved me. She nodded slightly, and Amane heaved a sigh of relief. If she denied it at this point, he would be embarrassed by how sensitive he was being. It seemed he got it right this time. Mahiru probably used Valentine's Day as a roundabout way of doing this, but he was really grateful for this. Once he told her it was delicious, she shivered a little uncomfortably. What is it? That. He sat next to her, but he assumed that she would stammer if he prompted her, so he made sure to sound kind, asking again. After prompting, Mahiru buried half her face into the cushion she tightly embraced, and looked up at him. Her body shriveled slightly as she looked up, and she looked so adorable, Amane had the urge to pat her head. She was acting like a little animal, strangely adorable, capable of coaxing anyone to smile. Amane waited silently, but she shivered, not continuing on. I shall head back. And for some reason, she suddenly stood up and took her belongings. Heh? Amane blurted out, and she teetered away from the living room. Amane remained rooted as the entrance door opened and shut, followed by the sound of the lock. In the blink of an eye, Mahiru was gone. It happened too quickly, and he blurted out. Did I do anything? He was half confused as he never expected her to run away, half worried that he did anything to ruin her mood, such was the anxiety filling his heart. What do I say to her if she's still in a bad mood tomorrow? He wanted to check on the entrance door she left by, only to notice a little paper bag hanging on the doorknob of his room. It was the pink paper bag she brought along when she left, with a message card pasted outside the seal. This is my daily thanksgiving to you for being in your care all this while. Typical of Mahiru, the card contained her polite, cursive handwriting. He looked into the bag and found a chocolate-colored ribbon wrapped around a pastel pink box. Why here? So he wondered, but he immediately realized she hung it there. It seemed she found it too shameful to give it to him directly. She said she would not give to the boys, and this left her hesitant. Couldn't she just give it to me normally? He gave a wry smile, thinking how she was rather reserved at such a moment, before removing the contents. The box had a cute wrapping just like Mahiru, showcasing her feminine side. He felt a little uneasy about whether he should receive her present, and slowly removed the wrapping, opening the box. Inside it was chocolate-coated sugar-preserved oranges, each wrapped individually in vinyl. In other words, orangettes. The bright orange colors and the glossy dark chocolates looked really dazzling, and they looked really delicious. There were normal chocolates and white chocolates coatings, and lemons too, ensuring that he would not get sick of them. Attached to the orangettes was another message. It seems you dislike sweets, so I made something easy to eat. It will be great if they suit your tastes. Such was the message written, and he recalled the event 10 days ago or so. How do you like it? I don't really hate or like sweet stuff, something not too sweet, I guess. She remembered his conversation with Chaitos, and took note of his preferences. It was just like Mahiru to notice the details, and to remember his likes. This was her gift to her, and these factors combined together left him embarrassed, his face a little hot. He stared at the normal orangettes that were individually wrapped for easy eating, and took one. The bright glossy chocolates formed a beautiful contrast with the oranges. He took a bite. Spreading in his mouth was the sour sweetness of the sugar-preserved orange and the slight bitterness of the dark chocolate. The two flavors meshed perfectly, creating an impressive harmony. It's delicious. He found them tastier than those sold in the shops, probably because it was made by Mahiru. So he thought as he took another bite. Mahiru's orangettes were sweet, sour, and a little bitter, but for some reason, it was incomparably sweet. Chapter 58. The day following Valentine's. Amane arrived at school the next day, and froze as Karaoke suddenly spoke to him a little too naturally. Though they had some interaction yesterday, he never expected Karaoke to thank him just for that little thing. Unlike when he was surrounded by the girls, Karaoke was smiling as heartily as he could. Amane, being approached by Karaoke, could feel some stares around him, and felt really unbearable. He hated the attention, and was a little intimidated to be faced with such curious stares. Ah, you don't have to worry about that. Looks like you had it tough too. Sort of. Karaoke looked into the distance, and Amane answered with sympathy, well, a popular guy sure has it tough. Karaoke himself knew he was popular, but was not proud of it. He was popular with the people around him, and the boys jealous of him did not really despise him. Perhaps one reason why he was so popular was because of his courtesy to thank others, even for the little things. Anyway, you helped me out. Just want to thank you. It's fine. We should help each other out when we're in trouble. He did not help Karaoke out just for a favor, and he did not think he did anything worthy of being thanked. Don't fret. He chuckled, and Karaoke then smiled with some relief. The surrounding girls started a ruckus upon seeing that earnest smile, and Amane could only show a wry smile, thinking that that smile should be directed at the girls. Did anything happen between you and Yuta? After Karaoke left, Itsuki, who seemed to have noticed, approached Amane. Yuta here was Karaoke's given name. Itsuki was on better terms with everyone, was amicable, and could cook up the mood. Obviously he got along with Karaoke. Amane sometimes was amazed and troubled by how Itsuki of all people was willing to be his friend. He received too many chocolates, and was at a loss of what to do. I just handed over my shopping bags to him. Guess he received more than expected. Managed to deal with them, somehow. Itsuki too had seen the masses of chocolates and the goodwill of the girls, so he understood after hearing Amane's explanation, and gave a wry look with some pity mixed in. Back then, both of them felt that it would be tough for Karaoke to bring so many back. It was not surprising for Amane to lend him a hand. Amane felt that he merely helped a little, and there was nothing to thank for. That's all. Nothing too impressive. I guess that's just like you, but well, you got shopping bags prepared. Why does it look like you're raising a household? Feels like you're a housewife when you're looking at the supermarket ads on your phone. Well, I'm a guy. But I guess I was affected by something. One had to wonder if he should call it Mahiru's fault, or that it was thanks to her. They had to share the ingredients costs, so Amane would sometimes surf the web for ads to save as much as possible. Sometimes, he would suggest to Mahiru to make cheap things like those seen on the ads. To Itsuki, he was basically a slave to the household. Perhaps what he was doing was more akin to a housewife than a master of the household. However, the cooking was still left to Mahiru. Sure is great to have a partner who can take care of the house. She's not a partner, what about Chaitos? She? Well, if she doesn't act on any strange impulses, she probably still can't do it. You're saying that she's capable of not doing anything crazy. That makes her cute too, right? Ori, don't look away. For good or bad, Chaitos was the haphazard thrill seeker. If she did things normally, she was capable to doing housework at the level of a typical high school girl. If she suddenly had a sense of mischief or a change in mood, she was capable of many things. Well, seems like she'll be a little more obedient when we get married. How long until your dad agrees? Itsuki's father was rather strict about dating, a rarity at this time. He would not meet Chaitos, and was displeased about them dating with the plan to get married in the future. In contrast, Chaitos' parents were really welcoming of Itsuki. Isn't it usually the opposite? Amane was dumbfounded when he knew of it. Well, I'll try to convince him when I'm an adult. Like, does he want to see a grandchild? He was not going to listen to his father regarding this, and merely shrugged at it, but his eyes were full of seriousness, and he was indicating that he would fight until the very end. He showed thus far how much he loved Chaitos. Amane felt it was impressive for Itsuki to consider marriage in high school, and was supporting them. Well, you're not going to give up until he gives up. Do your best. Oh. You too. For what? You and her, right? She and I don't have that sort of relationship. Don't guess randomly. He said as he turned his face aside, only to hear Itsuki's elated giggle next to him. Chapter 59. The Promise with the Angel. It was a usual scene, but the only difference was that Mahiru was hugging the cushion, her arms wrapped around her knees as she sat on the sofa. She was pouting like a child in this posture, but she seemed more embarrassed instead, and was so adorable that he did not know where to look. Thank goodness for the long skirt. Amane averted his eyes awkwardly, went to the fridge and put the ingredients in. He returned to the living room and found Mahiru peeking at him. He sat next to Mahiru and saw her stare averting elsewhere. Mahiru, thanks for yesterday. It's delicious. Thank goodness. He knew she was still concerned about the previous day, but he thanked her as he was really grateful. Upon hearing that, her eyes looked towards Amane, her face still half buried in the cushion. What do you want as a return gift? I did not give you that just for a return gift. I get that, but I should at least respond to your earnest thoughts with my own, right? It's embarrassing for a guy to accept without giving back. Amane firmly believed in the concept of returning what he received, and to him, since she had made such a delicious thing for him, he had to repay her in some way, and he was not going to compromise on that. After all, it appeared she never once did so to the others, but she made some for Amane's personal tastes, and that would have taken some effort. I have received lots from you, Amane-kun. Actually, you've been offering so much for me. You've been cooking for me, and I've been causing you trouble. I am doing this because I like it. You may not have noticed, Amane-kun, but you have given me lots. That is sufficient. Amane felt he never gave anything to Mahiru, and that he was the receiving side, so he wanted to repay Mahiru, but the latter did not seem to think so. But that's different. Well, I'll think of something you'll like. Even if Amane had unwittingly given her something, it was different from a White Day's gift. Since he received chocolates on Valentine's Day, he should repay her on White Day. It was a form of basic courtesy. I am not going to compromise. He gave her such a look, yes, and once Mahiru saw it, her eyes faltered strangely as she nodded. Anyway, there's still about a month or so to think of something. Will be great if I can think of something you'll like. Do you have that much free time? We are starting our end-of-year exams next week. After that will be the closing ceremony. Mahiru pointed out in surprise. It was true that their end-of-year exams would begin the following week. On this day, the school still had some aftertaste of Valentine's Day, but it would quickly shift to a tense mood right before the exams. It was not something Amane had to worry about in particular. Well, I just need to perform during the exams like usual. Not like I'll be retained, no need to worry. Same goes for you, right, Mahiru? I suppose. It is easy if we have put in the effort. Amane was serious with his studies, and usually did his preparations and revision, so he was not one to be troubled by the exams. Even without cramming at the last moment, he felt he could maintain his usual level of grades, and that was how he made it this far. At most, he would spend a little more time studying at the desk before the tests. Mahiru in turn had grasped the lesson material beforehand. Unlike Amane, she was not one to skimp on her revision, so she did not look anxious. She might prefer the exams to the actual lessons, since her schedule for the day would end earlier. Well, just wait for it, but don't hope too much. Yes. I shall treasure everything you give me, Amane-kun. That's quite exaggerated. I have treated Kumar-san well too. It seemed she had treasured the doll he gave her for her birthday. He saw the key case, and knew she was using it, but he was a little worried about the teddy bear. Looking at Mahiru, it seemed she really liked it. He nearly burst out laughing upon hearing Mahiru give such a cute name like Kumar-san, but if he did, he might get glared, so he held it in. If he could remain with Mahiru like this, what should he give for her birthday this year? Amane was looking forward to it. That's good. He answered Mahiru with a chuckle, and found her staring at him. Speaking of which, I do not know of your birthday, Amane-kun. Me? November 8th. He realized he did not tell her that, so he told her of her birthday. Sue? And her eyes narrowed. They had been together for months, so he understood that expression was her being a little furious. Say, Amane-kun. NN? We already knew each other back then, no? Yep. Why did you not mention it back then? You never asked. You never mentioned your own birthday. I only knew when I saw your student ID. You. And anyway, our relationship wasn't as good as it is now. If I mentioned my birthday, you would be wondering what I'm talking about. It's my birthday. Even if he said that to Mahiru, she would have answered I see and left it at that. For Amane, that would be akin to begging for a present, which he hated, and he did not have such shame. There was no need to mention, and they were not so trusting of each other, which was simply why he did not mention it. But you don't have to worry about that, you know. Then, I shall celebrate your birthday this year. It seemed Mahiru was still not satisfied as she turned towards Amane, tugging firmly at his sleeve as she declared this. Well, she probably was displeased that only she got to celebrate. Her eyes were implying that she would celebrate his more seriously than her own, so Amane gave a wry smile at that. For some reason, he was delighted to hear her say that. A smile of ordinary joy unwittingly appeared on his face. Thus, Mahiru and Amane had the same thoughts. She wanted to be next to him, and that thought made him happier than anything else. So we're promising to stay together until then, he nonchalantly quipped, and Mahiru widened her clear caramel-colored eyes, her cheeks instantly blushing as she moved her hand away from his sleeve, slapping the cushion. It seemed she was embarrassed to have this pointed out to her. Anxious to hide her embarrassment, she vented her tantrum on Amane, who nearly smiled again after seeing such an adorable scene. I do not dislike you, Amane-kun. I feel calm being with you. That is fine. I see. Thanks. I do not mean anything else though. I know that at least. She hastily added, and he nodded understandingly, but for some reason, she looked a little displeased. Chapter 60. How to choose a present. He checked his answers with Mahiru, and found his score to be around the usual. Well, he had a good attitude at school, so he did not have to worry about retaining. Itsuki too scored decent marks, and Chaitos managed to avoid failing, so it seemed those Amane was well acquainted with were in no risk of repeating the year. After their exams, they would be sending off the third years during their graduation, which he had nothing to do with. After that would be the closing ceremony, but before then, there was an event, a problem. What do I repay her with? Yes, the returning gifts all the victors of Valentine's Day would have to repay. Leaving aside whether Amane was a winner, he naturally intended to repay Mahiru and Chaitos after receiving gifts from them. However, he was troubled as to what he should be giving. For Chaitos, he planned to buy the White Day package from the cake shop they bought from on Christmas, along with some collectible character goods. The problem was Mahiru. He felt Mahiru would be glad to receive anything from him. She would gladly accept anything from Amane, and seemed to be more concerned about his feelings, not particularly fussy about what he would give. Even if he did pick from her likes, he only knew she liked sweets and cute things, which most girls would. Thus, he was frustrated about what he should be giving her. After all, the whetstone she mentioned the last time was out of the question as it would be pointless, and tight on his budget, but he was still wondering what to give. He would prefer to give her something to enjoy, rather than something practical to her. So he thought as he wanted to the general store, looking at the White Day corner. Nevertheless, he could not figure out what she would really be happy with. It would be great if the gift he gave this time would garner a similar reaction to the teddy bear the last time. No point giving a doll twice. There were lots of cute dolls, but there was a lack of variety giving two of the same items. However, Amane's poor imagination could only think of cosmetics and accessories as things girls would like. He was unsure if they were close enough for him to choose an appropriately designed accessory for her. At the very least, she would accept it, but he wondered if she would be delighted with it. Of course, he felt that as boy and girl, they were on good terms, but he wondered if an accessory would make her happy. It would be fine for Itsuki to give to Chaitos, but a question mark Amane was to give it to Mahiru. So he wandered around the special sales corner with a frustrated look, and might appear to be a suspicious fellow. While he had changed into his outdoor clothing, it would be weird for a boy to be wandering around the cute goods. He grumbled that nothing would fit, only to be approached from behind. Is there something you are looking for? He turned back to find a lady of vague age wearing the shop's apron, smiling and standing behind him. She probably came to assist, seeing how Amane was being bothered. There was no other reason why she would approach such a suspicious-looking person that was wandering around. I'm wondering what I should give for White Day. Is there nothing that catches your fancy? People have chosen items from other areas here. I shall look for some. I don't mean that, it's just that I don't know how to describe our relationship. I don't know what I can give to not be hated. In what sense? She's not a girlfriend, but rather close, like for example, I don't know if she'll be happy about receiving accessories from someone she might not like. His explanation was vague as it was embarrassing to do so, but the female clerk smiled upon hearing that, probably bemused by his worry. It's common for males to worry about such things. Then how did they decide? Well, most of them were bothered, but they made up their mind to buy. If you are close enough, you can give one, and she won't hate you, usually. She won't hate you. Once he heard those words, he felt relieved. Nevertheless, he was a little panicky about giving her an accessory. She usually dressed herself well, but usually would not put on any accessory. The few times she wore them, they were all posh. She had a keen fashion sense, and he had no confidence that whatever he chose would be to her liking. If you want, shall I recommend you a few popular items among the females? Over there. Please. Grateful for this assistance, Amane straightened his posture without thinking, and nodded. And you bought it. After explaining to Itsuki, he was laughed at, giving a look similar to the clerk the other day. They were eating the daily set meals in a corner of the cafeteria, and Amane accidentally blurted it out when they were talking about White Day. Shut up. But well, I'm giving her an accessory even though we aren't dating. Isn't that a little weird? Stop being lame. You're a guy, hold your head up high. Besides, she's happy to receive anything as long as it's from you, right? Since you mention it, yeah. Given Mahiru's personality, she would be happy to receive anything from him. Amane, however, hoped to give her something that would really delight her, something she would use, and was worried if it would meet her requirement. So, what you bought? A pink and gold flower motif bracelet. He felt that rather than the cool-looking silver and the impressionable, glamorous gold, the cute pink and gold would be more fitting of Mahiru. As a student, he could not possibly buy precious metals, so he chose something similar in appearance. Of all the accessories of the same color, he felt he chose one with a fine design most suitable for Mahiru. What? That sounds like it'll make her happy, you know. Don't you find it unattractive? No, aren't you worrying too much? Why are you so pessimistic here? She's the first girl I'm actually giving a present to. His mother would not count as such, and neither would Chaito's. He would be giving Chaito sweets, which she wanted, and he did not think that was a gift. You really lack confidence in such things. Like, how can I possibly have confidence here? It's to her, you know. She was happy with the teddy bear though. Well, that's right. Amane, look at your feelings. You spent money, you bought the item, so now you just have to put your feelings into it. Itsuki said so frivolously, will be great if the work pays off, Amane muttered as he put his hands on his forehead. It seemed until White Day arrives, he would have to worry if he made the right decision. Chapter 61. The Angel and White Day. The mood at school was not as rowdy as Valentine's, but one could sense the victors looking nervous as they planned to return their gifts, and the girls were all looking forward to it. Just a note, Kadawaki returned all the girls' gifts with proper etiquette, and the sweets in total probably cost him tens of thousands of yen, which left Amane flabbergasted. Amane did not wait to gift Mahiru after school, and was at home instead. He returned earlier, and was preparing himself mentally, but he was unused to giving a gift, and was tense. He was not wearing his usual sweater or jersey shorts, but in layers, a grey V-neck knitted coat over his white shirt, and chino pants. He probably would not look as shabby as he usually was, but he was not sure what Mahiru would think, looking at his attire. While he was restlessly waiting for Mahiru's arrival, he heard the unlocking of the door from the entrance. He instinctively straightened his posture, probably out of nervousness. Like usual, Mahiru unlocked the door with her key, appearing at the living room, and froze once she saw Amane. Why that hairstyle? Well, it's White Day, so I thought I should dress a little formal. I can change it out if you find it weird. He managed to shock Mahiru, but it appeared she was not too fond of this get-up, so he thought as he got ready to stand up, only to find Mahiru waving her hands, seemingly denying it. That is not true. I was just shocked. I see. Mahiru herself looked a little restless, so it seemed the usual hairstyle would have been better off. She sat down next to him, looked very uneasy. I guess I shall change back if you can't calm down. No, that is fine, but you are just being cool for no reason. What do you mean, no reason? The usual calm mood makes me more relieved. I cannot calm down like this. I'll change back then. That is fine. She tugged at his sleeve and looked up at him. Her cheeks were slightly red, probably out of shame, and her moist eyes were looking up at him, causing his heart to jump. She might not have intended it, but she looked really uptight, tugging at him while looking up. From up close, a sweet scent could be detected, and it was really tough in various ways. He was unavoidably aware of this, but Mahiru seemed to have some interest in his attire, wanting him to stay despite fidgeting about. Both of them blushed, feeling extremely awkward. Looking aside, oh. He clumsily answered, and then tried to pass it off as he took the paper bag next to him, shoving it onto her. Here, the return gift. Don't be too hopeful about what's inside. Thank you very much. May I open it? Yeah. He was embarrassed to have his present opened before her, but he did not stop her. He bought a velvet box to make it look presentable, and put the gift inside. However, he did not think the box matched the contents, and it seemed he might have overdone it this time. With her white fingertips, Mahiru opened the dark blue box, and inside it was the pink gold bracelet he bought days ago, along with a folded piece of paper. Mahiru did not like anything ostentatious, so he chose something simplistic, the flower motif bracelet. The bracelet had crystal glass draped at various places, and it was a cute, elegant design. Her caramel-colored eyes stared at the pink gold glitter upon the bracelet in the box. Is it not to your liking? No, it is cute. That's good. I think it'll suit you, Mahiru. That's why I bought it. Thank you very much. It'll suit you. Once she heard those words, she lowered her eyes bashfully. Such a sight was really doable, and he was left breathless. And what is this? Amane wanted to look aside, but he found his eyes staring at Mahiru. It seemed she noticed the extra gift inside, and he scratched his cheek. Ah, that? No, I thought it wouldn't be enough, so. I've been in your care all this while, so I thought I should grant your wish or something. Placed inside was a handmade coupon with the words "I'll do anything you say" coupon, as though he was fooling a child. The coupon could only be used thrice and contained an illustration of a bear Amane drew. He felt he did well with the illustration, at least. He was usually in her care, so he hoped to grant her little wishes within his capabilities, and gave this coupon as a bonus. He never expected her to focus on the bear he drew, and his shoulders were shaking. Fufufu, did you draw this, Amane-kun? Shut up, I'm bad at this, okay? No, it is typical of you. He frowned as he sensed that she was hinting how bad his drawing was, but once he saw Mahiru's innocent smile, he had nothing to grumble about. May I use it now? What? He never expected her to use it out of a sudden, but if there was a wish, he hoped to help her fulfill it as long as it was within his capabilities. So Amane thought as he looked on, and Mahiru looked back at him, holding the bracelet box. Amane-kun, please put this on. You don't need to use the coupon for this, leave it to me. The wish she spoke of was really minor, and Amane gave a wry smile, noting that he would have done so without the coupon. You could have used it on something more important. Mahiru stated her cute wish so earnestly and adorably, and his face naturally relaxed too. She reached her hand out, and Amane took the box, put it on his knees, and removed the bracelet. He heard the soft rubbing of the fine bracelet as he cautiously unlocked it, making sure not to break it, and wrapped it around her wrist. He carefully locked the jewelry, and the mild-colored bracelet glowed slight, seemingly adding colors to Mahiru's fine wrist. As expected, this was more appropriate for Mahiru's white skin. He felt a reticent, classy item would suit Mahiru's innocent beauty more than the fancy ornaments, and could proudly say that he chose the right item. Yep, it suits you. Thank you very much. Thinking that it was not good to keep touching it, Amane let go. Mahiru then brought the bracelet on her wrist to her chest, as though embracing it, showing a gentle smile on her face. Her face was showing a faint red, her lips curled into a smile. Amane wanted to look away, but was charmed by her and unable to look away. The sweet innocent smile, different from a full smile, was etched in his mind. It was a little different from the stunned smile she usually showed, or the pure delight. The beautiful smile was a little tender, but feminine, pretty, and alluring. Amane's eyes could look nowhere else. This is unbearable. She showed such a smile, this smile alone for him, and he felt unbearable about this fact. He tried averting his eyes to control his pounding heart, but was unable to do so. Finally, he ended up staring at Mahiru until the latter noticed she was being stared at, and buried her face into the cushion out of embarrassment. Chapter 62. The day after White Day. The next day, Itsuki asked Amane about the latter's thoughts, who then frowned hard. Itsuki was considerate enough not to ask Amane at school. They dropped by at a fast food restaurant after school, and Itsuki asked with a smile the moment they sat down. Amane only showed up because he wanted to eat something salty stuff like fries once in a while, but he thought he should not have come if he knew this question would be asked. How, you ask? I just gave it to her, as normal. Was she happy? Sorta. Whether she was happy, the answer would be yes, she was. She did not smile as innocently as a child, but her smile to Amane was apprehensive and sweet, unspeakably alluring. He felt she should be rather happy. He felt restless just recalling that beautiful smile. He tried to answer as calmly as possible while he suppressed the heat rising up from within to his cheeks. Itsuki then folded his arms, yep, nodding away in understanding. So, looking at you, it seems to have gone well. I guess you caught her fancy to see her adorable smile. What? See, you two are on better terms now? Amane bit his lips after hearing this voice that was more impressed than teasing. Itsuki would never probe into anything Amane did not want others to know of, but as a close friend, he would accurately pinpoint what the latter was thinking, which made him difficult to deal with. Even if Amane wanted to retaliate, Itsuki was on such good terms with Chaitos to begin with, so it was pointless. Go. Amane gritted speechlessly. Itsuki showed a calm smile, the ambiguous calm expression infuriating the former. Left with no choice, he turned his face aside as he ate the fries, and Itsuki shot him a wry smile. You look rather happy to me, though? Seems like spring has come for you, Amane. That's not it. You don't know what you feel about her. Nope, that's impossible. It was true that Amane personally knew how Mahiru really trusted him. In that case, he intended to be close enough such that he would be the most trustworthy to her. Amongst all she was acquainted with, Amane might be the one she could open up most to. However, it would be wrong to say it was love. Sometimes, he would be embarrassed as he treated her as a girl, but that was common between those of different genders. He had received her goodwill, but he did not think that involved any love. Recently, he had started to tidy his appearance a little bit, but the fact remained that he was a lowlife, and he did not she would like someone like him. Seriously, you're having low self-esteem here. You're always thinking that you're not the type to be liked. It's like she's been given everything from the heavens. No, she did work hard for them at least. She's hardworking, cute, an amazing kid, and I got nothing. You think she'll like me? If all the pretty girls are to fall for all the capable handsome guys, those unpopular guys will launch terrorist attacks, you know. He felt that the handsome lad Itsuki should not be saying such things. Well, if you want to take it as that, so be it, but as a friend, I'll give a prediction. What? You'll change someday. Actually, you're showing signs of change now, all that's left is for you to take the next step. You're saying like you know me. Ha ha ha. How many years have I been your friend? Not even a year. Amane coldly retorted, seems that way, and Itsuki burst out laughing. While the conversation seemed foolish and unhelpful, but Itsuki, who was his friend in high school, seemed to be more understanding and helpful to Amane, compared to the other male friends back at Amane's hometown during elementary and middle schools. Speaking of which, you say you're not a match for her, but what you say, that attitude of yours, basically admits that you have some feelings for her. I'll stab some fries into your nose. Sorry. He was a little moved, only to have some unnecessary words directed at him, and took some fries in response. Itsuki immediately apologized, but that was just like him. You are rather late. He returned home an hour later than usual, and welcoming him was Mahiru wearing the apron. Are you some newlywed wife? So he wondered, but it might be because of the conversation with Itsuki. She did not have such feelings, but he started deluding himself. He felt sorry to her because of this, and hastily rid himself of such notions. NN went to eat fries with Itsuki. Right before dinner though. Don't worry, I'll finish everything. He was capable of downing Mahiru's cooking, and he did order small-sized fries just now, so he not particularly bloated. He was confident about finishing the usual amount of food Mahiru would serve. I wonder if you will grow fat, but it might be better for you to gain flesh, since you are so skinny, Amane-kun. You should be the one gaining some flesh. You're so terrifyingly thin, it feels like you'll snap. I am not that skinny to the point of breaking. Really? See, that's how thin you are. Mahiru's delicate body was befitting a girl. She was adept at sports, and thin might not be the only term to describe her, one could call her tender too. She might appear fragile on first glance. He grabbed her fine wrist, and found his fingers easily wrapping around hers, so much so that he could have snapped her wrist if he exerted strength. Do treat girls kindly and carefully, his father once taught him that. When he held her hand, Amane worried that Mahiru was way too thin, that she might get injured if he was not around. Same for the fine fingers, they might snap if he got careless. He wondered if it was fine for her to be so thin. He seemed to be tracing his finger on her as he checked, and found her fidgeting. She looked down, but towards Amane's hand that was holding hers. He noticed her faint-colored cheeks, and realized he did something without her permission, hastily removing his hand. Sorry. I think you don't like others touching you, right? No, I do not dislike it if it is you, Amane-kun. These words had him doubting his ears momentarily as he stared at Mahiru, and she might have realized what she was saying as she suddenly lifted her face. She was blushing more than before, her eyes moist due to shame as she looked at Amane, who himself was becoming restless. No, not that I want you to touch me. I just do not want other boys to touch me. Oh. Even though she said so, he could not stop his heart from shrieking. Mahiru viewed Amane as someone close to him, and treated him specially, which he understood. Nevertheless, this would still cause his mind to wander. He hoped she would not explain it in this manner again. Why yeah. You aren't wearing that thing yesterday. No, I'm not demanding that you do. He asked, trying to cover up his pounding heart. Mahiru looked towards her right, and gently stroked the part Amane just touched. It is a hindrance to wear it while doing housework, and will spoil easily. I wish to treasure it, and will wear it only on rest days. I see. Once she mentioned such an adorable reason, he nearly tumbled over in shock. No boy would remain still when faced with such a cute declaration. She treasured his gift, and intended to wear it well. Once he knew it, Amane felt various emotions rising up his chest, and he felt a fluffy pain within. Do. He sensed his heart pounding wildly, his mind in a daze. He took a deep breath in an attempt to calm himself down. If you like it, I'm glad. I really do, and I will really treasure it. Kumar-san, the key case, the bracelet. But I have been using the hand cream lots. She showed a little bashful smile. Amane had enough, and as he had not removed his shoes as he stood, he hastily removed them, and went to the corridor. I'll get changed. Why yes. Be seeing you, Amane-kun. It was his own house, but he felt as though he was being sent off by a new wife, and his heart palpitated. He hurried into his own room and crouched down. Chapter 63. Closing Ceremony and Itsuki's Request. Amane stifled a yawn as he saw the principal standing on the podium afar, giving his speech with a grim look. It was the closing ceremony, but Amane had no special feelings about this day. At this point, he was listening to the principal's speech, and truth be told, he was so bored, he wanted to sleep. The surrounding students seemed to have felt the same, and only a few students were actually listening attentive. Most were just ignoring it, or staring at the podium sleepily. However, he could not look completely bored, so he maintained a serious look on his face. He really hoped for it to end quickly though, and the speech just fell on deaf ears to him. He might be a little moved if this was his graduation ceremony, but he could not muster the emotions given that it was just the closing ceremony. It was bad to say so bluntly, but he felt it was pointless. He acted like a model student as he waited for the boring time to pass. My shoulders hurt. The principal spoke too long. Such was the chatter once the closing ceremony ended. However, there was some life back in their voices, probably because they just needed to wait for their homeroom periods to end, and they would have approximately 2 weeks of free time. From his seat, Amane saw his classmates show smiles as they were finally going to be released from their boring lessons, and he sighed. His spring break would start the next day, so how would he spend it? He had met his parents once, and he felt he did not need to go back, considering the transport costs. However, he really had nothing to do. Even if he took the time to study for his second year, he had lots of time left. He did not look for a temporary part-time job, since there were insufficient days for him to do so. Itsuki and Chaitos were the only friends he could hang out with. Say, Amane-kun. Speak of the devil, Itsuki spoke behind him. He turned back to find a hearty smile, but the smile was so suspicious to Amane, he had a bad feeling about it. Whenever Itsuki showed such a smile, he would ask Amane to do something, or involve the latter in something calamitous. What? You free starting tomorrow? Sorta, I guess. Yep, just as I thought. That's good. What? With a beaming smile, Itsuki patted the bag hanging beneath, to the side of his seat. He probably brought back lots of stuff from the locker and beneath his table, yet the bag was completely packed. He had no need to attend lessons, and logically, he had nothing else to bring back, some pencil case, files, wallets, and nothing much else. It was unnatural to have his bag this packed. Those are clothes. Why bring them? Let me stay over, Tilda. He seemed to have said it with a heart shape at the end, basically begging demurely. Obviously, Amane ended up frowning at that. Say, you know what Horenso means. I know, it means visit, overnight, make noise, right? That's just causing trouble for the neighbors, you idiot bastard. You want to cause noise for them. Just joking. Though really I want to stay over. Usually, Itsuki would inform Amane of anything he would do beforehand. Thus, it appeared he encountered a situation that required him to hole out outside, but Amane could not figure out what it was. I had an argument against my dad this morning. He easily admitted to the situation, as though that would answer Amane's doubt. About Chaitos. NN. Once my dad gets mad, he's not going to listen for days. I can't just stay at Chaitos' place. Even though her parents are willing to take me in, well. And it's fine staying at my place. Feels like you'll take me in. Perhaps his thought process was, since he had stayed over a few times even when Amane's house was so messy, it should be fine. Amane himself was not unwilling to take Itsuki in. However, the problem was whether Mahiru, who would be making dinner, would dislike this. If Mahiru was to go into angel mode at her usual respite, it might be too overbearing for her. After all, she only showed her true personality to Amane, and would keep it hidden from Itsuki. Another problem was that recently, Mahiru had been acting strangely adorable recently, sometimes bashful, and he had to wonder if she was being aware of him as someone of the other gender. Amane was fearful that if Itsuki saw this, the latter would have some baseless misunderstanding again. I'll call her in a bit. He had to ask Mahiru for her opinion, so he sent her a message. She would send a shopping list before she returned home, so she would see this message. Amane messaged in a fluid manner, and Itsuki looked a little dumbfounded as he sighed. What, are you living together now? Do you want me to make you sleep on the floor without heating and futon? Should I thank you for your kind grace in taking me in, or bemoan that you're so ruthless to let me freeze to death? I want to bemoan that delusion of yours. What's this guy saying now? He shot Itsuki such a look, and the latter shrugged. Feeling that he should be the one shrugging instead, he did not want Mahiru to be troubled just because of some strange misunderstanding. Itsuki himself was one to read the mood, and probably would not tease Mahiru, but he sensed that the latter would tease him when she was not around, and that depressed him. He sighed at Itsuki's grin. At this moment, it seemed Mahiru was using her smartphone as she replied. I shall cook as normal if you buy 3 people's worth of food. She said okay. Great, I get to eat her cooking. That isn't your aim, right? Just a little one. I want to taste that cooking you keep praising, Amane. Don't cause her trouble. I'll cause you trouble, but not her. And don't cause me trouble. Amane rewarded the leering Itsuki with a flicker on his forehead, oh. The latter yelled as he grinned away, and Amane let out a pretentious, deep sigh. Chapter 64. Itsuki's situation. After school, they went shopping, and returned home. They relaxed a little, and Amane looked towards Itsuki, who was treating the place like his own house. Itsuki hardly came by recently as Mahiru had been around. He however had been here a few times, and seemed so familiar with the place. Itsuki sat cross-legged as he drank the coffee, and looked rather decent because of his good looks. He seemed to be thinking of something, for his eyes wandering around. NN, first off, I want to stay for 3 days. That's troublesome, don't you say? Your dad isn't a bad guy or something, just inflexible in accepting other people's opinions. You can just say outright that he's a stubborn, bullish shitty dad who's born in the wrong era here. Hey you. How can I allow my parent to tell off my partner to be? I'll leave the house when I grow older anyway. Itsuki once spat, but he really did not dislike his father. His father was a man of reason, and once pleased, he would treat others earnestly. The father was acting like this because Chaitos displeased him, but he seemed a decent man to Amane. He did not approve of Itsuki's relationship with Chaitos because they were of a somewhat prestigious family, and he hoped his son would choose a female of appropriate standing. Also, another reason was that the father was bad at dealing with Chaitos. However, Itsuki was flatly denied by his father, and because of this, it seemed he chose to run away from home. You have it good here, Amane. You can do whatever you want. My parents love each other too much, and they want me to choose someone I like. I'm jealous of you. Itsuki at this point was a result of his strict upbringing, and Amane could not overly deny that. According to him, dyeing his hair bright and dressing frivolously was him acting in protest. You say that, you really respect your dad, right? I respect him as a person, but he's hopeless as a parent, right? Oppressing me isn't going to solve everything. He could have given me a little leeway, but he's just giving me the whip all the time. Of course I'll bite back. Is it good for the one given leeway to understand this? I can take it if he just let me free, but he caged me and put a collar over me. That's why I'm protesting, that's all. He doesn't even understand this even after these decades. Itsuki shrugged, and finished the rest of the coffee. Well, you can relax a few days. Luckily we got a few days of break. How nice to have a friend. Stay away, you disgust me. I'm hurt, I want Shina-san's cooking as compensation. You're going to eat it even if you're hurt, right? Tehi. Stop acting cute. It's disgusting. This scolding is so cruel, oh yo-yo. He pretended to cry, but Itsuki was still smiling, and Amane was stunned yet a little relieved. Itsuki often had disputes against his father, but it seemed it was a little worse than usual this morning. Amane might be imagining things, but he sensed Itsuki was mentally down. It seemed he had recovered somewhat. Well, He could not say this to Itsuki, so he pretended to look aloof as he exhaled slightly. The sun set, and Mahiru arrived at Amane's house. Her hands were empty, for Amane had already prepared her ingredients. He told Mahiru that Itsuki would be staying over, and she did not falter even though Itsuki was spreading himself wide. Instead, it was Itsuki who was a little frantic. "It has been a while, Akazawa-san." "Yep, same to you. Sorry for dropping by at your love nest. Oh wow, I know, I'm just joking. Sorry for disturbing you. It's bothersome having someone you're unfamiliar with here, right?" Amane silently stomped on Itsuki's foot, and the latter cried out, grinning away and making a popular-looking smile. "No, that is not the case. It is better to be livelier. It'll just be noisy with him around. You should not be saying that." Reproached into silence, Amane saw Itsuki leering away, so he pinched the latter in the flank, at a position Mahiru could not see. However, Itsuki had the ideal male body type, and there was nowhere to pinch in particular. "I shall prepare dinner now then. Please continue." While the duo continued their little skirmish, Mahiru showed an angelic smile, put on the apron, and went to the kitchen. It seemed she probably did not know what to say, so she decided to leave Itsuki to Amane. After staring at Mahiru's back, Itsuki sheathed the leer on his face. "You're on such good terms, you gave her your key." "Shut up." She would enter using the key given to her, because they were already used to it. She entered without pressing the doorbell, and Itsuki noticed this. "Please continue," so Shina-san says, because she thinks this is a safe space for her? She's already acting like your wife here. Want me to chase you out? I want to say that I'm joking here, but this is an objective view of the situation, you know. Amane wanted to grab Itsuki on the neck, only for the latter to escape as he was on the carpet, starting the game. Amane got off the sofa, bumping him lightly with the kneecap, and sat next to him to play games and kill time. After a while, he heard the plates being removed. He wondered if he should let Mahiru handle everything, so he stood up and went to the kitchen. "I'll help you out. Do I bring the plates with the food on?" "Thank you very much." He served the dishes on the table as usual, and saw Itsuki looking dumbfounded. "You know." "What?" "No, I'm not saying it." Itsuki did not finish his words as he went off to keep the game console. "What in the world?" Amane asked, sounding a little confused. Chapter 65. The trio's dining table, Hellping. "It's delicious." "Thank you very much." Mahiru was seated upright as she enjoyed her food, showing a genial face. While she still had the angelic smile on, Itsuki knew of the secret, so her smile was a little more of her usual self. Itsuki devoured the food in a trance. Mahiru was told that Itsuki ate more than Amane, so Itsuki's plate contained more food, but it seemed he was capable of finishing it all. "Yeah, you're really a lucky one, Amane, getting to eat such cooking every day." "I know that. Today's food is delicious too." "Thank you very much." Amane stated his thoughts as he drank the miso soup. The dashi and miso soup really whetted one's appetite, and would naturally relax the cheeks. It was really impressive that they could drink every day without getting sick of it, but the cook herself did not seem to realize this, so it was a daily duty to praise her. The tender taste of the cooking seemed to showcase her personality, and soothed both the tongue and the heart. It was understandable why Itsuki was so entranced. "Ha, it's delicious." On this day, she cooked the dashimaki omelette Amane liked. The latter's appetite increased by 20%. Of course, the usual cooking was delicious enough for him to ask for an additional portion, but that would increase further with an egg dish. So delicious. Amane licked his lips as he ate the tasty food, only to find Itsuki staring at him and Mahiru. "Lovebirds. What did you say?" "No tilde thing." Itsuki shook his head and pretentiously gouged through the food, so Amane did not press on, instead shrugging towards Mahiru, who was watching calmly. After dinner, Mahiru hurried home. Normally, she would be at Amane's place before the latter would go to bathe, before 10 p.m., but she returned earlier because Itsuki was around. Mahiru appeared to be talking to Itsuki while Amane washed the dishes, and looked a little awkward. That might be the reason why she returned home earlier. He asked Itsuki what they talked about, just some questions about Chi. The latter answered, and Amane did not ask further, despite sensing that they talked about other things. Say Amane. Before they slept, Itsuki laid out the futon on the floor of Amane's floor, looking up at Amane on the bed. What? Seriously, you're showing Shina-san such a gentle look, and you say you don't like her? Shut up. To a bystander, you're completely head over heels for her. Want me to chase you out? Nada tilde? You're still saying that. Such was the look Amane shot back, but Itsuki showed no signs of repentance. Itsuki was not leering away like before. He was looking delighted, approving even. Well, it's expected of you to not be honest with yourself, but I'm glad. Someone knows about your good points, Amane. Who? Why do you sound so impulsive? Most of the guys in class think of you as a gloomy, brash-mouthed plain boy with not much presence. I know that. Amane's position is class might be a boring, aloof, unimpressive boy with no defining traits. If others saw the exam rankings pasted on, they might add that he was relatively smart. His class had the pretty and carefree boy Itsuki and the refreshing-looking Prince Charming Yuta. Amane might be considered devoid of personality if he was compared to these outstanding people. One reason was that Amane deliberately intended not to stand out, but opinions of him were definitely not high. But that's just what people see of you, not what they see inside you. I want others to see what's inside you, but it's hard to pinpoint that without understanding you to some extent. Gi? Itsuki stared at Amane. The latter felt uncomfortable, for Itsuki's eyes were serious. The eyes showed no tinge of any attempt joke or to tease. It's too bad nobody knows that you're really a great guy. I'm happy that Shina-san can see what's inside you and get along well with you. Itsuki. So hurry up, woo her, and we can go for a double date. That's all you want to say. He felt the exhilaration was wasted, but this might not be a bad thing. But Itsuki might find it unbearable not to joke, for he averted his eyes, and Amane guessed the words before were to hide Itsuki's own embarrassment. Chi will be happy too. You can go alone. No, wait, you two can go yourselves. Don't involve me. Anyway, even if we do get into that sort of relationship, how about I going to go out with this face of mine? Can't you just use that style of yours? By the way, I want to look. Don't wanna. So, is it your guy heart that wants to show that to Shina-san only? Itsuki, choose, sleep forever under the cold skies, or shut up and enjoy the warmth. I'm sorry. Itsuki sat on the futon in a Caesar. Goodness. Amane muttered dumbfoundedly. Itsuki probably thought that if Amane had a girlfriend, he would have a happier life. I guess it's impossible for me to be in a relationship with Mahiru. He was always in her care, and caused her much trouble. If they were to date, he felt he would be relying on her all the time, so he was scared. He was already a lowlife, and if they dated, he would fall vertically into degeneracy. Furthermore, it seemed Mahiru was intending to avoid contact with the opposite gender. She did not seem repulsed by Amane, Shuto, and Itsuki whom Amane trusted. Based on the occasional sight of her at school, however, it seemed Mahiru was much more guarded against the other gender compared to girls. She maintained the angelic facade at school while keeping her distance naturally. Even after being confessed to for so long, she had no dating experience, so it seemed she was avoiding all the boys. Amane himself could only see himself being rejected. Ultimately, he felt that confessing to her half-heartedly would be really rude to her, so he felt he should just keep the status quo with Mahiru. He felt Mahiru too had no such thoughts, and it would be foolish, delusional, to go dating. But well, Shina-san trusts you that much. Before you deny it all, have a good look. Itsuki seemed to have read Amane's heart thoroughly as he noted this. Is that so? Amane muttered as he snuggled into the futon. Chapter 66. Attack of the lunch onto the boyfriend's friend. Amane received such a phone call from Chaitos early in the next morning. It seemed Itsuki contacted Chaitos the previous day. He was taking photos when they were eating, acting like a girl, so it seemed he was sending them to Chaitos. Don't ask me. Ask Shuina. Then if Mahirun agrees, can I go play at your place too? Well, whatever. Got it. I'll ask Mahirun then. And after saying that vigorously, she hung up. Amane had moved the phone a little away from his ear as he found her too noisy. He did not know what face to make in regards to the dynamic Chaitos, impressed, or dumbfounded. And Itsuki watched him with a smile on the face. She's really lively. Can't you do something about your girlfriend's tendency to go bonkers? That's impossible. She's the type to show what she likes through her body. That love runs deep, who? Yep. Itsuki nodded away, and while Amane felt he was head over heels for Chaitos, he kept his thoughts to himself. The good points about Chaitos were the abundance of her vitality and the ability to get along well with anyone, and Amane was a little envious of that because he did not have such natures. At the same time, he felt Mahiru had it tough to receive such a love call. He quietly prayed for Mahiru, while deciding to heat yesterday's leftovers as their breakfast. So I dropped by Tilda. Chaitos dropped by quickly, right before noon. She appeared to be carrying a haversack and shopping bag full of goodies. Next to her, Mahiru was smiling wryly as she too held bags. It seemed they met outdoors. Chaitos probably was asked to accompany Mahiru for shopping and arrived here together. Otherwise, both of them would not be holding bags, and Chaitos would be stuck at the entrance. That was fast. I'm staying overnight at Mahirun's place. I'm looking forward to it. Overnight. We get a rare spring break after all. And Mahirun agreed to it. Right? Chaitos looked towards Mahiru with a beaming face, the latter merely nodding with a wry smile. She was forced to agree, huh? It appeared Mahiru lost to Chaitos' vigor. However, it seemed Mahiru did not really dislike it, just a little perturbed by this sudden development of events. Do not worry. I did agree to it. Mahiru walked towards the fridge with ingredients in hand, and whispered with a voice for Amane to hear as she passed him. It seemed she saw the little uneasiness Amane had. The latter showed a wry smile as he watched her back while she stuffed the dinner ingredients into the fridge. I'm looking forward to Mahirun's cooking. Tilda. Chaitos grinned away as she sat next to Itsuki, clinging onto him. Having lost a place to sit, Amane went to the kitchen. Need me to help with anything? Amane-kun, you cannot cook, no. She called his name with a soft voice that could not be heard from the living room, and he showed a wry smile. I can at least chop some vegetables, you know? Actually, I can do some simple things if I have the instructions. I did do it before you once. Please assist me then. You will feel unbearable being over there, no? You really understand me? Those two are too lovey-dovey. He shrugged and washed his hands at the basin. He could not provide Mahiru with much assistance, but it did not mean he knew nothing about cooking. At the very least, he could help her weigh or prepare other things, and for the time being, there was a lover force field behind him, so he might as well assist Mahiru. Anyway, what's for lunch? Omelette, rice, green pottage, and some salad. Chaitos-san says she wants the omelette half-cooked so that she can cut it with a knife and let it flow out. Great. You really like egg dishes. Eggs are great. The egg dishes you make are the best. I'm looking forward to it. None of Mahiru's cooking were bad in any way, no exceptions, and Amane especially enjoyed her egg dishes, which he really loved. The beef stew omelette rice he had the large time was a masterpiece, and he believed that he would not get sick of it even if he ate it every day. Nice request, Chaitos. He thought as he quietly motioned a thumbs up in his heart, happily weighed 4 persons worth of rice, only to see Mahiru rooted before the freezer. What now? I am glad to hear you say that, but do not attack so suddenly. What's going on? You do not need to know. HMPH. She suddenly turned her head aside and began chopping the ingredients for the soup. Amane tilted his head in confusion. They aren't dating when they're already like that? I don't get them. Seriously, Tilda? Chapter 67. The Angel and the One Who Understands. Chaitos finished her lunch and heartily rubbed her belly. She looked really overjoyed, given her expression, and Mahiru too smiled happily. The latter loved to serve others, so the sudden attack on this day might not be a bad thing to her. Well, Tilda Sheena-san, you can really cook anything. I never thought you could make a half-cooked omelette with the inside runny and the outside like an omelette. It is thanks to the teacher who taught me how to cook. You learned how to cook? Well, I guess. She said that if I can cook for myself without trouble, I can proudly cook for anyone without shame. Hey Tilda! If you're so good at cooking, I think your teacher's really amazing. Mahiru was probably referring to the caretaker she was mentioned about. Surely that caretaker was the only one at Mahiru's old home who actually treated her well. I wonder if I can have such skills if that person teaches me. Just control your curiosity and you should be able to cook something decent if you don't be too adventurous. Hey, but I can't start if I'm not being adventurous. If you don't do that, you should be able to do anything. Your curiosity and mischief ruins everything. You just needed to follow the recipe. Chaitos should be able to do better than average as long as she played it safe. Given her lively personality and bad habits, the actual result would drop by a rank. She was free and lax like a cat, but not as obedient as one, and such was her problem. She could be obedient if she wanted to, but it seemed to be tiring to her. She could be a wise woman if she instinctively knew when to calm down, but her personality just would not allow her to do so. Even including cooking, you should watch how you talk at least. There's a perfect example before you, see. But I can't become like Mahiru here. It's too restraining. Aren't you being rude to Shirina? But Mahiru seems very restrained too, or a little suffocated. From time to time, Chaitos would read a person's true personality to a shocking precise level. Mahiru at school just feel lifeless. You think so? We're in different classes, so I can't say, but it feels like instead of you acting boring, it feels like you are taking a few steps back and looking at everyone from far away. It's like you're kind to anyone, Mahiru, but you never open your heart to anyone else. It was likely, no, Chaitos was definitely correct. Mahiru appeared a good child who was kind to everyone, but in fact, only a rare few could see beyond her facade. Mahiru wanted to be a good child, and did her best to avoid showing her true personality. She herself knew this best, and looked a little gloomy. However, Chaitos grinned away as she reached towards Mahiru, seated next to her. You're being super duper cute at such a private setting here, Mahiru. That's why I know this is your real self. I prefer this side of Mahiru Tilda. Ahihi Tilda. She giggled as she latched firmly onto Mahiru. The latter looked aside for a moment, seemingly a little perturbed, but she did not seem to refuse as she made some limited contact with Chaitos. Say Mahiru, I think you can act a little more honest Tilda C. Amane's been pampering you, you know? He's always pampering those he's familiar with. You can seal the deal immediately if you ask to be spoiled by him, Mahiru. I will not. Tilda. It is not what you are expecting, Chaitos-san. Mahiru turned her head abruptly, real Tilda lie, and Chaitos smiled, looking towards Amane for some reason. Amane probably could not do anything even though she was looking at him. If Mahiru did not ask, there was nothing for him to think about, and he could not pamper her. Mahiru hoped to be independent, and it was best to respect her wishes. But, just if she said she wanted to be pampered, he could not say he would be unwilling. He did not have any reason to hesitate. If Mahiru was willing to express all her troubles in her heart to him, and ask him to help her, he had confidence that he could hold up her little back, as though everything was to be expected. Once again, he realized how close their relationship had become, and felt awkward about it, but he did not express it as he looked towards Chaitos and Mahiru making contact with each other. Well, pretty girls on such good terms are really good for the eyes. What are you saying? He ignored Itsuki's perverted words as he saw the two of them getting along well. Mahiru finally had a friend of the same gender she could show her true personality to, and he was a little relieved. Naturally, Chaito's stayover place was at Mahiru's house. Amane thought she would prefer to be with Itsuki, but I've been living with Ikun often, so I want to be with Mahiru this time, so after dinner, she went to Mahiru's place happily. He knew they were close to each other, and that Itsuki often stayed over at Chaito's place, so there was nothing strange about those words, but for some reason, he felt a little awkward knowing the fact that they had been staying over often. "What are you imagining, you silent pervert?" Itsuki shot Amane such a look, and the latter stomped on the foot again, being merciful enough not to stomp on the pinky. "Say, you don't have to hide your embarrassment by stomping on others, right? Your fault for guessing randomly." Amane was grumbled at right when they were about to sleep, and turned his head aside. He did not stomp for real, and the pain would soon subside, so Itsuki did not appear to be blaming him. One might say it was a minor scuffle between boys, and neither would actually bicker over this. Amane too was often slapped by Itsuki, it was common. At this age, it's common to be staying at another place. It's normal. Who knows? Can we stop with this topic now? Logically, guys should be talking about this, right? There's no such logic, so stop it. He did not want to hear his friend yap about stories between couples, and glared to end this topic, only for Itsuki to show him a delighted smile. "Seriously, you either are herbivore, or too innocent. You want me to beat you up? Well, that's why Shina-san opened her heart to you. If you're greedy, she's not going to approach you. Good job." Itsuki grinned as he gave a thumbs up, and Amane showed a bitter look he would never ever show to Mahiru. But that face was completely ineffectual against Itsuki. He clicked his tongue, and glared at Itsuki. There was a light-sounding electronic sound from the smartphone. It appeared to be a message received, and Amane stopped glaring at Itsuki as he looked at the smartphone screen. It appeared to be a message from Chaito's. He opened the app, thinking it was about their next day plans. What he saw was a message sent along with a photo. Look Mahiru's so cute. I took it with her permission. There was a photo attached with that one line. The photo showed Mahiru just sitting on the bed. Behind her appeared to be the bedroom. He would not have any thoughts if that was it, but the problem was her attire and her expression. She was wearing her nightgown. That alone would be normal, but she was wearing a loose one-piece nightgown with long sleeves, or in other words, a negligee. The faint pink color further showcased her femininity, making her really adorable. She might have just taken a bath, for her sleeves and collar were showing skin, a little tinge of fiery red showing from the inside, as though her entire body was on fire. Thanks to that, while she was not exposed in any way, she looked strangely alluring, and yet at the same time, looked innocent, a stark contrast. And what caught his attention more than anything else, was Mahiru's expression. She had Amane's teddy bear on her knees, looking down a little, not at the camera. But she was not looking down much, her face was not completely concealed, and even on the photo, she looked embarrassed. A rose color appeared on her cheeks, and it probably was not due to the bath from before. She looked embarrassed and troubled, much more alluring than usual. At the same time, there was an added adorable to her as she placed her hands on the teddy bear upon her knees. Even though it was a photo, Amane felt his cheeks starting to heat up from inside. That idiot! What was Chaito's planning, sending such a photo? Why show it to Amane before he slept? How could he sleep as though nothing had happened? Why are you blushing looking at your phone? Some Euro pic. Like hell it is. Then what are you looking? Itsuki dropped by to have a look, and before Amane could hide it, the message on the screen entered Itsuki's eyes, and the latter showed a proud smile. I see, you're really innocent, Amane-kun. Do you want to sleep forever? Are you hinting that I should die? Do you want me to make it direct? Don't be so heartless. No, but any boy would be amazed seeing that angel like this. Ah, no, she's the best. Slow down, you bastard. Goodness. He combed his hair with his palm as he sighed, only to hear a shutter noise. Itsuki. No, well, Chi asked me to take a photo of you for commemorative purpose, Amane. It's just a little phot. That's not okay. Whatever, it's just that, what's the point of taking a photo of me? I'm not going to send it to anyone else, relax. There's a purpose to that. Amane did not know what purpose that was, and stared at Itsuki dumbfoundedly, but the latter merely smiled with satisfaction. What's he going to do with that photo of me? He sighed hard, and Itsuki muttered with a voice softer than Amane, why's he so oblivious about himself? Chapter 68. The Angel Self-Destructed, Hellping. Itsuki and Chaitos ended their stayover. Amane and Mahiru were seated on the sofa. It was the third day, and the stayover at Amane's place ended. It seemed Itsuki would be staying at Chaitos' place for another day or two. Chaitos' parents would welcome him for a few days. It seemed they wanted him to stay for longer, but he refused after all. After eating Mahiru's lunch, sorry for intruding, hope you two get along well, he grinned before leaving. Amane felt Itsuki was having some baseless delusion again, but he ignored it, being too lazy to retort. You're not tired, Mahiru? I am. It has been tough. But enjoyable. I see. At the very least, Amane knew that Mahiru had never invited her friends. He thought Chaitos would be a nice start to get her to open up. It seemed Chaitos would go out to meet Chaitos without Amane knowing. Surely it was a good thing for her to have a close friend. Well, she started taking photos out of a sudden, and it shocked me a little. That. Once he heard the term photo, he remembered the alluring sight from before, and his cheeks naturally turned red. Not much was exposed, but the negligee was still rather thin, and showed Mahiru's soft curves, which agitated his eyes. One might say that the low exposure instead made her more alluring. Due to his male instincts, he accidentally saved the photo in the folder, and had a strong sense of guilt as a result. Chaitos-san went going so cute tilde, and started taking lots of photos, but she never told me what she sent. What kind of photos did she send? I agreed at the end since she insisted, but I will feel awkward if it is too embarrassing. It seemed Chaitos did not show Mahiru the photo she sent. She probably chose the best shot of them all, and sent it over. Mahiru herself might not have noticed her own expression when the photos were taken. Of course, if Mahiru herself was to see that photo, one could easily imagine her reaction. She was not in a shameful position, and her clothes were not ruffled, but for some reason, the image was really destructive. Well, the photo of the bear on your knees. Kukuma-san. It seems you really treasure it greatly. Amane was not lying. But due to the great guilt he had, he intended to bury the photo deep within his folder. He did not delete it, due to the strange tendencies of a male's heart. Bear. Once Mahiru heard that, she smiled as though she remembered something. I said I will treasure it dearly. It is something important after all. As he saw her adorable, somewhat nostalgic, and gentle expression and smile, Amane gasped. Unlike her usual angelic smile, this faint smile was filled with innocence and affection, so delicate and beautiful, one would be unintentionally mesmerized. That was beyond beauty. It contained an element of endearing, and anyone would unwittingly have the urge to embrace her. Looks like you like it. Of course, it is what you chose for me, Amane-kun. Amane stumbled over his words, and Mahiru smiled as she gave such a comforting reply. Do not worry, I shall treasure it dearly. I will pat it after washing it, and I will hug it to sleep. Please ignore what I have just said. Washing it, petting it, fine. But what she said next, that adorable action, had him doubting his ears. She hugged it to sleep. That Mahiru hugged the teddy bear to sleep. He did see Mahiru's sleeping face, the angelic-looking sleeping face. And with that sleeping face, she hugged the teddy bear. A pretty girl, sleeping together with a teddy bear. He imagined the sight, and an idle image immediately filled his mind, causing him to blush. Mahiru too was blushing at what she said, looking teary as she latched onto his arms. Please forget about that. No, that's impossible. I will be bothered. It seemed she was really embarrassed to let this fact be known to him, for her ears were completely red, her eyes teary as she looked up at Amane. That expression was really destructive, but she probably would not know. Is it really that embarrassing? It's not something to be worried about, right? Does it not make me look like a child? Hugging a teddy bear to sleep. No, I imagined it, and it seems cute. It's absolutely fine. Please do not imagine it. This time it was Mahiru who was so embarrassed that she dared not to look at Amane directly, and leaned into her favorite cushion, remaining silent. He found her to be really adorable in this state. It was bad to him in more ways than one, but he found himself wanting to dote on her. It would be fine if he could reach his hand out and pat her head, but this might create an opposite reaction, and she would not allow it. He suppressed the impulsive hand as he stared at Mahiru, the latter peeking from the cushion after a while. Her eyes were still teary from embarrassment, her face was red, but she seemed a little lively, giving him a somewhat vengeful look. Amane-kun, you are to share something embarrassing too. It is unfair for me to do so alone. He felt Mahiru basically self-destructed there, but Amane could not be absolved of blame. But even if he wanted to expose something shameful about himself, he could not think of anything. I shall message Akazawa-kun and ask. When did you get Itsuki's contact? Actually, I heard from Chaito-san, so I chatted with him. Did he not send a foe? No, nothing, that is fine. Saying that midway through, she buried her face into the cushion again. It seemed Mahiru had just self-destructed once again, but Amane merely felt confused. Chapter 69. The Angel's Strange Change. Amane himself did not have many interests, just reading and strolling about. His classmates had given him wry smiles, wondering why he had such hobbies. He would not take the initiative to do any outdoor activities as he had these hobbies, or attend any leisure facilities. If he was not invited out, he would go jogging, strolling, or buy ingredients and so on. A dumbfounded Itsuki once asked if it was fine for Amane to not enjoy his youth even though he was a high schooler. The latter felt that he did pay some attention to his health and exercising, so he should be fine. Mahiru too showed no signs of going anywhere. Of course, he would occasionally see her exercising or shopping for necessities. However, she hardly went anywhere to play. Is there anywhere you want to go to play? He himself had no right to criticize, but he wondered if it was fine for a high school girl in her prime to be like this, so after dinner, he asked Mahiru, and after some deliberation, she showed a wry smile. Go to play? Well, I have not thought of anything. I do prefer staying at home. Well, I'm the same. Don't feel like there's anything much outdoors. Like going back to Shihoko-san's? We just met in New Year, so that's fine. We'll be going back during summer break. That means I won't get to eat your cooking, Mahiru, and it's boring. Is that so? He was already used to Mahiru's cooking, to the point where he would suffer if he did not get to eat it. The desire to eat her cooking intensified with every passing day. At the same time, he got used to her presence next to him, and her existence was to be expected, which was another reason why he did not want to return to his hometown. He already realized she was cute and adorable, but her presence calmed him. It probably was because her demeanor meshed well with his personality. Well, if I go back, they'll drag me here and there, and that seems tiring. Here and there. Like tourist attractions, shopping, and so on. If I don't make plans, they'll drag me off to a certain place. I remembered going to a hot spring trip during my winter break in middle school. Shihoko liked staying at home and also liked to go out. One would say she was such an energetic person, happy to do anything. She really treasured family time. She would drag Amane anywhere as long as she did not have a prior appointment, or if Amane really hated it. She did have a shred of conscience to give Amane some semblance of choice, but once he answered, she would whisk him off. He was fine with stuff like theme parks and shopping malls, but if they were to go do Sawanabori or survival games, she would suggest that they should challenge everything, and he would be forced to participate, which was tough on him. He wondered how that delicate body contained so much energy. Thanks to that, he learned lots of things, and his body was trained to some extent. He could not deny, however, that because of the downsides, his hobbies were more individualistic and mild. It sounds like you have fun. It's tiring to do that over a few consecutive days. The enthusiasm leaves me really tired, and I have to start the new semester like that. Fufu, I can imagine that. You can tell if you visit my family. Though her attention will be on you instead. That is true. If Mahiru really came along, Shihoko would happily drag her out. She probably would not let Mahiru do anything dangerous, but she would surely drag the latter off for shopping or other leisure places. His mother always wanted a daughter, so she would be more than happy to raise a girl of this age, Mahiru of all people. You'll know in the summer. She'll probably bring you out and make you wear all kinds of clothing like a doll. Summer. She'll make sure I'll bring you along anyway. It appeared that during summer break, Mahiru would receive a personal invitation from Shihoko. I can refuse if you don't want to. I do not dislike it. I am happy about it. She shook her head vigorously, her hair ruffling like the waves, the shampoo scent stinging at his nose. I'll go ask my mom, though she's probably more than happy to welcome you. Thank you very much. I should be thanking you for bearing some of my suffering. Goodness. Amane was slapped lightly on the elbow. Of course, it was a mere prick, and not painful, but that gesture was a little bad for his heart. His heart started pounding wildly, for Mahiru had started a little skinship on him. Amane-kun. No, it's nothing. You say that, but your eyes are looking around. Nothing at all. Look, you got a message. He tried to change the topic, not wanting to look rattled, and pointed at the vibrating, flashing smartphone. What is it? Mahiru looked incredulous as she directed her attention elsewhere, and opened the smartphone app. He thought it would be rude to see the message, and he really did not want to look at her in the eyes, so he looked elsewhere. He then heard a thud, and turned his eyes back towards Mahiru. He wondered what it was about, and looked over to her, only to be stunned. Mahiru dropped the smartphone onto the cushion beneath her knees, giving the teary look of a lost child. She did not shed any tears, nor did she twist her lips, but it appeared that she would shatter upon contact. When was it when he last saw such a face? Yes, it was similar to when they first spoke to each other. Mahiru. No, it is nothing. Please do not mind me. Mahiru responded with a stiff voice before Amane could ask anything. Sorry, I should be returning for now. I have something tomorrow, and I will not be able to make dinner. My apologies. Mahiru replied before Amane could interrupt, quickly packed her belongings, and left. Amane's hand was outstretched, but one had to wonder if she noticed it, or pretended not to, for his outstretched palm merely grabbed air. Why out of a sudden? Surely the trigger was the message. Amane knew there was only one possibility as to why Mahiru would make such an expression. Mahiru's parents. Mahiru hardly informed others of how to contact her, and only a rare few knew of her ID. He knew there were him, Shihoko, Chaitos, Itsuki, and a few tightly-lipped girls. The only others would be her parents. One would have to assume that her parents had contacted her. She said nothing all this while, even till yesterday. She suddenly said she had something urgent, and ran off. Perhaps she wanted to meet her parents. He knew she was on bad terms with her parents, and could only deduce that they were the reason for her expression just now. He could deduce, but he could not do anything. Mahiru. He saw her leave, and spotted the contorted frowning face. Despite that, he could not say anything. He could only murmur helplessly the name of a girl who was not present, and slammed a fist onto the cushion that once held up her knees. Chapter 70. The Angel and the Venomous Rose. Dark clouds covered the skies outside the window, nary any sunlight to be seen. Raindrops were more likely to fall than sunlight. Thus, even though they were in the latter half of March, he felt a little cold. He switched on the heater, and sat on the sofa, but was just so restless. His eyes would look towards Mahiru's apartment from time to time. It was likely that Mahiru's parents had plans to meet her. She said she would not be around to make dinner, for she did not want to show her emotions after the meeting, it seemed. He felt unpleasant thinking about how Mahiru would look hurt, as though something was stuck within him. He was really worried, and even sent her a message. "If there's anything, contact me." He could not remain as restless as he was, so for the time being, he went to the supermarket to secure his dinner. But even while shopping, Mahiru's expression remained on his mind. It would be rather painful for her to show such a face to her parents. He instinctively bit his lips as he recalled her looking afraid of something. He reverted his expression to normal so as not to look suspicious, but his mood did not improve. He was aggressively stuffing the side dishes into the shopping basket, and regretted mangling them a little. "Ha!" He sighed, finished payment for the goods, and slowly returned home under the cloudy skies. Then, as he took the elevator back him, he noticed something amiss. He moved away from the corridor leading to his apartment, and hid himself in a corner. There were two people standing outside Mahiru's apartment. One of them was the girl with the flax-colored hair he was used to seeing, Mahiru. The other was an unfamiliar woman. Though he was looking from slightly afar, the lady could be said to be rather pretty. The woman was facing the petite Mahiru, and looked rather tall. Considering the height difference against Mahiru, it seemed she was as tall as an ordinary male. Despite that, the woman did not seem to be tall or burly, probably due to her body proportions. Her form-fitting business suit showed the balanced, curvy body that could be called an ideal woman's body type. The bright semi-long brown hair was upon her shoulders, and she looked a little grim. Even without her makeup, the eyes covered with eyeliners highlighted her strong personality. Her sharp gaze never showed signs of easing even as she faced Mahiru. She was rather pretty, but her appearance and disposition were obviously standoffish, the vibe of a career woman. If Mahiru could be said to be an innocent lily, she was a vibrant, glamorous rose. The woman's disposition and appearance were completely different. "You really aren't cute at all. Just like that man. There's nothing more infuriating than that." Amane widened his eyes once he heard such a voice from the lipstick-red lips. Given how she was talking to Mahiru, it appeared she was the mother, but he was stunned to hear the mother actually humiliate her own daughter. The face and words were not what a parent should be saying to the daughter. Anyone would have been hurt seeing such an attitude from a parent. Did Mahiru endure such a thing for so long? It would be one thing if you resemble me, but you just had to resemble that man. Whatever, we won't be related once you graduate from university, no point nitpicking. Just mail over the necessary documents like usual. Yes. That's all. Don't bother me with anything unnecessary. Mahiru answered softly, and the lady snorted before turning to leave. She was walking to the elevator hall, and Amane went to the corridor with some awkwardness. As they passed, she glanced aside at him, and left without saying anything. Mahiru stood there, spotted Amane, and winced. "You heard that?" "Sorry." He did not lie, and apologized earnestly. He did not intend to eavesdrop, but he could not have left at that moment. And he could not leave Mahiru in that state. Who's that?" "Seo Shuina. My actual mother." Recently, she would show a tender expression more frequently, but she seemed more reticent than their first encounter. Her voice seemed to creak with every word she said. "I knew my mother hated me all this while. There is no point worrying about it now." Her voice was flat and monotonous. Amane concluded that she was acting tough, given that he spent much time with her, watching over her. It was obvious that she was suppressing such emotions, the suffering, the pain, the sorrow. She was about to silently retreat to her room, and Amane instinctively grabbed her hand. But that instinct might be the correct choice. If he let Mahiru be, her thoughts might take a turn for the worst. Mahiru was dumbfounded, and showed a faint, feeble smile, wanting to shake his hand off. Amane held firm though, not wanting to let go at all. He held her shockingly weak and helpless wrist firmly, yet not forcibly. That wrist was so shockingly feeble. "Come with me." Amane said to Mahiru with a forceful tone, one he usually would not use, and she showed an awkward smile on her contorted face. I am fine, you know? You do not have to worry, Amane-kun. I'm saying this because I want to be with you. Even he felt that he was being too arrogant, but he had no intention of retracting his words. He stared at Mahiru intently, and her face showed an utterly feeble smile, before she stopped resisting. He impudently took that as an agreement, grabbed her hand, and dragged her to his place. Chapter 71. The Angel Monologue and Tears. She showed a feeble smile, and was on the verge of falling over. He held her hand, sat down, and moved his hand from her wrist to her palm, wanting to wrap it, it seemed. Once he gently wrapped her hand, and her eyebrows drooped. May you hear some pointless words from me. 10 minutes or so passed since they arrived in Amane's apartment, before Mahiru started to confess. My parents did not marry out of love. I shall not mention the details, but they got married simply because of family matters, and mutual interests. Mahiru flatly noted, but such a marriage reason was increasingly rare in modern Japan. Typically, people would marry out of love. It was not impossible to marry out of mutual interests, but it felt so archaic to mention it. It seemed she was someone of the upper class, and one could assume her parents were the same. Amane could not say it was completely impossible for them to marry because of such reasons, but he found it unbelievable. So, actually, they did not want to have a child, but a nightstand happened. They gave birth to me, and they had no choice but to offer money. They never had any intention to raise me. They didn't want to raise a child. They usually do not come home. Even if they do, they just treat it as a hotel. I never saw much of my parents' faces since I was young. Mahiru lamented softly, looking so frail. I do not remember them doing anything typical of a parent. The parent who raised me was in fact the housemaker. They have affairs, and usually focus on their sides. All they do is to give me money and discard me, saying that I am not needed. No matter how I work hard, or try to be a good child, they just would not look at me. At that point, he finally understood why Mahiru projected herself as an angelic child. Mahiru yearned for her parents to look at her, even a little. If she acted as a good child, they might show concern for her, and praise her. She maintained such behavior even with the faintest of hope, and missed the opportunity to stop even at this point. She continued as she was still clinging to that little possibility, or perhaps it was a facade she had to maintain, so that nobody could see her inner self. He did not know the reason why, but he understood that Mahiru really did not wish for it. But they never showed concern for me. No matter how pretty I have become, how good I am at studies, capable of sports and housework, those people never once looked at me, and my hard work has been for naught, but I am still working hard. It is foolish of me, no. Even though I knew I will not be repaid. This despondent lament suffocated his heart. Those two cannot divorce with me around. They are not willing to be my guardians, for that will cause trouble for their affairs and their work. I cannot look to my grandparents for assistance either. I have been waiting until I graduate from university, and once I am capable of being independent, I will not have any relation to them. I was shocked to be told directly that I am not wanted. I gave up and just went to the swing in the rain. Upon hearing those words, Amane finally understood why she was in the rain at the park several months ago. Back then, she was shaken by her parents' words, wandering sadly, and arrived there. She felt she had nowhere to go, and showed the expression of a lost child, immature and uneasy. She had no one to turn to for help, and could not accept such depressing words. She was at a loss, so she just went and remained there. He imagined her thoughts back then, and the taste of blood spreading in his mouth. It seemed he had unwittingly bit through his lips, for the slight pain and unique scent spread in the mouth. The unreasonable truth might have inadvertently caused rage to arise within his heart. If they found it inconvenient, they should not have given birth to me. The really feeble mutter seemed as painful as a stake being hammered into his chest, leaving him unable to move at all. At this point, his heart was incensed, his mind turned blank as he directed his rage towards the actual parents Mahiru spoke of. She became so delicate because she never received love from her parents, unable to show how fragile she was. She was acting tough, but deep inside, she was crying, and she was unable to turn to anyone for help. She removed her facade as a good child, and looked so utterly fragile and fleeting. How could they push her this far? He wanted to question out loud, but the two people who abandoned Mahiru were not present. Furthermore, he did not know what to do. He was furious at the harsh family environment Mahiru suffered through, but he was not family to her. It was bad for him to interfere with Mahiru's family situation, and the situation might worsen if he did. He could not do anything, for he considered that anything he said could potentially hurt her. But if he was to leave Mahiru as she was, it seemed that she would sublimate into the air. He laid the blanket next to him over her head. He covered her, her face hidden in the shadows. While she remained confused, he brought her into his arms. It was the first time he took the initiative to embrace. Her petite, helpless body seemed prone to snap if he exerted too much strength. Amane embraced Mahiru in his clutches, for the latter never able to rely on anyone, and always endured in silence alone. Amane-kun. I think I'm starting to understand why your personality is like this. The part about me not being cute. Not that, even more like, how patient you are, yet so stubborn. She had to endure, for if she once showed weakness, she would surely collapse. The housemaker appeared to really care for Mahiru, but was merely a hired outsider, unable to help Mahiru. And so she could only endure this silently, without being able to ask anyone for help, and for that reason, she ended up faking herself. I can't interfere with your family, so I'm not going to lecture them here and there. As an outsider, Amane should not be talking about something as sensitive as family matters. But it did not mean he could not help and support Mahiru. I'll pretend not to see, so just cry all you want. You'll just feel suffocated holding it all in with that face of yours. To be honest, he really did not want her to cry. But if this continued to pile up, she would crumble apart one day. Thus, he hoped she would cry, that she would release all the stress she had endured silently. If she was suffering, he wanted her to talk it out. If she felt lonely, he wanted her to express her loneliness. Only then would Amane be able to stay by her side, listening to her. He was powerless in the face of her plight, but at the very least, he could share some of her burden. At one point, he thought he was getting too ahead of himself, but she started moving in his clutches, buried her face into his chest, and dissipated all his worries. You swear you will keep it a secret? I'm not looking. I don't know. Then, lend me a moment. He did not answer her quivering mutter, and merely put the blanket over her head once again before embracing the helpless back. After a moment, he could hear faint sobbing. Not loud, but it was clearly a sob, from Mahiru. She never bemoaned her fate, and endured it alone. After hearing her plead him for support, Amane himself had the urge to cry as he embraced her little back. You were watching after all. She did not cry for long. He did not look at the time, but it was about 10 minutes or so. He felt it was fine for her to let out the 16 years of suffering, but she might be too tired from crying for so long, and her body just stopped tearing. The mental exhaustion might have tacked onto her physical exhaustion, and the brain was probably forced to sleep. Mahiru lifted her face towards Amane, her eyes still moist, but had regained some semblance of vigor as they looked back at Amane, rejuvenated. Well, you're on my chest. I made sure not to look before you started crying. He removed the blanket that had slipped off, and saw the little smile on her face. Amane-kun. What? Thank you very much. I don't know, what for? I wanted to do this, and I don't remember doing anything to thank me for. He turned his head aside, and once again, Mahiru buried her face into his chest. Please let me do so for a little longer. Oh. He could not leave Mahiru as she was in this state. After all, he wanted to support her. He tried to play it cool as he embraced her firmly, and gently patted her head. If nobody else would praise Mahiru, Amane would do the honors. You really worked hard. You don't have to force yourself in front of me. So he thought as he gently caressed her head. She seemed to have calmed down, looking up at him with the expression of one with her strength sapped from her. But perhaps she was just a little too worried about various things, for she did not appear to cheer up. "What shall I do in the future?" Mahiru muttered softly, showing a perturbed smile towards Amane's eyes. "I worked hard, but the two of them never cared about me. The others two call me the angel, but they never really needed me. What they need, is the angelic Mahiru Shirina, not the real me. I was the reason for this outcome, but I am suffering because of this. Is it not ironic? I was the one who drove myself to despair." She bitterly noted, and latched onto the fabric on Amane's chest. "The real me is not cute at all, timid and selfish, and unpleasant in personality. I am not attractive in any way." "Well, I like that, somewhat." He unwittingly blurted out his true thoughts. Mahiru instantly blinked away, and he stared back at her, continuing. "Well, you have moments when you aren't cute, but I often have thoughts that yeah, you're cute, I want to protect you. Besides, your forthright personality is something I like, and nobody with a bad real personality will actually worry about that. You're thinking about it backwards." He flicked Mahiru's forehead lightly. The latter was somewhat dumbfounded, the negative expression gone from her face. Mahiru's self-deprecation was really something Amane could not understand at all. Everyone could tell she was a hard-working, kind girl, no matter how they looked at her. She might be a little too blunt in her words, but she was being reasonable and saying things for the good of others. She said she was timid, but that was not a bad thing. She was merely too hurt, and being defensive so that she would not be hurt again. And if she was really not cute, Amane would not have become so restless because of her. Rather, he hoped she realized that she was cuter if she was being her true self. Don't belittle yourself. There's one guy in front of you who likes to see your true self. She might have lacked self-esteem because she was not loved. However, Amane was not the only one who liked her. There were many others too who felt the same, and he really lamented her grave misunderstanding. Chaitos too felt that the real Mahiru was cute, and kept clinging on to the latter. Clearly, that Chaitos would not simply look at appearances after all. He stared into Mahiru's caramel-colored eyes, implying so, and her eyes began to swim around. Furthermore, the little red color at the corners of her eyes instantly covered her face. One might say her face was the color of rose, and by the time he realized her shame might be out of embarrassment, she shriveled up, her eyes just wandering around. Looking at Mahiru's state, Amane realized he might have said something inappropriate, and his face too turned red. No, look, Chaitos and the others feel the same. I don't mean anything else. It's not just me. Mom, Dad, Chaitos and Itsuki like it when you're not being the angel. So, actually, I think your personality is more popular than you think. Amane hastily explained, and Mahiru finally looked at him. But even for a moment, the fact remained that a misunderstanding happened, and she quivered with a blushing face, probably embarrassed by Amane's words. Amane too would feel embarrassed, but she might be more embarrassed than he was, since she was the one hearing these words. If you can't take it, or you had enough of those parents, you can hide in our house. My parents will shelter you once they know of your situation. So well, just think of it as healing. NN. My parents really like you, and I feel they'll let you stay with them forever. Well, I don't think they're going to let you go until you gain happiness. We can't interfere with your family matters, but we'll continue to shelter you until you make up your mind, or support you. NN. Amane did his best to explain and quell the misunderstanding, and Mahiru once again had tears in her eyes. Why are you crying again? Because I feel blessed. Well, you haven't been fortunate, so you can be a little more selfish. She was financially well off, but she received nothing else. She did not receive the love she deserved, and it was amazing that she managed to grow up without being twisted. He felt that Mahiru could fawn to anyone as much as she pleased, and be impulsive, after all the hardship she suffered. Since nobody else would hear her sufferings, he decided to make up for it, even by a little. So, may I request for something? What? As long as I can do it? He quipped, but she smiled. "This is something only you can do, Amane-kun," and muttered, "Please look at me some more. I'm looking at you working hard. I won't know where you'll run off to if I look away, so I'll keep watching you. Please catch me well. I'll hold your hand then. Is that all?" He looked towards Mahiru's face, who stared back, before giving a bashful look. "For today, please catch me with your body." Once she said that, she wrapped her arms around Amane's back, burying her face into his chest. His heart raced for a moment, but he thought it would be bad to have malicious thoughts, so he suppressed those thoughts before embracing that delicate body once again. Chapter 72. The Angel and the Reduced Distance. It seemed that she had recovered from the previous day's incident, and sat next to him with a usual expression. She did not appear to be in agony, but rather extremely calm. But the little difference was that the distance between them had reduced. In the past, there was a space of at least 2 fists even though they were sitting next to each other. On this day, she was close enough to touch his arm. Her fragrance was closer than before, and Amane could feel his body warmth. Because of that, he recalled that he did embrace her tightly the previous day, and also the softness and fragrance from her. He was troubled. Back then, she looked really feeble, and he just could not help but embrace her. In hindsight, that act was really bold. She did not dislike it, and instead, sought for an embrace from him. Her gesture indicated that Amane received her trust, that she could rely on him, but while he was delighted with this, he felt awkward. "I want to seize the opportunity now that I experienced this." Amane really welcomed her fawning over him, but he started to wonder if she liked him as a boy. It would be great if that was the case. He could no longer fool himself completely again. He realized he was captivated by Mahiru. He was worried, wondering how he should keep his distance from her. Perhaps he could touch her normally? But to what extent? He never expected himself to have such troubles. Fortunately or not, Mahiru was oblivious to Amane's worries, and leaned by his side with a peaceful expression. Amane wanted to suppress his impulses, and was suffering as a result. Mahiru had a psychological trauma due to her parents, and probably was against having a boy-girl relationship. He did not want her to know his feelings. Given her personality, he did not think she would despise him, but he was frightened at the thought that she might distance him. He wanted to embrace her up front again, to touch her, to kiss her, but as a girl, the only emotion she might feel was fear if a boy she had yet to date started to have such thoughts. He dared not express such emotions to her as he wanted to treasure her. "What is it, Amane-kun?" Nothing." "Really?" Mahiru noticed that something was on Amane's mind, and tugged at his sleeve. He shook his head, making a poker face. After all, he could not say that he was thinking of something guilty, and wanted to change topics. "Ah, right. We're going to be in our 2nd year soon." "Yes." He mentioned this, as there were only a few days left for their spring vacation. Mahiru seemingly forgot her doubts as she went with the flow. "We will have to change classes then, no." "Change classes?" "It'll be easier for me if I get in the same class as Itsuki and Chito's." "Yes, I am looking forward to it." "Looking forward? I wonder if I will be in the same class as you." Mahiru gave a little bashful smile, and Amane wanted to bang his head onto the sofa armrest, and also to scratch his chest. "I won't talk to you, you know." "That may be so, but I will be relieved." "And you will keep an eye out for me, no?" "Not to the point of being a stalker, no." "I will not be angry about you looking at me, Amane-kun. Please look at me more." That was what Mahiru said so innocently, and looked so innocent that a sheepish Amane dared not look at her directly. She meant for him to watch over her, but to him, it seemed to imply more. Since she did not intend otherwise, it was pointless for him to second-guess. HMPH. He snorted to purge his own thoughts, and shrugged. "If I'm to look at you, everyone else will find that disgusting. I'm like this after all." It was one thing if they were alone together, but if he were to do the same to Mahiru at school, he might be labeled a disgusting guy in addition to his reputation as a gloomy one. He intended to pretend to be a passerby at school. He was not particularly keen on letting others know his feelings for Mahiru. However, Mahiru was strangely peeved for some reason. "Look, even if you make that face. Amane-kun, are you not cutting your hair? What's with this out of a sudden?" "Well, I'll tidy it up from time to time, but I don't really cut it short. It is a pity. Say. But your handsome side is a secret only to me. That is fine too." Amane had a feeling that Mahiru was being sweeter to him than usual, as though she was showing affection to him. Usually, he could handle it, but since he already realized his feelings for her, this attitude from her might cause him fatal damage. "What's cool about that?" he muttered to hide how embarrassed he was being. At that moment, Mahiru showed a peeved look and slapped his thigh. He knew what she wanted to say, but he dared not look at her in the eyes due to the shame. "I get it, I'm sorry. I look handsome to you, is it? It is not good of you to think so, but I shall leave it be." Mahiru accepted his apology for the time being, and reached out towards his bangs. His clearer vision reflected her serious ease. "Are you not belittling yourself too much, Amane-kun? You are rather handsome after all. I'm embarrassed to hear you say that to me directly. You often say so to me. Perhaps you should try enduring that shame too." "I too am embarrassed," she said confidently, and Amane recalled that when he called her cute, her face really was blushing. She would feel embarrassed whenever she was praised, and because she was so adorable, Amane earnestly praised her for being so. Whenever he did so, she would feel embarrassed. Surely it was not a good feeling to her. "You're the only one who'll call me handsome. You should have a little more self-confidence, Amane-kun. The person who consoled me has to have some confidence." "But Amane-kun, you helped me and gave me confidence. I am really grateful to you. I hope you can muster some confidence. You are a kind, handsome, outstanding." "Oh, ah." Amane unwittingly felt bashful the moment he was praised. He was never praised before, and his heart felt unbearable when the girl he liked praised him. Of course, he was elated. The emotion called embarrassment took precedence, however. One might say his embarrassment was the majority, and he was restless. He reached out to ruffle Mahiru's head to divert his attention, and to disguise his emotions. "Wait, Amane-kun. Shut up. I am fine with this, but you will mess my hair up." Amane felt that his actions might be too violent to a girl, so he hastily switched to a different gesture, gently combing her hair. Mahiru then earnestly leaned her head over. "Please pat me more." Her voice sounded like a background noise, but it was probably a delusion on his part. Despite that, Mahiru did not look unwilling, and Amane continued to comb the smooth, glossy hair. "Is she fawning over me?" She never had one to fawn over, and at this point, she finally had someone understand her situation and true thoughts. Perhaps she had the urge to. In that case, he felt that he should dote on her more. He buried his immoral thoughts to touch her back in his heart, and gently patted her head as she wished. Once he was done, Mahiru lowered her completely beetroot face. Amane got too carried away, and he too was blushing once he was done. This was the outcome to be expected after all. Chapter 73. The Angel and the New School Year. Quite the group we have this year. Itsuki leered away as he stared at the class register, commenting so to Itsuki. Amane stared at the cluttered name list and found himself in the same class as Itsuki, Chaitos, and Mahiru. Kadawaki too was in their class. This class had both the prince and the angel. "We're in the same class as Shina-san." "I'm in the same class as the prince." He could hear such shrill and deep voices that did not seem to be directed at anyone in particular. Perhaps it was because Mahiru and Amane were in the same class that Itsuki was grinning. "This is going to be one noisy class, huh?" Amane did not want to be teased by Itsuki, and replied thusly before heading towards the classroom. Itsuki followed with a wry grin. Amane felt it was a good thing Itsuki was in class, but he felt certain he would be laughed at, so he kept mum. Itsuki was one who would get too ahead upon being praised, and Amane decided to change the subject by saying a few words. They entered the classroom and found the angel and prince already surrounded by many. Amane could only chuckle at this scene. They're as popular as usual. Itsuki too chuckled next to him. Karaoke seemed to have noticed the two enter the classroom, and showed the usual hearty smile. Yo, guess I'm in the same class as you this year. Guess we're in the same class as you this year, Yuta. 3 straight years if we include middle school. That happened. Yep. We're in the same middle school. Amane already felt they were rather close. That would explain why. Please look after me this year too, Fujimaya. Oh. Karaoke was friendly to anyone, and could smile to Amane, even though they were nothing more than acquaintances. Is this the secret to being popular? So Amane wondered. Feeling speechless and amazed, he answered thusly to Karaoke, who remained unperturbed despite the crowd around him, and sat at his assigned seat. He did not look towards Mahiru. After all, he did not want to look guilty. She was surrounded by many boys and girls, and had no time to deal with him. Surely Mahiru never noticed Amane, and Amane did not have to do anything much. Morning, Tilda. We're in the same class, Tilda. Amane was checking if he missed anything in his submitted documents, and Chaitos, who had overslept, showed up. He felt his gut wince, for Chaitos and Itsuki were in the same class, and the days ahead would surely be rowdy. Morning. You didn't show up with Itsuki today. I overslept, Tilda. Well, Tilda, I just forgot about this new semester, so Mom woke me up, Tilda. Where's Ikan? At the vending machine. Okay, Tilda, I'll get him to buy some milk tea. Mahiroon. We're in the same class, please take care of me. The utterly fearless Chaitos waved away at Mahiru, and attacked the latter, who was in the middle of the crowd. The nickname Mahiroon had everyone stunned, but Mahiru herself naturally accepted it, giving the angelic smile in the process. Once everyone realized that Chaitos was allowed to call her that, they gave envious looks. Let's hurry and get some crepes when we go home today. The stall at the station has some nice one. If you do not mind, please allow me to join you. Perhaps it was just Amane overthinking it, but he sensed Mahiru giving him a glance. He felt there was no need for her to seek his permission all the time, however, that she should go if she wanted to. After all, Amane had no right or intention to stop her. He hoped she could go along with what she wanted. He could simply drop by at the fast food restaurant or the convenience store for lunch. Also, he was relieved to see that Mahiru was interacting with such good-natured friends. He felt Chaitos was really of great help, and hoped Chaitos would bring Mahiru out, since the latter never actually had fun with others. He wanted Mahiru to enjoy herself, to go visit places without being worn out. Perhaps Mahiru was the one who benefited most from being Chaitos' classmate. Despite being pressured by Chaitos, Mahiru appeared to be enjoying herself as she smiled, and Amane too showed a little smile. Chapter 74. The Angel and the Lap Pillow, No Extra Service. It was after dinner when Amane commented while lazing around on the sofa like usual. Yes. Mahiru smiled as she sat next to him. They were being very close to each other, and Amane's heart raced for some reason. However, Mahiru did not show such a reaction. Perhaps she had no thoughts about this. I am happy too. Chaito-san will be with us. It'll be noisy with her around. Yes. It does seem like a fun year. I think the class will be really noisy though. We'll have the angel, the prince, and the idiot couple that's Itsuki and Chaitos. For good or bad, we have all the attention here. The angel and the prince were very popular with both boys and girls. Those of the same genders were somewhat envious at them, but the popularity arising from their outstanding appearances, abilities, and personalities heavily outweighed them. The couple Itsuki and Chaitos too were famous throughout the entire school year. It happened because they were often fooling around in school, and also because they had decent appearances, and garnered much attention. Also, they were the mood makers of their classes, and were extremely popular among the students. With them around, all the attention would be centered upon this class, and the homeroom teacher would have much trouble. The quartet themselves were fine, but there would surely be chaos. That teacher would have to be mentally prepared. You dislike it, Amane-kun? Not really. It looks like you guys will be happy. Are you not thinking about joining in? Me? I just want to spend my time normally. Probably chit-chat with Itsuki, but if nothing's going on, I'll probably talk to you or Karaoke. I don't really interact with you outside, so if we suddenly do, there's going to be lots of suspicions. As a guy, Amane could possibly have some interaction with Karaoke. It would be impossible if it was Mahiru, however, for she was the prettiest girl in school. He did not want to be deemed a shameless fool chasing after her just because they talked. And thus, he did not want to talk to her. Despite that, Mahiru pursed her lips, looking displeased. Amane showed a wry smile, not knowing what to do. Why are you unhappy? Nothing. Surely there was something, but Amane knew she was in a bad mood, so he patted her head. You are not trying to throw me off by patting my back, no. Not at all. But I am rather happy. I shall let you off for today. Thanks. It seemed Mahiru had been sufficiently coaxed. She looked relaxed after Amane patted her on the head, as though she was eating sweet honey. Amane found it difficult to stare at her. The blissful emotions was conveyed through her face, and he felt happy yet ashamed, unable to calm down. You really like head pats, huh? Only recently did Amane learn that Mahiru really liked to be head patted by Amane. Amane-kun, your hand is warm. It feels comforting. Well, I'm warmer. I want you to pat me more. Don't say such things that'll cause misunderstandings. All right, as you wish. Anyone else would have misconstrued it as something dangerous, an invitation for him to touch her elsewhere. He warned her as he patted her head. He could smell a really pleasant scent, perhaps because she had just bathed. Truth be told, he could not hide the throbbing in his heart completely, but he combed her hair carefully, ensuring that she did not notice his heartbeat. His heart throbbed faster when he thought of how he was the only one allowed to pat her. However, he really could not say so to her. He continued to pat her, and she looked really relaxed, sometimes showing a giddy look. She suddenly looked towards his face, as though contemplating something. What? I want to pat your head too. What's fun about patting a boy's head? It looks fun, I suppose. I think it will be fun to pat you on the head. Am I a toy? Well, I'm fine with that, but it's not fun or anything. Amane's hair was rather smooth, but it was far from Mahiru's. There was no denying that his hair would feel rugged compared to her. Since she still wanted to pat his head, and Amane would not lose anything, there was no reason for him to refuse. He stopped patting her, and said, "Go ahead." Mahiru patted her thighs. I think your neck will hurt given the difference in height and posture, Amane-kun, or do you wish to embrace me like the last time? No, the thighs are fine. If Mahiru was to embrace Amane, his face would be buried in the motherly place, so he had to refuse. While he found that proposition to be really attractive, he would be scorned if he said so, and chose to remain silent. In fact, he should be refusing with all his might. He was faced with these choices, unable to experience a posture any boy would have dreamed of. His desire to not miss out on this opportunity overtook his sanity, and he agreed. Is that okay? He gave her such a look, but she slapped the thighs beneath her miniskirt, as though prompting him. Amane could only lie on the sofa apprehensively, and put his head on her thighs. Mahiru's legs were thin, and soft in the right places. Her muscles were rather supple instead of defined. He could feel a feminine softness of the taut legs through the fabric. To put it, it felt really good. There was also a lingering sweet smell. It was magical. He might see something incredible if he looked up, but he would lose all self-control if he did so. He restrained himself by turning away from Mahiru obediently. Mahiru never noticed how rattled Amane was, and her little palm patted his hair. Her fine fingers combed through his hair. The inside of her fingers stroked gently past the skin, and it felt really comfortable. While it was a far cry from the relaxed smile on Mahiru's face, he did feel like smiling. Truth be told, he felt so comfortable, he had the urge to sleep. In contrast, Mahiru was acting a lot gentler. She continued to pat and comb, and while he did not know what expression she was making, it seemed she was really enjoying it. I heard from Chaito-san that a lap pillow is a man's romance. What do you think, Amane-kun? Chaito's the one who did this unnecessary stuff. How is it? That's nice. While he had the urge to give Chaitos a thumbs up, he would feel ashamed, even if he did not express his true thoughts. If she continued to comb, he would surely fall asleep. Having changed classes for the new year, he was mentally worn out from having to do the customary self-introductions and talking with strangers and so on. He was certain that he would fall asleep if he continued to be coddled. I see. I do not know if you will be happy, given that there is no extra service. I think it is fine since you are happy, however. Extra service? It will be better if I am to dig your ears. I shall do so next time. What in the world did Chaitos teach her? Surely Chaitos taught her unnecessary. No, that's enough. A lapse? You dislike it? I'm happy about this though. Thank goodness. He could not look behind, but he could sense her smiling. The fingers continued to comb through his hair, seemingly prompting him to sleep. Well, whatever. Amane was in such a mood, and closed his eyes as he experienced the looming comfort. Chapter 75. Extra. It seemed he rolled about when he was sleeping, and turned his face towards Mahiru. And because of that, he had a fine whiff of the conditioner, along with Mahiru's natural milky scent, resulting in his face searing as a result. He felt it was unbecoming of him to keep staring at a person's belly, so he turned his face up tentatively, before seeing her looking down at him with a merciful look. Oh. So he thought. It appeared Mahiru was more blessed than he thought, and the curves were more emphasized as he was looking up, which left him awkward. Awake now? Yeah. You slept well. Mahiru giggled. She seemed elated rather than mischievous, as happy as a mother watching a lively child sleep. Amane was overwhelmed with the urge to roll about while the merciful look Mahiru continued to pat his head. Though he was not embarrassed about any unsightly sleeping look, he was sheepish about how Mahiru was patting him with such a doting face. He did not dislike it, on the contrary, he was enjoying it. How long did I sleep? About an hour or so. Sorry. It is fine. I do enjoy stroking your hair, Amane-kun. Really? Mahiru continued to enjoy the feeling of Amane's hair, and the latter dared not look at her, instead averting his eyes. You dislike it, Amane-kun? I wouldn't have slept if I disliked it. Really? You can enjoy this however you want. Don't say it as and when you want it. Why? Anyway, just don't. I'll misunderstand, you know? Of course, he could not say that, so he kept quiet. Mahiru tilted her head in confusion, but her hand did not stop. Well, I do like to pat, or be patted by you, Amane-kun. So don't say this so openly. It appeared Mahiru had no other intent. She probably was trying to convey that she really yearned for physical contact, due to her family reasons, and that she would feel relief whenever she was patted on the head. One could assume from those words, however, that Mahiru had feelings for Amane, and that she would feel blessed to be patted. If you say that, I'll sexually harass you. Sexually harass? I'll touch your body. Where? Where, of course, don't make me say it. It was obvious without saying that a male would want to touch certain female parts. Amane's face naturally turned beetroot, and Mahiru blinked a few times. She then seemed to have an idea, for she nodded away. You want to touch, Amane-kun? Only if I'm dating her, and that she agrees. So you will not do anything, Amane-kun? Shut up. Foo, Amane-kun, you really are gentlemanly. You're noisy. This is what I like about you, Amane-kun. Mahiru giggled away, and Amane felt a shortness of breath. She did not mean anything. Surely she was saying that she liked him in the sense that he was a good man, not in the romantic sense. Despite knowing this, Amane felt his heart ache. The lap pillow alone would have caused much misunderstanding. With her doting on him so much, even he would wonder if Mahiru had feelings for him. She certainly had feelings for him, to some extent, but he did not know what those feelings were, and how deep. He was delighted and yet worried, his heart likely on the verge of annihilation. "Thanks for that." He barely eked out this answer, rolled away, and turned his back on her. Chapter 76. The feelings to be treasured. He continued to pay attention in class, as a decent student would, ate together with Itsuki at the cafeteria, and returned home after school as he never participated in the clubs. That was to be expected, however. "Say, you fine with that?" Amane was having lunch in the cafeteria, just like his first year of high school. Itsuki was seated before him when he suddenly mentioned this, as though he thought of something. On a side note, while Chaitos would occasionally pop by to join them, she probably was eating with Mahiru on this day. It would be great for those two to get along openly. Amane felt relieved. "What are you saying?" "I'm talking about your situation with her. There's no reason for me to talk to her, right?" If he did, the surrounding folks would surely give him the "what's wrong with this guy" look. As a straightforward, honest guy, it would be suicidal for him to openly get involved with Mahiru. "I think she's been trying to talk to you. She's getting angsty about it. I'll concede that." Mahiru would try to look away from Amane as much as possible, but she would occasionally look towards him. Amane did sense her looking a little despondent. She would only do so when nobody else did, which was fine itself. However, Chaitos would give Amane that "you coward" look in her stead, and Amane would feel restless for some reason. The only way out is to do that. "I don't wanna. It's troublesome. Not like I'll get any more handsome." While the rumors had quelled for the time being, he was witnessed with Mahiru in that state. It would be chaotic if Amane was linked to that person, and his future school life would be heavily affected. "Why are you so? You should be rather popular." "How so?" Amane did not think he would be suddenly popular with a little hairstyle change, but Itsuki seemed very confident for some reason. "Personality-wise, you're very blunt, but honest, and you know how to care for girls. You're the type girls like to date. Isn't that normal? Most guys can't do that normal of yours. You realize that girls want you to treasure their feelings, and so you'll do it. You're not being too ahead of yourself. You act only after you observe carefully. How are you so confident about that? If you aren't, there's no way she would be so close to you when she's always so wary despite how amicable she looks." Amane could not deny that. "See, I told you." Itsuki chuckled once Amane pursed his lips. "Anyway, can I ask you something?" "What?" "I think that if you wouldn't treasure her that much if you dislike her, right?" "Shut up. Is that bad?" Itsuki probably understood everything from Amane's attitude. No way was Amane able to hide his feelings. Amane answered with a pout and slurped the ramen. Itsuki seemed to have expected this, instead of simply stating that as a joke. He nodded understandingly in seemingly praise. "Well, I'm happy for YA. It's great to have someone you treasure." "Really?" "It'll be great if you succeed. I think it's fine if it doesn't work out. As long as she's happy, I'm fine with that, even if it's not me." Of course, Amane hoped that the leader would be himself, but if Mahiru would be happy choosing another boy, he should give her his blessings. He hoped to personally grant her happiness, and would willingly bury his emotions if that was what it took. Mahiru really deserved her happiness. She suffered so much, and if she still could not be blessed greatly, it would be a letdown of the hard work she put in. "You coward." "Shut up, even I want her to be happy." "Just say it to her, man." "Like I can, you idiot." Amane would never confess without being certain that she liked him as the opposite gender. His was not so shallow-minded. Mahiru herself seemed rather cautious when it came to dating, and they probably could not go out with a half-hearted, probing mentality. There was no way Mahiru would agree to it, considering what her parents said. Amane felt that they would not end up dating if neither side planned to settle down together. Thus, he would not easily convey his feelings. Man, you're really pessimistic. Shut up. Whatever, I'll make her fall for me in my own way. If only there's a third party that'll say everything. What? Nothing. Well, good luck. I'll cheer you on. A dumbfounded Itsuki cheered Amane on for some reason. The latter frowned, but he graciously accepted those words. Chapter 77. The Prince's Troubles. After school, Amane dropped by at the game center, inserted a note into a coin exchange machine, and heard a voice he was not really familiar with. He slipped the coins into his wallet, turned around, and saw Karaoke standing there. It appeared the latter came to the game center for some fun too, for his hand was in the wallet as he stood behind Amane. Strange seeing you here, Karaoke. What about club activities? It's a rest day. Will be bad to be burdened every day after all. I see. He was the ace of the track team, but he did not devote all his time on it. According to him, he could not compromise on rest. Once he was done exchanging his money, Amane retreated to the side. Karaoke too inserted a note into the machine. 2,000 yen went into his wallet, and once he spotted Amane looking, he chuckled. I thought you would be an honor student of sorts. Shocked me to see you here though. I do visit a game center from time to time, but I don't really want to waste money, so I won't really come here unless there's something. Then why today? I'm here to play the crane game. Someone asked me to get a doll. On the contrary, it was Chaitos who showed Amane the game center website, and went all looky-look, don't you think Mahiru will like this tilde? Having considered how Mahiru had been a little dejected recently, Amane came to the game center, hoping to catch a doll for her. Looking at the photo Chaito sent the last time, it appeared Mahiru did not have many decorations in her room. Amane wanted to use the chance to buy Mahiru a cute doll and provide a few friends to the bear doll. Can you catch one? Yep. I'm good at this. The crane in this game center were rather strong and easy to grab with. Once he figured out the object's center of gravity, its positioning, and the manner to grab, it was unexpectedly easy. It was due to Shihoko teaching him tricks in elementary school. See, put the crane here, and it grabs it. Over here, pull the hook into the label, and voila. Amane managed to learn some strange knowledge and tricks due to his mother's showcase of her meaningless myriad of skills. Karaoke looked surprised, and Amane led him to the crane area, saying that they should try everything. He casually slotted a coin into a machine with lots of bunny dolls. Given the arm grip and positioning, it appeared one coin would be enough. There were instances where it was impossible to grab without spending hundreds of yen, but this crane should be fine. Amane did not really understand, but it appeared the bunny doll was a character from a certain work. He aimed at the head and the body, and the head was then lodged in the arms. Its body was dangling, but with his head hanging on, the crane managed to hold onto the doll. All he had to do was to move the lever away, and the doll would naturally fall into the exit. Thud! The bunny fell. Amane took it out and waved it gently to Karaoke, who looked impressed. The crane arms of the game center here are rather sturdy, and the shopkeeper will teach anyone how to use it if you got any issue. This shop is a good place for beginners. So that's why Itsuki and the others say this is a good place. I see. Karaoke nodded understandingly. Just to ask. This for someone? Yep. That person really took care of me. I intend to give this as thanks. Amane was not lying. He simply never mentioned that it was Mahiru. It was a fact that he was taken care of by her, it was a fact that the gift was an appreciation of her daily help. You're really hardworking, Amane. I think I understand though. Understand what? Well, you're delicate and gentlemanly, and will casually help others out. That was just a coincidence. It was, but you helped me out. That bag the last time, for example. Once again, Karaoke showed a hearty smile to express his thanks, and Amane found himself strangely bashful. It was not anything important, yet it appeared Karaoke remembered. Amane always had a shopping bag and did not intend for Karaoke to owe him a favor. Anyway, Karaoke, you done eating all the Valentine chocolates? Amane asked Karaoke, partially to hide his embarrassment from being thanked so openly, and partly to answer his own doubt. Karaoke then gave a grim look. Don't mention it to others, okay? I ate all the ones that were bought. You didn't eat the handmade ones. The handmade ones? Well, they did put in effort, but they aren't delicious. No, some added hair, and some added stuff that obviously should not be inside chocolates. What sorcery is this? It was understandable if they were accidentally mixed in. From Karaoke's tone, however, it seemed to have happened a few times, clearly deliberately. Amane had an impression that certain spells of the past included body parts. If the same idea was applied for chocolates, it might be unbearable to those who were forced to eat them. I do receive some complimentary ones too. This always happens to me, and it's scary, so I always insisted not to accept handmade stuff. People still give them to me though, so I would accept them before returning. As for those who disguised it as bought stuff though, I'd just have to say sorry, I guess. I can't accept handmade stuff when so many have weird things mixed in. Karaoke muttered away with a sad, hopeless face. Amane too had to sympathize. Being a popular guy sure is tough, huh? It's unbearable how I'm still envied because of this, not like I want to be the popular one. I'd rather not be popular than suffer through this. Man, I agree. It's scary, right? Smiling girls giving me sweets and food with strange stuff mixed in them? Amane nodded as it was really reasonable. Typically, a girl's handmade item was really valuable, but it represented fear to Karaoke. It was pitiful how many times he experienced what was supposedly a rare event. Maybe the best solution is to get someone, so that nobody will chase after me, but I'm scared that she'll get bullied. Envy sure is scary. Huh? Karaoke seemed to be at wit's end as he dropped his shoulders. It appeared he was completely worn out. His standing posture really invoked much sympathy, so Amane grabbed a large packet of potato sticks from a nearby crane machine, and gave it to him. Well, you can look for Itsuki and me if you need to talk. Eat up. Cheer yourself up. Thanks for that, it's tough. Karaoke clearly looked frustrated, and Amane truly felt that it was not easy being popular, nor was it something to be simply happy about. Chapter 78. The Angel and the Doll. She would usually tie her hair when cooking, and as expected of a girl, she would sometimes tie it in a ponytail or a bun like this. She would seek practicality as much as cuteness. It appeared she was done cooking dinner. When Amane returned home, she gave a look of relief. Amane did inform her that he would be a little late, but it seemed Mahiru was still worried. Amane was late as he just had coffee with Karaoke and heard that latter's troubles. It appeared Mahiru was worried about Amane being late. Welcome back, Amane-kun, that bag is. Went to the game center. Well, here's my prize. Amane brought out a few things other than the bunny doll, and the large bag was stuffed to the brim. It seemed Mahiru too could tell how packed it was. That is quite a lot. Just spent money for 2 cafeteria set meals. What is inside? I'm hungry. We'll talk later. He could give it to Mahiru at this point, but he wanted to enjoy her reaction slowly, so he decided to leave it be. Also, he was really hurry, and wanted to have her dinner early. Do wash your hands and change clothes then. Do not forget to rinse your mouth too. I shall serve dinner in the meantime. Got it. Amane would usually do so even without her saying that, but he was happy about how worried and concerned she was for him. While thinking that Mahiru was acting like his mother, he never said it out, and went to the washroom as Mahiru had told him to. What is with this many items? After dinner, Mahiru showed her curiosity as she glanced aside at the prizes next to the sofa, asking Amane. Dolls? Amane did not intend to hide the spoils from her, so he put the bag on his knees and tore the tape as he answered. Dolls? You like them, right? Why yes, I do. There's quite a lot, I feel you'll really like them, so I got them. Here. The biggest prize for the day was probably the bunny doll about the size of the bear. It was rather large, but Amane was rather proud of himself as he only used a coin. He lifted the white fur, round-eyed bunny and put it on Mahiru's lap. He was unsure what character it was, but he had a feeling Mahiru would like it, so he grabbed it. However, Mahiru merely stared at the bunny on her lap. You dislike bunnies? It is cute. That's good. Mahiru embraced the bunny doll with both hands and brought it to her face, just as she usually embraced the cushion. For a moment, Amane had the urge to frisk his cell phone, but he decided not to. Once he saw her smile, he captured the sight in his ind as he rummaged for the other dolls inside the bountiful bag. And we have a cat and a dog. The crane arms were rather powerful, and thus he could capture most of the items cheaply. He caught a lot of things Mahiru might like. He put a beige and white-colored kitten doll that had a strange resemblance to Mahiru, along with a Shiba dog mascot. Mahiru then clearly showed a perturbed look. So many. Will that cause you trouble? Not at all. I have no decorations at home, and they are all cute. I am happy. That's good. The sight of Mahiru being surrounded by various dolls was as cute as Amane had imagined. Mahiru had yet to put the bunny down as she stared at the cat and dog excitedly, seemingly at a loss of which to choice. Amane smiled at her as he found her expression comforting. Mahiru seemed to have noticed Amane's stare as her face turned red before covering half her face with the bunny. The bunny's white and Mahiru's reddened face was obvious. One could see her moist eyes through the gap between the bunny ears. Amane continued to stare at Mahiru, as the sight of her was strangely alluring and cute. Mahiru might have had enough, for she clung her head onto Amane's elbow and buried her face. Or rather, she was slamming her head on Amane, ostensibly throwing a tantrum. Rather than slamming, she was just giving him a little headbutt, and it did not hurt. Please do not laugh. I'm not. You are. You are laughing at how childish I am. I'm not laughing at that. I just find you cute. Are you not laughing at me? Busted. Amane tried to pass it off by laughing. Mahiru started slapping Amane's thighs, and Amane patted her head to coax her. Finally, Mahiru calmed down. Amane made sure not to let the cat out of the bag as he laughed. It feels like you are making fun of me. You are thinking too much. I shall let you off today. Mahiru continued to pout unhappily. Amane did not point out how her face and words were completely different. He looked at the kitten on her lap and the bunny in her clutches, and thought, some fusion we have here. He patted her for a while, and then she lifted her face. Her reddened cheeks showed no change, but her eyes looked displeased in a manner different from before. I have always received things from you. It appeared she was worried about receiving too much. I'm giving them to you out of my own will. You don't have you worry. But I have received many things from you. Gifts, concern, warmth, mood, everything. It's just a gift from me. You don't have to worry. Amane did not hope to be repaid, and only did so to make Mahiru happy. It might sound like Mahiru's happiness would be his reward, but ultimately, he did so out of his own satisfaction and hopes. There was nothing Mahiru needed to worry about. It appeared Mahiru was still worried about receiving too much from Amane. Instead, Amane had received too much care from her, and no amount of gratitude from him would suffice. I wish to give you something back. You're really stubborn. Well, if you insist, I can accept it. I can give you anything, as long as it is what I can do. Amane disliked this suggestion, for he felt she could do anything. Naturally, however, he could not ask her to do something overboard. Yet if he did not ask for anything, Mahiru would be devastated. How about pudding? So Amane happily suggested something she would not be burdened with. Pudding, is it? A pudding with lots of eggs. I want to try some from you. Is it not to save money? No way. I want it because it's your pudding. Amane was not particularly fond of sweets, but custard was an exception. He liked pudding, and cream puffs with custard cream. Anything made by Mahiru would surely be delicious. Of course, he would desire to eat the handmade cooking of a girl he likes. Once he made this earnest request, Mahiru looked up at him and nodded. I shall do so on the next rest day. More eggs, and harder, I suppose. Yes. I shall make delicious pudding, definitely. You don't have to be so pumped up. I want to do this. I see. For some reason, Mahiru showed some meaningless motivation and determination. Amane did not think she needed to be so determined, but he had nothing to complain about since he could have some delicious pudding. He patted her head again, wanting to cheer her on. Mahiru apprehensively hid her lips behind the bunny head. Chapter 79. The Angel's Pudding. The pudding maintained the original taste of eggs, along with a rich creamy taste, but thanks to the slightly bitter caramel, the slightly excessive sweetness was not overbearing. Instead, the taste was refreshing, and tempted him into eating it over and over again. Amane did not really have a fondness for sweets, but Mahiru's homemade pudding completely captivated him. In a blink, the pudding on the plate was gone. Whoa, it's delicious. Thank you for the compliment. It is my honor. The pudding was served after dinner. Amane finished it, and it was not enough, so he had another one. He did not really have much appetite for a high school boy, but Mahiru's homemade pudding was something he could keep eating despite being full. He touched his belly as he felt much more satisfied than the servings of pudding, his delight clearly shown on his face. You really can do anything. I was taught everything after all. Mahiru did not seem proud of it, but she really could cook various dishes, sometimes even making dishes Amane did not know of. Of course, they were delicious and not overbearing. It was wonderful that someone like Mahiru could stay beside him and cook for him. But seriously, thanks to you, I'm really blessed. Blessed? Yeah. I get to eat such delicious food every day. How can I not be considered blessed? This is my daily enjoyment. Mahiru's cooking was half of his daily joy, and he could forget most of his unhappiness by rounding off the day with Mahiru's cooking. He truly was blessed to have her cooking every day, but she did not realize it much. She probably would not have realized the value of her cooking if Amane did not lavish praise on her. Also, it was etiquette to praise delicious food. He should convey his thoughts honestly. I see. Mahiru blushed a little when faced with this honest praise, and shriveled back. I am happy to be praised by you, Amane-kun. I'll praise you however much you want if I can. Is my praise for your delicious cooking not enough? I can go into more details if you want. It was said that disagreements between husband and wife were often because they forgot to thank each other. Amane and Mahiru were not husband and wife, but Amane was always the one to receive food, and could never forget to thank her. The taste too was sufficient motivation for him to thank, so if Mahiru wanted to listen, Amane was willing to go into the details. However, Mahiru shook her head in refusal. No need for that, I may die. You're over-exaggerating. I am not over-exaggerating. This much is enough. Really? But I will have to rely on your cooking every day, so I better thank you. Thanks for everything till this point. Amane's food was all due to Mahiru, so he remained grateful, and would never forget to repay her. It was all thanks to her. Without Mahiru, Amane would continue to remain a rotten man. He hoped Mahiru would continue to stay alongside him, if he was any greedier, perhaps forever. He smiled with utter graciousness, and Mahiru shivered like a vibrating smartphone before she stood up. Amane-kun no baka. For some reason, Mahiru called him an idiot with a cute voice, took the dishes and went to wash them. Amane followed her, and put his cutlery in the basin. It was too sudden, and Amane was confused, thinking that Mahiru did not have to cover for his washing duty, so he grabbed her elbow. She suddenly turned towards him. Mahiru was blushing more than before, and it intensified after she saw Amane's face, which left the latter restless. "I'll handle these. Wait for me at the sofa." "Okay." Amane patted Mahiru's head and chased her out of the kitchen. Mahiru murmured something and hurried towards the sofa, burying herself into it. Seeing how unusually restless Mahiru was, Amane blinked away. He then recalled her prior blushing face and began washing the dishes with cold water to cool his head down. Chapter 80. The Angel's Determination. It was noon break at school, and Amane was about to eat with Itsuki as usual, only to hear a familiar voice. Kadawaki had a hand raised, showing the usual hearty, genial smile. It appeared that Kadawaki took a liking to Amane after the conversation days ago, and would come to talk from time to time. While they merely greeted each other before this, it appeared something was different on this day, for he dropped by with wallet in hand. "I'm fine with that." "Itsuki's fine with that, right? How are you sure that I won't refuse you?" "Well, doesn't matter now. It's surprising to see you do this." Itsuki might have been surprised by this, since Kadawaki hardly interacted with Amane. The latter might be the most surprised, however. "Amane, Yuta's emotionally attached to you or something." "Emotionally attached? I'm not a dog. Yuta's actually like a dog. Once he trusts you and gets closer, he'll wag his tail or something. He's like a golden retriever." "Don't call me a dog so openly." Kadawaki retorted at Itsuki, but Amane certainly agreed that he had the vibe of a golden retriever. Amane started to laugh. Kadawaki looked a little miffed when he saw Amane's shoulders shaking. He appeared to be pouting, rather than his mood actually being ruined. "Don't laugh, Fujimaya." Oh, sorry. You think so too, Amane? I just thought that since you mentioned it." "Well, you're still the way you are, Fujimaya. I just want to get along since I think you're a good guy." "Yep, it's good that more people know about Amane's good points." "Come ask me." "Who do you think you are?" Kadawaki retorted at Itsuki, who slapped his chest proudly. He walked over, exchanged looks with Amane, and showed a dazzling smile. Any girl would be conquered by him if he showed that smile. All Amane could do was to show a wry smile. "Can I ask something? Is it really all right for you to be with an ordinary guy like me? It doesn't benefit you, right?" Kadawaki might had interest in Amane, and just wanted to be a friend, but Amane did not think there was no benefit to Kadawaki doing this. He had so many friends, so why did he seek out Amane to be a friend, of all people? Of course, Amane knew that people did not necessarily make friends by simply weighing pros and cons. He too made friends through instinctual feelings, yet he did not understand why Kadawaki chose him. Kadawaki was stunned to hear Amane's words, and gave an incredulous look. "You didn't make friends by weighing pros and cons, right?" "You're right. Isn't that all right? I'm talking to you because I want to get along." Kadawaki's smile remained like the clear skies, and narrowed his eyes. "Oh. Yep. It's a good thing to build relationships." Itsuki grinned away as he said this, and quickly turned his eyes elsewhere. Over there was Chaitos, who was beaming away. Mahiru's really cute after all, hugging Mahiru, who just let her be. It was normal to see Chaitos go for some skinship, and everyone in class might have been used to it, for they were staring at this scene between girls, smiling, or looking jealous. Amane saw that they were already used to it, yet Itsuki showed a wry smile at their tomfoolery. "What?" "Nothing." Itsuki smiled away as he tried to misdirect them, leading them towards the cafeteria. Amane and Kadawaki too followed suit. "I have decided." They returned home, had dinner, and Mahiru suddenly said these words. Amane blinked in surprise. "What's with you out of a sudden?" "I had enough." "Oh, okay. I don't understand, but since you've been enduring, I think it's fine for you not to." It appeared Mahiru had made up her mind about something, but Amane did not understand what exactly she was referring to. Despite that, she did work hard, could endure, and was never stubborn. Since she said she had enough, Amane would accept that, and even take the initiative in praising her. Really? Yes. Make it count. What are you intending to do? Do you really want to know? Of course. You will not be angry. Are you going to tick me off or something? Judging from the tone, it appeared to be related to Amane, so he had to ask. Naturally, Mahiru would never do anything to hurt others, and Amane never had to worry about this. However, what was she intending to do? He stared at her for quite some time, and her face was flushed, probably out of embarrassment. Her index fingers stick onto each other as she fidgeted, looking apprehensive. I want to get along with you at school, Amane-kun. She probably was referring to them acting as strangers at school. Say. It feels like I am the abandoned one. Ooh. Amane's heart weakened when he saw Mahiru say with a crestfallen look. Back then, Amane would chat with Chaitos as normal, so he could at least communicate with someone who knew both Amane and Mahiru. He really could not talk with Mahiru directly. Whenever Chaitos came to talk to Itsuki, Mahiru would be left behind. Mahiru had friends in her class, but they never got along with her as much as Chaitos did, and surely she would feel lonely. Of course, this loneliness was hidden in the angel's smile, but Amane was sufficiently acquainted with Mahiru to determine it. Amane understood this, and hoped to do something for her, but it was not something he could easily nod and agree. But honestly, won't it be unnatural for the angel to suddenly get friendly with us plain-looking people? I have thought about it, and I have my solution. You thought about? Of course, you look down on yourself more than I do. Your self-denial is a huge problem. I shall do my best to ensure you gain confidence. Seriously, what are you thinking? Amane noticed how Mahiru was scared of being alone, but he never expected Mahiru to enthusiastically involve herself with him. This sense of closeness was something they could not imagine at first, and he did not know whether to be elated or concerned. Are you not willing to talk to me at school? Not that I dislike it, but someone like me. Amane-kun. Mahiru interrupted by calling his name. She sounded stern, as though reproaching. Do not say someone like me. You always have a habit of belittling yourself, Amane-kun. She seemed infuriated as she poked her index finger at his nose. If you say that next time, I shall continue to point. Point. I shall point it out, and as punishment, I shall pat your head until I am satisfied. That's a reward, right? Amane accidentally blurted, and his face twitched. It was a reward to receive Mahiru's head pat, but he should not have blurted it out. For once Mahiru saw Amane freeze, her face reddened, and she was flustered. She never expected her punishment to be a reward. An overly cute punishment would not be a punishment, yet it was so like Mahiru. Amane too stopped talking as he had just stated his true thoughts, or rather, his desire. Silence loomed. They fidgeted hastily, and their eyes wavered. Mahiru then seemed to have made up her mind as she opened her arms towards Amane. Why are you doing this? She probably wanted him to enter her clutches, to head-pat him. His head would overheat if he did so, so he did not. While the proposal piqued his desire greatly, Mahiru herself did not have any guilty thoughts, and had no intention of suspecting Amane of anything. It would be inappropriate for him to remain in close contact with such guilty thoughts. He gulped, but he never followed through. Please allow me to refuse. He shook his head, and spoke formally. He really could not enjoy the softness with a nonchalant look. Don't do that to a guy. If you want, go look for Chaitos. I do think Chaitos-san is more dangerous, you know. If she sexually harasses you, just beat her. If I'm going to do anything perverted, beat me all you want. I will not doubt you since you are able to say so. Anyway, I shall headpat you with all my might the next time you say so. Ultimately, it appeared Mahiru had no intention of changing the punishment. Amane noticed that if he was punished, his shame and sanity would be at risk, so he swore to himself never to belittle himself before her. Chapter 81. Lunch with the Angel. Amane saw Chaitos leer away as she brought Mahiru over, and his face twitched when he recalled Mahiru's words days ago. I have my solution. It was true, however, that Chaitos could to bring Mahiru along under the pretext of eating together with Itsuki. There would be some jealousy around them, but that should not be cause for suspicion. Mahiru was pulled over by the hand, showing her usual angelic self with a smile on her face. It might have been Amane's imagination, but she seemed delighted to have accomplished her goal, and he had the urge to cup his head. "Ah, do I sit here?" "Please do not say so. It is my suggestion to sit with you, please do not mind. You cannot run away." Mahiru was clearly implying so. Chaitos had agreed to do this with Mahiru, or rather, Amane had the feeling that it was Chaitos' idea. He glared at Chaitos, who was grinning, or rather, leering away, yet she tried to whistle elsewhere. Itsuki might have been informed by Mahiru, or perhaps he was delighted to be able to eat with Chaitos. "Why don't we eat together?" He gave the usual hearty smile. While Amane had agreed to it days ago, the envious looks around them had him on tenterhooks. "Hey, you're intending to have lunch together, Shirakawa-san and Shina-san." It appeared Kadawaki too wanted to join in, and his sudden appearance had Amane's gut wincing slightly. "I do have such intentions." "I see. That makes things interesting. Who?" Kadawaki noted nonchalantly, but Amane did not think it was an appropriate time for things to get interesting. Kadawaki did not look opposed to this, and instead, was merely surprised that Mahiru would be joining them for lunch. Amane had nowhere to escape. "Just give up, Amane. You're surrounded." Itsuki whispered softly such that Kadawaki could not hear, and Amane could only let out a long, lethargic sigh. "You brought a bento, Mahiru-san." Amane and Itsuki usually ate at the cafeteria, so Mahiru and Chaitos, who usually ate at the classroom, went along. The boys bought their lunch, sat down at their usual seats, and Kadawaki noticed Mahiru brought a bento. Just to note, Mahiru was seated directly opposite Amane. Chaitos had prompted Mahiru to sit there, giving Amane no chance to escape. It is dinner leftovers though. Part of the dinner leftovers were used to make Amane's breakfast, and sometimes, Mahiru would take some for her bento, which she probably did on this day. In fact, the bento box was filled with teriyaki chicken balls from yesterday's dinner. "Eh? You made it?" "Yes. It is not something impressive, however." "You shouldn't lie, Mahiru and Tilda, aren't you good at cooking? How about you take cooking lessons from Shina-san, Chi?" "You're cruel, Ikan. Shina-san, you just need to teach Chi how to flavor. She can cook at least, but she'll always make the flavors weird." Chaitos was in no way incapable of cooking, but she always had the urge to try out new, fancy flavors, and ended up with a whack sense of taste. "Will be great if she doesn't have such a habit." Even Itsuki too often commented. "Mahirun, hold a personal cooking class with me, Tilda. I'll get Amane to taste for poison." "Hey, what do you mean poison? That'll cause Shuina trouble out of a sudden, right?" I do not think it is a hassle. It does sound interesting to cook with Chaitos-san." "Why, I love you, Mahirun. Looking forward to it, Tilda. Make sure you have time for this, Amane, Tilda." Chaitos sat next to Mahiru, and clung onto the latter with a beaming face. Mahiru too smiled as she accepted this outcome. Amane in turn noted how they were on such good terms only to realize something. "Did I get invited out for a date in front of everyone?" Amane looked towards Chaitos, who continued to chat happily with Mahiru. He had no idea if it was Chaitos' trap, or just a coincidence. However, all the peers around them had pricked their eyes, and when Amane met them in the eyes, there was an unspeakable jealousy from them, which caused his face to cringe. "Say, Itsuki. I feel like I'm going to get slaughtered. Is this really all right?" "It's fine. Sorta." Amane really could not calm down when he was glared at by Mahiru's fans, the boys who hoped to woo her. They did not unleash any murderous intent towards Amane, since it was Chaitos who started it. It would be scary if Mahiru herself said anything after they got along openly. Why him? That would be the first thing that would think. "Isn't that fine, Fujimaya? I wouldn't be so envied if I'm like you." If it had been Karaoke, a multi-talented handsome chap who was a match for Mahiru, the others would know their place and retreat no matter how jealous they might appear. I'm rather jealous of you though, Fujimaya. What's there to be jealous? Lots of it. Karaoke gave a wry smile as his words hinted at something, but Amane had no idea what it was. Well, I can somewhat understand what Yuta's thinking. Seriously? People often have treasures they don't know of, and desire things they can never get. Chi often has things she can't get. Like something Shina-san has that Chi doesn't. You're thinking something weird there, right, Ikun? It appeared Chito's heard Itsuki's words, for her face had a bright smile, but there was no smile in her eyes. Amane sensed that Itsuki had just stepped on a landmine, and watched their intimate interaction unfold, before glancing towards Mahiru. Mahiru looked a little confused when Itsuki and Chito started their lovers' spat, but once her eyes met Amane, she smiled. Shown in those eyes were not the angelic smile, but a smile more akin to the bashful one at home, and Amane too averted his eyes bashfully. Chapter 82. The Angel Wants to Work Hard. Amane saw Mahiru give an impish smile at his own place, and smiled wryly. More than shocked, I want to say, you're really enthusiastic. Recently, I am starting to realize that I have to be a little forceful towards you, Amane-kun. Sorta. Mahiru was so enthusiastic. For she knew Amane would try to run away. However, he never could as there was a perimeter around him. Amane was shocked as he never expected Mahiru to take the initiative. He was relieved for the time being, for she merely talked to him, and not enact any skinship. If Mahiru did that innocent skinship as she would do at his house without any self-aware, blades of jealousy would be flying at Amane. Mahiru probably relied on Amane as she found him most reliable, but the people around them might not feel this way. I shall work hard without affecting your life, Amane-kun. If anything happens, please tell me. Mahiru knew of the effect she had, and it appeared she would try not to approach Amane too suddenly. Amane felt that she was being too sudden, but he remained silent. I'm fine for now, though there are some envious looks. I see. Do you dislike it if I talk to you at school? It seemed she was still concerned about Amane's initial unwillingness. Well, not really. I know you're scared of loneliness. I can't just leave my friend aside, and you're tired too, right, Mahiru? Friend? No, nothing. Amane was curious to know why Mahiru's face changed from uneasiness to displeasure, but it appeared she had no intention to talk. Mahiru turned her head aside, and Amane, having sensed that her mood was ruined, started to pat her head. Please do not think that you can solve everything with head pats. Nope, but I think you will be happy. It is the case, but please do not try to fool others with this. I won't do this to anyone other than you. Ultimately, the only girl Amane was on good terms with was Chito's, but there was no way he could do that to her, and he did not think she would be happy. Also, Amane would only do that to Mahiru, and did not want to do so to anyone else. He wanted to dote on Mahiru, and never planned to do so to anyone else. While he was serious in what he just said, Mahiru had her head lowered as she whacked Amane with the cushion. It appeared those words did not improve her mood. Amane thought it might be good to stop, and did so, but Mahiru headbutted his elbow. It did not hurt at all, but he started to feel skeptical, for Mahiru had been aggressive recently. Amane-kun no baka. What now? How hard do I have to work? I don't understand what you're saying, but you'll be worn out if you work too hard, so keep it in moderation. This is something I can only achieve by working hard. Mahiru lifted her head towards Amane, her vengeful eyes looking beyond his shoulder, yet bashful and somewhat expectant. The moist eyes were up close, and Amane's eyes started to waver. So, what do you want me to do for now, Mahiru? First, continue with the head pats. The word of first would imply that she had other things she wanted him to do, but it appeared she had no requests for the time being, so Amane again patted Mahiru on the head, trying his best to coax her. Chapter 83. The Angel and the Promise to Go Out. Amane muttered as he stared at the calendar on the shelf. He was busy with various things during April, as it was the start of their school year. April was ending by the time he realized. Students and working adults alike would look forward to this golden week, which was right around the corner. Amane did not dislike studying. He did not find it tough, no matter how troublesome it might seem. Thus, he was not particularly happy about Golden Week. The only thought he had was that he had more time to relax. Unlike last year's, Amane would not be too bored, for he had Mahiru next to him. One day was taken away, however, when Chaitos arranged for a poison taste test with Mahiru's cooking class. It would be ridiculously troublesome rather than boring. Another long vacation? HM? You dislike it? Not really. I just don't know how to spend the time. It appeared Mahiru was the same. Neither of them liked to go out, so they never had any plans. I'm glad to have a break though. Means that I have nothing to do. Amane's studies were still decent as he never scrimped on his preparations and revisions. He did not want to spend his vacation studying. He had no plan in particular when it came to his hobbies of strolling and reading. He would only do so in the spur of the moment, and never did plan for them. The same for his games. He really had no plans. Amane-kun, are you free? I'm rather bored. At this point, his only plans were to taste test for poison and go for a karaoke session with Itsuki and Karaoke. He had a lot of free days in this 1-week vacation. Let's just relax at home. He muttered to himself, only to find Mahiru looking up at him unflinchingly. What is it? It appeared Mahiru had something to say, and once his eyes met hers, she reached her hand for the cell phone on the table. Or rather, the phone cover. Her phone cover was a flip case, and it had slots for stuff like cards. She pulled out a little plastic bag with a zipper, which contained several folded pieces of paper. She took one out, and showed it to Amane. It was not something so long ago to be nostalgic about. It was that I'll do anything you say coupon Amane gave her more than a month ago. She handed over the coupon, which had the bear illustration Amane felt he drew decently. After that, she looked up at him unflinchingly. May I use it? Give your command. I want to spend 1 day with you during Golden Week, Amane-kun. I want to go shopping, to play, and so on. Is that fine? Mahiru asked apprehensively, and Amane gave a wry smile. No, seriously, even without that, I'll go shopping with you if you give me a holler. Amane probably had to accompany Mahiru in that get-up, but he was willing to do so as long as she requested. He felt she did not need to use the coupon. You don't have to use your request on this little thing. So he chuckled, but Mahiru shook her head with a serious look. I shall use it, promise that you will do everything I ask of you on that day. Well, if you say so. What do you want me to do though? See, carry some bags. All right, I'll listen to you. How heavy is the stuff going to be? He felt like retorting, but he nodded since she said so much. Mahiru disliked going out, but she probably had some occasional urges to go out and enjoy herself. Amane felt that if possible, he would accompany her no matter how unwilling she might be. After all, he too was bored. He thought it would be a bad thing if rumors of that man showed up again, but it would be stupid of him to not go anywhere if he was scared of this little thing. So, where are we going? I have not decided. So you haven't decided? Because, I do not know, what places you do like. Me. We have the opportunity to go out together, and I want to go to a place we can both enjoy. Can we? Nobody can ever reject her when she tugged at his sleeve and asked while looking up. Grr. Amane felt suffocated. He looked around, combed his hair up, and sighed. Well, I intend to go along with you anyway. In that case, there's a place I want to go to. It was an unbearable place to go alone, but Amane wanted to visit it. Where? Don't laugh at me. I will not. A cat cafe. Yes, a cat cafe with lots of kittens. Amane liked animals, but he could not raise any in his apartment, so he could only read the magazines or see others raise them. The surrounding stairs would be unbearable if he entered the cafe alone as a boy, so he could not. With Mahiru around, Amane did not have to worry about the stares from others. There would be another kind of stares, but he felt he should be able to relax. Also, the sight of Mahiru playing with the cats would surely be cute, so he thought, but obviously, he could not voice it out. If the two of us go together, it won't be that awkward. Can we? Oh, of course. Then, let us go together. Oh. Amane was grateful and yet embarrassed by Mahiru's agreement. He felt his cheeks searing, but he managed to endure it. Once he saw Mahiru looking unconfident, he smiled at her. So what are we doing after that? After that, we will go shopping together, far. I want to go to a game center. I have never been there before. As expected, the princess like Mahiru was interested in a game center, as she had never been there before. In that case, he should bring her there and show her how it was like. The dolls she liked might be in stock again, and she would be happy to catch them together with him. Let's go there then. Cat cafe, food, shopping, game center. Pretty much. Yes. Amane heaved a sigh of relief as they had decided on the schedule to a certain extent. Mahiru lifted her head, her face turned towards him. I am really looking forward to it. Amane nearly lost his breath once he saw the shyness born from her overwhelming happiness. I wish for the holidays to arrive soon. Mahiru whispered, sounding as though she was really looking forward to go out. With a sweet smile, she happily embraced the cushion. Amane stared blankly at her smile, and then felt his heart pound wildly. Yeah, he answered hoarsely. The angel's sudden attack was very bad for the heart. Chapter 84. The Angel's Cooking Class. It sounded like there was a BGM of some cooking show lasting a few minutes when Chaitos declared that, and Amane never concealed his disdain as he looked at her. They had Mahiru's cooking lesson on the first day of Golden Week, at Amane's place. The reason was that it was a place convenient for Mahiru and Chaitos to gather, and a place Amane could enter. Chaitos had her parents around, and she could not make much noise. Amane himself was unwilling to enter Mahiru's place. The only choice left was his place. Chaitos got agitated as she put on the apron. Mahiru smiled wryly as she put on her apron. Please welcome our teacher for the day, Mahiru Shina-san. Like hell you're welcomed. You're the one who got invited here. And here we have our poison guest, I invited. The very picky eater Amane Fujimaya-san. Shut up. This is my house anyway. You're ruining the mood. Early in the morning, Amane was not as lively as Chaitos. It was just past 9 a.m. Everyone chose this time, so that they could have lunch after the cooking class ended. The timing itself was not an issue, but Amane had difficulty dealing with Chaitos' upbeat mood as he had just woken up. Sorry. It is early in the morning. No, it's fine. I get to eat your cooking after all. More important, watch out for Chaitos and make sure she doesn't add in weird stuff. You really distrust me, huh? Did you forget what you did for Valentine's? Amane could never forget her pranking him with that chocolate. Of course, the normal ones were fine, but that the jackpot and the eccentric flavors certainly were so shocking, Amane had vivid memories of them. Chaitos said they were edible, so her taste buds were not too reliable. Aha, it's a prank after all. I should be fine if I cook normally, probably. That probably at the end makes me worry, okay. Idiot, please make something I can eat. Okay, got it. Leave it to me, Tilda. Chaitos rolled her sleeves as she said confidently. Amane was unnerved by her, but he believed that Mahiru should be able to sort her out, so he decided to watch them silently. Mahiru would never compromise on whatever was to be served for consumption. Since it was a cooking class, she would devote herself to cook normal food. They should be fine. She led Chaitos into the kitchen she was well familiar with. The dishes' names were probably the menu for the day. Just a note, they were going to make quiche with salad, prawn bisque, and the remainder to be sautéed. It probably was to satisfy how Amane wanted to eat his prawns. It probably would not be weird in any way, but Amane worried that Chaitos might add strange stuff into the quiche. I have a feeling someone has been doubting me. Chaitos gave a displeased look, for she probably noticed Amane's skeptical look. Amane then looked away from her and sat on the sofa. To be honest, Amane had nothing to do. He was invited here as the poison tester, his own house. Amane himself could cook if Mahiru was helping, but it was Chaitos' turn to cook. Amane could not move as Mahiru had asked him to sit. Thus, Amane was bored. He looked towards the kitchen, and saw the two girls in aprons talk intimately as they began cooking. They had different body sizes, but they were pretty girls, and they were in his house, cooking. Any boy will find it a tantalizing proposition. So he thought as he listlessly looked over at them. Will that prankster of a cat do anything? Once again, he was griped by uneasiness, but as he was really bored, he slowly closed his eyes. It would take a few hours, and he should be fine with a little nap. After all, it was his house, and the only one who would scold him was Mahiru. Ha! Amane yawned, and leaned his body onto the sofa. Chapter 85. The Angel and the Little Devil. It was a familiar scent, one unspeakably sweet, like milk and flowers. It was a comforting smell, and Amane unwittingly inhaled lots of it. In his hazy consciousness, he brought his face close to the source of that scent, and felt a warm, soft feeling. The feeling of skin was comfortable to feel. Amane brought his face close to enjoy it, only to feel it shaking. It is very itchy. He heard a perturbed soft voice next to him, and felt his legs slapped on. His hazy consciousness started to awaken as he opened his heavy eyelids, the silky milky color appeared in his eyes. He looked up timidly, and within inches was Mahiru's perturbed, bashful face. Mahiru. Yes. Good morning. Good morning, but it is now noon. Amane had a look at the digital clock on the shelf. It was past noon. He realized he had slept for a long time, but he had no idea why Mahiru was next to him. I sat next to you, and you leaned over. Mahiru answered as though she was answering his question, and her face reddened slightly. It seemed Amane had buried his face near Mahiru's shoulder. Her collar was a little opened, which exposed some skin. This might have been a case of sexual harassment, so Amane hoped she would scold him if she got angry. She instead lowered her eyes bashfully. He hoped she would be angry, but given her reaction, he was left troubled. He felt like he was forgiven, and it did not feel relieving to him. Sorry for making you uncomfortable. No, not at all. I think Mahiru's seeing it as Amane-kun sleepy and fawning over me . Chaitos-san. Chaitos appeared to be watching from afar, and she was grinning, or rather, leering as she quipped, leaving Mahiru's face all the redder. Say, when did you two start calling each other by name? Chaitos. Don't glare at me. You're the careless one here, right? Amane could only shut up. He had fallen asleep and let his guard down. He called Mahiru by her given name despite Chaitos being around. It was his carelessness. But I heard from Mahiru. I already know you two address each other by name. Say, you. So sorry. No, I'm not blaming you, Mahiru. Mahiru misunderstood that Amane was reproaching her for accidentally blurting this, and hastily shook her head. Chaitos grinned away, looking really happy. Well, for me, I'm happy that Mahiru and Amane are getting along, you know? It's not a bad thing. You're thinking too much. It's not what you think. Tilde. What? Nothing tilde nothing at all tilde? Chaitos said it was fine, but actually, she was seemingly hesitant to talk. He did not intend to express herself in words, however, and merely shrugged. It was futile to pursue the matter. Next to him, Mahiru lowered her eyebrows slightly. Mahiru. No, it is nothing. Once Amane spoke to her, she seemingly reeled back as she hastily smiled, and shook her head. Amane could not ask any further, and kept quiet. We are done preparing lunch. You will eat it, I suppose. Of course I will, but seriously, I slept till noon. A long time did pass? We had time to see your sleeping face. You didn't prank me, right? Of course we didn't, Tilda. Chaitos insisted that they never pranked him, but Amane could not really believe her, probably because of her usual antics. What's with you, boy? You did something else? Nothing, Tilda? I did nothing at all, Tilda. You serious? Mahiru, this fellow didn't do anything. He looked towards Mahiru for confirmation, and the latter lowered her eyebrows, showing a wry smile as the conversation was suddenly directed at her. Chaito-san really did not do anything. I see. If she did anything, I wanted to twist my fists on her temples. No violence, Tilda. Chaito said while laughing away. Amane could only sigh speechlessly. It was finally lunchtime, but as Amane had fallen asleep, it did not feel that much time had passed. Chaitos appeared to have done it properly this time, and there was salad, quiche, bisque and sautéed prawns. The vibrant colors put together resembled a lunch at a cafe. Ah, looks good. How is the taste, Mahiru? It is fine. Nothing strange was added. I tasted it. That's good. You're the overthinking one, seriously, Tilda. I did cook them properly together, Tilda. You're being rude. Chaitos noted angrily, but it was no wonder Amane was somewhat suspicious of her when she would say one thing and take him by surprise in another. He could eat with ease, however, since Mahiru was supervising. Ah, the quiche is from Mahiru. I made Ikan's share. You're dumping the whole thing to him. I made it the size of a palm. It's fine. Hee Tilda, I wonder if Ikan will be happy. Chaitos grinned happily, and Mahiru smiled at her. Chaitos was a girl who cared for her boyfriend, mischievous streak aside. Amane felt a warmness in his heart as he thought of how Itsuki got a good girlfriend. However, she had a tendency of overdoing things, and it was still a little dangerous to thoroughly trust her. Chaitos grinned away, and Amane smiled, clapping his hands together as he looked at the dish prepared before him. Then, itadakimasu. Please do. Enjoy the food, Tilda. She's really a girl after all. A bashful Chaitos too was quite attractive. Chapter 86. The Angel's Prank. Once Chaitos left, Mahiru suddenly apologized to Amane. Amane had no idea why she had to apologize, and he widened his eyes towards her, who was next to Hai. She wriggled and fidgeted, her eyebrows lowered. About the prank. Prank? Chaitos-san never did anything to you, Amane-kun, but I. Eh? You did. Chaitos did mention that she never did anything, and Mahiru said that Chaitos never did anything. However, Mahiru never said that she never did anything. Amane never thought about what Mahiru would have done to her, so he unwittingly absolved her from the possibility. It appeared she did, though. She might be feeling guilty when she decided to confess, and she looked a little restless. What did you do? I poked your cheek. Is that even a prank? And then I ruffled your hair while seeing you sleep, Amane-kun. You like to do that, huh, Mahiru? Why, yes. Is that it? Yes. Mahiru was looking downhearted, and clearly she was showing remorse, but Amane wanted to retort, saying that it was not really a prank. What Mahiru did was mere skinship rather than a prank. If that was a prank, then anything he did to her would have been pranks, and he would be troubled by that. Look, I'm not angry. If that makes you happy, that's fine. I just got careless sleeping in front of others. Thank you. I think it isn't fun to see the sleeping face of someone like me, though. It is cute. You're the only one who'll say a boy's sleeping face is cute. Of course not. Chaitos-san said so too. She clearly wants to mess with me. Chaitos definitely said it was cute out of her own bemusement. The cute she spoke of was different from Mahiru's, and Amane hoped that Mahiru would not trust her that much. I could not help myself as it was really cute. Help yourself. I poked you however I want. Is poking a guy's face really something to be happy about? Very. Amane himself would say his cheeks were harder than a girl's, and there was no point poking. He had no idea what Mahiru was interested in, but if the act itself was something she would be happy about, he had nothing to complain about. Well, I get how you feel, since your face is fluffy and nice. Amane pulled the same prank Mahiru spoke of, right back at her. Despite that, it was a problem if he was too unrestrained. All he did was to poke her fluffy cheek with his finger. Mahiru's face was soft like a girl's, fluffy and nice. She had no excess fat, and her flesh was tender. She did maintain her skin well, and it was moist and smooth, so nice to feel. Since you touched me, I'll touch you back, Mahiru. Amane excused himself as he gently pinched Mahiru's cheek. Her face was fluffy and bouncy. Mahiru looked displeased as she lifted her face towards Amane, so Amane could not go overboard. He poked his finger on her belly to coax her. Yes, his actions were gentle and cautious, as though he was dealing with a kitten. NN. Mahiru immediately sheathed aside her displeased look and showed a lazy smile, as though she had something in her mouth. Her mouth was sweet, so perhaps there was lots of honey in her mouth. She really lets her guard down. Mahiru was showing such a face after a boy touched her, and Amane was worried by how lax she was. However, he found it awkward once he thought of how she would never let a boy touch her in the first place. Once he realized he had some preferential treatment, he had the urge to slam his head into the back of the sofa. He reached his hand for her chin, trying to suppress his uneasiness and impulse. This time, he tickled her chin as though she was a kitten, and she let out a little shriek. What is it? Just some practice for the cat cafe. What are you thinking, using a human as practice? You're like a cat, Mahiru. Well, like a dog and a rabbit too. What do you mean? That's what I mean. It was recently that Amane realized that Mahiru had elements of all three animals. When they first met, she was a very wary cat, but once their relationship improved, she would approach him like a dog meeting humans. To those she was familiar with, she would smile and follow. She was like a rabbit, for Amane felt that rabbits appeared terrified of being alone. Thus, he added that. Well, you want to be doted. Amane stroked her chin before she got sick of it. The head feels better though. Mahiru muttered, so he patted her here anyway. He felt she was like a dog in this sense, but he did not say it. If I am a cat, dog or rabbit, you are a wolf, Amane-kun. Do I look the kind to attack females? No, I do not mean that. Wolves are said to care for their companions, those of their pack. Wolf packs are formed through families, so it might be a little different in this sense, but you really do treasure those you can open your heart to, Amane-kun. It might be as you say. Amane's social circle was really small, and one could use both hands to count the people he was on friendly terms with. I wish that is the case. Wish for what? No, it is nothing. Your hair is fluffy like a wolf. That's not unique to a wolf though. It appeared Mahiru had more to say, but she did not. She ruffled Amane's hair, and Amane let her be without asking any further. Chapter 87. The Angel and the Boys Dress Up. The first thing ordinary people would do when going out together was to meet up. In Amane and Mahiru's case, this first thing was for Mahiru to go to Amane's house. It was a logical conclusion, there was no need to meet elsewhere, for Mahiru's house was next to Amane. On this day, Mahiru's attire was different from usual. Good morning, you tied your hair, huh? I tied it so that it will not be distracting when we play with the kittens. Does it look weird? Mahiru had her silky hair, usually draped behind her head, tied in a bun. Clearly she put in the effort to doll herself up on this day, unlike when she was cooking. No, it really suits you. That is good, laugh if you want to. What are you saying out of a sudden? You may think I am being too excited, Amane-kun. Mahiru put her hand on her chest, and was wearing clothing a little more revealing. It might seem like she was revealing lots, but it was simply because her white décolleté was exposed, for she was wearing an open collar chiffon blouse that could be peeked into from time to time. She had long lantern sleeves, and one could vaguely see the upper arm vaguely hidden under the laces from the side opening, which gave an alluring vibe. Of course, Mahiru was wearing undergarments, and the important parts would not be seen from above. Nevertheless, Amane strangely felt some innocence and allure in that feminine look. She was wearing tights, probably because they would be playing with cats. The fine gradients of the legs were emphasized accordingly. She was wearing the floral bracelet Amane bought for her the last time. Amane remembered Mahiru once said that she would treasure and wear it, and his heart felt hot. "I don't think so, but I think you're cuter than usual, Mahiru. I think your parents have taught you to say such words so openly. My dad said that I should praise any girl who dresses up well. I'm not saying this out of courtesy, don't worry. I believe you, Amane-kun." Mahiru blushed as she held her bag. Amane gave a wry smile, and had the urge to pat her head, but he did not. After all, he could not simply ruffle the hair she painstakingly styled. Mahiru blinked as Amane faltered, but it seemed she understood he was worried about her hair, and she too showed a wry smile. She however looked at Amane's right hand with pity. "Have you been addicted to patting my head recently, Amane-kun?" Feels nice to stroke, or rather, touch. I'll stop if you dislike it though." "I do not dislike it, for I wish to pat you when I want to." "I don't mind, but I wax my hair." Amane dressed handsomely as he was going out with Mahiru. Despite that, he did not put in as much effort as Mahiru. All he did was to tidy his heart. He wore a white V-neck, a denim jacket, and black slim pants. He did not put much effort into dressing himself, and it was all very casual. Amane felt he looked inferior standing next to Mahiru, but given that it was an issue of their facial appearances, that was to be expected. "May I pat? It's not like I hate it. Hang on for now though, we're playing with cats today." "I am not thinking of doing so now." "It is fine, I see, so I can touch. I usually pat you. It's expected that I can be patted back." Amane did not dislike to be patted by Mahiru, he found it comforting, on the contrary. There was no reason for him to refuse. If this little act could satisfy Mahiru, Amane was more than glad to oblige. Once she easily got his permission, Mahiru was initially at a loss, but soon after, she smiled happily. "I shall pat your head next time, Amane-kun. Today, I shall pat the kittens." "Oh. Let us go then." "Yep." They left the same place, and Amane felt a little itchy. They left the house, harboring such thoughts. Amane walked slowly as he paced himself alongside her. Then, he suddenly thought of something, and reached his hand towards her. "Give me your hand," Amane said jokingly, and Mahiru's face turned red as she smiled and held Amane's hand. Chapter 88. The Angel, the Cat, and the White Beard. The duo paid, sanitized their hands with alcohol, entered the cafe, and saw cats everyone. Some were strolling around, some were curled, and some were playing with the customers. Whoa, it's bigger than I thought, and prettier. As the cafe provided food, cleanliness was a must. In spite of that, the cafe was much cleaner than he imagined. The distinct stench of animals could not be detected. It was practically odorless. This shop was very popular, but there were few seats, so that the kittens would not be pressurized. The shop contained a rest area for cats, and the purpose appeared to be for people to share space with the cats, rather than just have fun. The cat cafe charged by hour, and it was rather pricey. Despite that, one would think the price was worth it, given the pretty decorations and the comforting atmospheres. Cats, please look, Amane-kun. This little one looks really cute. Mahiru whispered as she tugged at Amane's sleeve, for there were other cats and customers around. However, her voice contained much excitement. She looked around as she stared at the various cats, her eyes sparkling. Mahiru hardly talked about animals, but it appeared she really loved these cats. Amane too unwittingly smiled as he saw how excited she was. "Yeah, they're really cute. NN. Ah, I think that one is called Silk-chan. It appeared Mahiru did not understand which was the cute one Amane referred to. She had taken the book containing the photos, names, and breed, and pointed at Siamese cat. That cat had black fur on its tail and the area around the face. It had white fur all over its thin limbs. It had distinct blue eyes and carried a regal presence. Mahiru's eyes faltered, and she had the urge to touch. However, the shop forbade sudden contact, so Mahiru knelt down to exchange looks with it, before she gently reached her finger to its nose. The twitchy nose sniffed at Mahiru's hand. It seemed this little gesture had Mahiru muttering cute. She probably was fond of cats. Once Silk had a sniff of Mahiru's smell, it gracefully walked away. And immediately, Mahiru looked completely despondent. I don't think it hates you. It just leaves after greeting you. Is that so? Yeah. Just let it get familiar with you. Anyway, let's find a place to sit. Mahiru stood up, and Amane held her hand. They sat at an empty sofa. Finally, they could get a full view of the entire room. It contained various cats. They had just seen a Siamese cat. There was also American Shorthairs, exotic Shorthairs, Russian Blue, Munchkins, Bengals, and various others. Slightly far away from them was an American Shorthair, curled as it sat on a table. A lady seated there was gently caressing it. How cute! Mahiru was clearly looking envious at the other customers. Amane gave a wry smile as he looked at the menu. It appeared the dishes served in this shop were highly rated. The most popular was probably the latte with a cat latte art. There seemed to be a worker who was really good at it, and it was said people often uploaded photos of the latte onto social media. Mahiru kept staring at the cats that were walking around. Amane let her be as he called for the attendant and ordered a signature latte. I'll order the same for you. Is that all right? HM? Ah, yes, that is fine. Mahiru's eyes were completely fixated on the cats, and she never noticed Amane. She was fine with both coffee and black tea. Since he had the opportunity, Amane decided to give her a little surprise, and did not tell her what he ordered. After a while, the attendant served their drinks with a smile. The attendant slowly put the lattes on the table without ruining the art, nodded, and left. Mahiru in turn stared intently at the latte on the table. You dislike this? No. It is really cute. That's good then. The cup before Mahiru had a latte art of a sleeping cat all curled up, and the cocoa formed its patterns and expression. Amane's had a cat leaning onto the edge of the cup. The latte was finely shaped, and looked cute. It was no wonder it was so popular. Mahiru looked completely elated, and probably wanted to save that impression she had as she took photos on her smartphone. For some reason, she looked stunned. I cannot bring myself to drink it when it looks so cute. Once he heard her mutter, Amane burst out laughing. Please do not laugh at me. No, I was thinking that you're troubled by this cute thing. Because it is a pity to ruin such a cute cat. It's a pity not to drink it. You. While he understood how Mahiru felt, he had a feeling that the latte art would be ruined if left be. The maker would be happy if she were to drink it before it cooled and was ruined. Once he thoroughly appraised the photo, he casually brought the cup to his lips. Ah. He heard a sad groan next to him, and did his best not to ruin the art as he drank. The latte tasted good, and the richness of both the coffee and the milk were just right. It was not sweet, but Amane was fine with black coffee. No worries for him here. Yep. It's good. Mahiru mumbled away once she saw Amane sigh and express his comments, but she hesitated to bring the cup to her mouth. She made sure not to ruin the cat on the latte, and cautiously lifted it. It was an amusing and adorable sight that left Amane smiling. Why do I feel I am taken for a fool? You're thinking too much. Is it good? Yes. Of course. Mahiru moved the cup away from her lips, and Amane started huffing his shoulders. Why are you laughing? Well, you have a white beard on your face. There was a Santa-like white beard near her mouth, as she paid too much attention not to destroy the cat and failed to notice the milk foam. She looked so adorable that Amane instinctively took his smartphone out to take photos. Ah. Why, you just took a photo? Sorry. Do I have to delete it? Are you keeping that embarrassing photo? It's so cute, so I. Mahiru bit her lips when she heard his eyes, and her cheeks reddened slightly. Just one, she muttered. The white beard remained on her face as she said so. Amane felt his heart warm as he nodded, resisting the urge to laugh. Chapter 89. The Angel's Moody. Once Amane finished the latte, a cat hopped onto his lap. It was the American Shorthair that was at the table next to them. He had a look at its profile, and the word was cacao. One had to wonder if she was bold or naive as she innocently hopped onto his lap, which disturbed him. Amane understood very well how carefree cats could be, but he was a little restless to have one suddenly approach him. The warmth on his lap was heavier than he thought. She curled up, as thought declaring his lap as her dominion. This one ain't shy. Amane let Cacao sniff his hand, and saw Mahiru looking envious. Once Cacao was done sniffing, she rubbed her face on his palm. He had a feeling she was asking to be patted or hugged, and like how he practiced on Mahiru, he tickled Cacao's chin. Cacao was making a gulping sound with its throat, which was apparent from the way she shook and purred. He felt fuzzy and healed after seeing such cuteness, and continued to pet the cat. He was however concerned by Mahiru's envious look beside him and smiled. Mahiru, hand over here. Eh? Why yes. Once she reached her hand out, Amane moved his hand from Cacao, and put Mahiru's hand near Cacao's cheek. This cat probably was not shy in the slightest, and found humans approachable. She probably would let others pet it if they greeted her properly. Cacao had a sniff of Mahiru's hand, let out a relaxed purr, and rubbed her face onto Mahiru's palm. Mahiru seemed very moved, and her eyes were sparkling. Amane-kun, it let me touch. Amane smiled at the exhilarated Mahiru, and patted the kitten, combing its fur. It had fluffy, smooth fur, probably because it was better cared for, and did not have an annoying stench. It had a little of its distinct scent. The shop attendants really care for it. Amane thought. Every cat appeared to have good fur and health. None of them were too plump or skinny. They were well cared of, and could freely walk anywhere. So cute. Yes, I am envious of you, Amane-kun. Try asking Cacao. Get it to hop onto your lap. Despite a difference in languages, sign language was unexpectedly effective. Mahiru tried slapping her legs over here till Cacao purred, and slowly walked towards Mahiru's lap. Amane looked delighted when he saw how moved Mahiru looked. Amane-kun, look. She is on my lap now. That's good. Try patting her. It appeared Cacao was more fond of Mahiru's soft thighs than Amane's sturdy ones, for she made a shriller purr, and rubbed her face on Mahiru's palm. Mahiru beamed as she patted away, and with a wry smile, Amane took out his cell phone to record this sight. Can I take photos now? You may. Mahiru continued patting Cacao. Amane smiled at Mahiru, and stood up. There were a few magazines and manga on the wall shelf, so Amane wanted to take a few. This was a cat-themed cafe, but it did not mean he had to keep playing with the cats. The objective was to relax in a place with cats. This little relaxation was also a form of enjoyment. While Mahiru remained mesmerized by Cacao, Amane chose a few books from the shelf, only to notice Silk, who first greeted Mahiru, being at his feet. Amane knelt down, brought his index finger to the cat's nose, and as expected, Silk sniffed at him as a greeting. Silk's gesture too was very cute, and Amane unwittingly relaxed as he looked at it. Once it finished sniffing, its front paw leaned towards Amane's arm, as though leaping over. Meow tilde. It made a shriller voice than Cacao as it leaned towards Amane. Amane sat on the floor, cross-legged. Silk might appear regal, but it appeared to be rather fond of people. Once Amane got permission to touch, he petted it, and it looked delighted. It continued to purr and lean over, and that probably was the signal indicating that it wanted to be patted more. Using his fingers, Amane gently caressed Silk's armor, fulfilling its desire. Itsuki had a cat at his place, so Amane had some knowledge on how to deal with them. He knew how to improve a cat's mood, how to make it fawn. Amane kept changing his actions accordingly. So cute! Amane's lips curled into a smile as he felt its throat throbbing. Silk was initially aloof, and Amane never expected it to fawn so much after he was allowed to touch. I was wondering who it resembled, but Mahiru? Mahiru too was initially aloof, and had an unapproachable vibe. Once she opened up, however, she would give him a look of trust, and sometimes careless when she fawned over him. Amane always felt she had some traits of a cat, but actually, she really resembled one, no? He quietly dubbed Silk Angel Number 2, and patted it in ways to make it comfortable. Then, he suddenly heard a camera shutter. He lifted his head, and found Mahiru close to him, with smartphone in hand. I was wondering why you are so slow. When did you become so close with Silk-chan? I don't know how, but it just let me touch it. How sleazy, I too want. Where's Cacao? Cats really are capricious creatures. It appeared Cacao ran somewhere else. Amane looked around the cafe, and found Cacao curled on the second level of the cat rack. Just a moment ago, she let Mahiru pet it, and perhaps she lost interest. Do you like Silk-chan, Amane-kun? No, I can't say since I haven't touched it completely, but well, I think it's really similar to you in a few ways, so I had the urge to pat it. Similar? Yes. You're standoffish at first, but once we got closer, you want to fawn around. Amane, however, felt that while Mahiru's carelessness and urge to fawn were similar to a cat, the desire to gain full trust and seek attention was like a dog. He could not deny that she had a combination of both cat and dog traits. Mahiru herself had instinctively relied on Amane, and fawned on him, which made him happy and yet embarrassed. I am not a cat. And I do not simply approach anyone. Yeah. You're more wary after all. Are you thinking that I am a cat? No. Amane patted the cat as he usually did to Mahiru, right? He asked Silk. Silk purred, either out of coincidence or keen observation, and because of this, Mahiru could not ask any further. Nevertheless, Mahiru looked displeased towards Amane, and Amane used his left hand, which never touched the cat, to pat Mahiru. You are thinking of me as a cat. All right. Come on, play with Silk, Mahiru. I think you can borrow toys from the receptionist. Please do not try to pull a fast one. You don't want to play with it. Amane fooled around with Silk as he asked Mahiru, how sleazy, Amane-kun. Mahiru muttered, and went to borrow toys. Amane had intended for Mahiru to play with the cat while he borrowed, and widened his eyes when he saw Mahiru like that. Then, he saw that slightly pouty look on her face, and was utterly confused. What does she mean, sleazy? Is it about me playing with Silk? He muttered, wondering why Mahiru showed such a face. How would I? No, Silk purred, and rubbed its forehead onto Amane's palm. Chapter 90. The Angel's Unexpected Weakness. Midway through, she ignored Amane and started playing with the cats. Amane gave her a wry smile, but for some reason, the cat started hogging his lap. Once she saw that, Mahiru pouted once again. Goodness me. Silk, however, gave such a look as its seat on her lap, which calmed her down. When Amane doted on the cats, the other cats started gathering around him even though he never provided snacks for them. Perhaps it was because they were fond of him. After such a precious experience, the happy time with the cats ended. The duo cleaned the fur off their hands, and washed them. While Mahiru was washing, Amane went to pay, and then Mahiru gave him a slightly displeased look. Why are you making such a face? You do not have to care for me this much, Amane-kun. That's not it. I'm also doing this for my own pleasure. Don't worry. Amane said that he would pay, and he did not need Mahiru to worry about this. Well, I'm really grateful that you're willing to enter a cat cafe with someone like me, a place that I'm embarrassed to enter alone. Right. But you should be a little more selfish. If you can't accept this, how about we come back again the next time? This will only be to my benefit though. It benefits me too. It's a win-win. No problems, right? He chuckled. Mahiru pursed her lips, leaned her head on Amane's arm, and held his hand once again. After they had lunch at a highly rated restaurant, they went to a large shopping mall. On a side note, the food was really delicious, and lived up to its rating. Amane had a personal preference towards Mahiru's cooking however, and once again, he realized that Mahiru's cooking was the best. As it was Golden Week, there were more customers in the shopping mall than usual. As he held Mahiru's hand firmly, Amane leaned on the wall, wondering what they should do next. Anyway, what are we going to do in this shopping mall? We say we're shopping, but do you have anything you want? And nothing in particular. I think I will be happy with a little window shopping though, see can't we? No, of course we can't. I don't dislike the idea of window shopping. Back home, Amane was often dragged along by his mother, and often went shopping with his family. He had some immunity to these acts any male would have suffered over. Also, it might be interesting to bring Mahiru out window shopping. Where do we start? General store? Clothes? Interior design? There's lots of them. This large shopping mall had countless shops for clothes, food, general goods, or even amusement. There was a myriad of them, and the mall was so big, one would be unable to finish shopping in a day. They could not see them all, so there was a need to narrow the list to the smallest possible. Then, shall we start from clothes? Sure. You want to buy new clothes? If there are good ones. Summer clothes are stocked, and I want to buy some new ones. Summer, that's fast. The sweltering season would arrive soon, but at this point, there was only warm sun shining upon them. Amane felt it was too hasty for them to buy summer clothes. It was common sense to purchase items before the season, but Amane could not let go of the spring. This summer, you're going to my hometown too, right Mahiru? Why yes. If Shihoko-san and you do not mind. She nodded, probably remembering Amane's suggestion to follow him to his hometown. I asked Mom once after that, and she said it's fine. Well, I expected that. Shihoko surely would have agreed to that even if he never checked with her, but he did since they would have to prepare a room. She's very welcomed here, that was the reply. He probably would be returning home with Mahiru this summer. Well, there's not a lot of things to do at my hometown. A lot of leisure facilities though. Is that so? Yep, lots of them. There's no end to the places Mom brought me to, shopping malls like this, ridiculously large national parks, ridiculously large water parks. It was not a big city, but it was no village. It was never boring at his hometown during summer and winter, as it was a suitable geographic location. On the contrary, they might not have the chance to rest. It was a good place to kill time at. The water parks would be opened in the summer, and it would be enjoyable to sit on the slides, or slowly swim about. At school, swimming's an elective, so there's no chance of that if don't chance it. Maybe it's a good idea to go swimming at the pool there, Mahiru. It is nothing. Don't worry. I'm not thinking of anything indecent like seeing you in your swimsuit, you know? I can go alone if you're unwilling. I have no such misunderstanding. But the people. Is there a problem? Amane felt that it was not strange to naturally think of the pool when it came to summer, but Mahiru shook her head somewhat stiffly. Well. I may consider, going too, if we do not have to swim. Wait, you can't swim. Mahiru looked aside. It seemed Amane assumed correctly. I thought you can do anything. That is not the case. Since swimming is an elective, I assumed I did not need to tell anyone. Her face reddened increasingly, surely due to shame. But well, that's surprising. Will we have talked enough about swimming, no? Come on, let us go. It appeared Mahiru did not really want to talk about swimming, for her face was flushed as she pulled Amane's hand. Actually, she leaned her body onto his arm, swinging and seemingly lifting it. Amane knew that Mahiru was dragging him off because she wanted to avoid this topic, but it was a bad posture to assume. Fabrics would thin accordingly while the seasons got hotter. Mahiru's chiffon blouse was rather fluffy, and the fabric was thin. One could see her beautiful skin through the open décolleté. The undergarments covered much, but to Amane, the parts closing in were visible, and even touching him. But if he pointed that out, it was likely she would blush and escape. He did not say anything, and gently moved his arm away from her, before holding her hand. He wryly noted to himself that he would not have suffered if he could earnestly enjoy those soft parts. The first thing he felt was guilt, however, and he was merely a coward. Okay. Don't run. You'll fall. I am not a child. Mahiru turned her head aside, not knowing how rattled Amane was. Amane then seized the chance to look slightly outwards, avoiding her eyes. He desperately purged the soft sensation that lingered on his arm, and sighed so softly that she could not hear him. Chapter 91. The Angel and Amane's Recommendation. Usually dubbed the Angel, she looked innocent and pretty. At this moment, she was fully showing how carefree she was, looking so adorable that others had the urge to protect and pet her. When in angel mode, Mahiru would exhibit a painting-like beauty and fragility, looking so unapproachable. However, the overly delicate beauty looked so artificial, and felt a little lacking in life to Amane. Mahiru, holding his hand like this, gave such a pure smile, and looked really vigorous. Even though she never voiced out the "I'm so happy." Emotion could be felt from her hand holding his, and her strides. Her conservative smile was pretty, but this utterly elated smile looked a lot more adorable than the facade she mustered. "What is it?" "Nothing. Just that there's a lot of stairs when I'm walking with you." Male and female gazes were looking at them, and once again, Amane realized that Mahiru was a beautiful girl. "I think not all of them are looking at me, you know." "Yeah, guess some are sizing me up as your attendant." "I am not referring to this, goodness." Mahiru lifted her head towards Amane unhappily, but she held his hand firmly again, probably not wanting to continue this conversation. "It is a bother how Amane-kun has no self-awareness," she muttered, but Amane knew people would be looking at him walking alongside Mahiru. It was obvious that Amane looked inferior, and not a matter of self-awareness. "Well, I shall explain to you slowly until you understand." "Ak, why does that sound scary?" "It is rude to say that is scary, it is your fault after all, you know." She poked her index finger onto his nose, shushing him. However, she showed an impish smile, and did not seem to have her mood ruined as she continued to tap. She then pulled Amane's hand after being seemingly satisfied. To be precise, she leaned her body onto Amane's arm. "This would be easier if you have more self-confidence," Mahiru muttered as she leaned her forehead onto Amane's elbow. Amane had enough, and averted his eyes. Mahiru-san. What is it? You're doing it on purpose, right?" "Purpose?" "Well, your chest's touching me." Whether she actually meant for it, he hoped she would spare him when he mentioned this, and Mahiru jolted away like a bullet. He tried to suppress his blush as he looked towards Mahiru, and found her completely beetroot. Not at all. I can tell from your reaction. You'll subconsciously lean onto those you're familiar with, like just now. Pay attention to that. As a male, Amane was very sensitive to a female's body. He had normal desires, and he would have urges to touch breasts if he were allowed to. Thus, he hoped Mahiru would pay attention. Mahiru surely would loathe such desires, so Amane never expressed it, but the subconscious temptation was arduous. Mahiru's face turned completely red once she realized how potently murderous her breasts could be, and kept her lips sealed as she shivered. Amane gave a wry smile, and pulled his distance slightly. He felt that she felt embarrassed or displeased to realize this, and pulled his distance because of her concerns. Mahiru seemed a little hurt, however, as she looked up at Amane. "Please do not let go." Hey! I may get lost, it is bad to lose my way. Naturally, Amane could not refuse when she looked up at him, and harbored the shame that never faded completely as he timidly held her hand. He grasped her little palm like before, and her still blushing face showed a relieved smile. They reverted back to their usual distance, their bodies close but not touching. I did not intend to, and, if it is you, I am fine with a little, Amane-kun. I'll get carried away if you say that, so don't. This little whisper had Amane's heart pounding, but he realized that Mahiru might be saying she would not be angry if it was someone she was familiar with. He quietly exhaled. He felt he would get carried away, and many aspects would go awry if he did not show restraint, like his heart, his sanity, and others. Look, the clothes on that mannequin seem to suit you, Mahiru. Shall we have a look? Amane pointed with his empty hand to conceal his searing face. Is that what you like? Mahiru showed interest, and the duo naturally went over to that shop. Is this it? Yes. Everything suits you, Mahiru, but I think this is rather decent. The mannequin was wearing a white-based, thin striped off-shoulder one-piece dress atop its white body. It was really suited for a thin female with a wonderful décolleté, and Amane it would surely go well with Mahiru. He stared at Mahiru as she stood next to the mannequin, and imagined her wearing that clothing. He soon imagined a refreshing vibe to her. It would be a really suitable image, especially when paired with a straw hat. I shall try it on. Mahiru quickly decided as though she had planned to do so, and took the same clothing hanging next to the mannequin. Amane was a little taken aback seeing her being strangely riled up. Mahiru had Amane hold her bag, and hurriedly vanished into the changing room. Why is she so agitated? Amane wondered as he waited for Mahiru to change. The surrounding warm stares had him increasingly confused. The attendants, and even the surrounding customers were smiling at him, and he felt very uncomfortable. Please hurry back. He earnestly thought as he waited. Finally, the changing room curtain was pulled aside, and Mahiru exited. However, she did not change. Ah, you're back, you didn't change. No, I have checked the sizes. But, I cannot show you because of my undergarments. So sorry. He could see the décolleté even though she was wearing the chiffon blouse, but even then, the exposure was nothing compared to the open-shoulder dress. It was said that one had to wear different undergarments under an open-shoulder dress. She probably was unable to do so at this point. You say it suits me though, Amane-kun. I have taken a liking to it after trying it on, so I shall buy it. Mahiru received her bag from Amane, and took the dress to the cashier. Amane hastily gave chest. Amane felt that since he said it suited Mahiru, he should be the one paying. He prepared to frisk his wallet, but Mahiru stopped him from rummaging further. No, I shall buy it and show it off to you, Amane-kun. Oh, okay. But I cannot wear it until it gets hotter. This shall have to wait until summer. Please look forward to it. Mahiru said bashfully. Amane kept his lips shut, and barely managed to not end up tumbling onto the floor. Damn, why does she sound so cute when she says this? Amane had a feeling she was implying that she was wearing it for him, and his heart felt unbearable. He met the eyes of the cashiers, received a sincere, beaming smile in response, and could only bite his lips and look aside. Chapter 92. The Angel and the Game Center. After their window shopping, or rather, shopping since they bought clothes, Amane accompanied Mahiru to the game center he usually frequented. They had no plans beyond this, other than to return home, and took their time. It is loud. Ah, that's most of the game centers. Mahiru frowned slightly. The noises here would leave anyone unfamiliar with game centers really frustrated. Amane was fine however as he was used to it. It was noisier at the slot machines and arcade games, so Amane avoided that area as he lazily led Mahiru past there. So, what are we doing? I want to try the crane game, and catch a doll. It appeared Mahiru was aiming for the crane game, and once she was led to that area, she clenched and relaxed her fists several times when she saw the machines. She looked really excited. It was Golden Week, and there were more dolls, especially the cute family-oriented ones. There were many dolls Mahiru might like. Amane-kun, I wish to pick that one. Which one? That one. Does she not resemble that cat, Silk-chan? Mahiru pointed at a white cat doll with some charred tea-colored fur near her face. The blue eyes did truly resemble the cat they met at the cafe. It appeared Mahiru was really interested as it really resembled Silk, which Mahiru first encountered. Sure does. You want it? I want to try. May I? Sure. The cranes here are easier. If you can't, leave it to me. I will try my best not to trouble you. Mahiru looked enthused in challenging the crane machine, and Amane chose to watch. Amane could nab the doll immediately, but since Mahiru was the one who requested, he felt it was better to acknowledge her independence and competitiveness. Mahiru inserted the coin, cautiously touched the knob to move the crane horizontally, and affirmed the situation. The cautious Mahiru probably wanted to be sure how long it would take until she could move the crane. However, such crane arms would automatically move vertically once the user let go. It cannot move. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. This machine will move vertically once you let go. You only have one chance. In other words, there's no way to get the doll. At this point, the doll was in the middle of an empty area. The crane was positioned slightly away from the drop zone, and would only move vertically thereafter. There was no way to salvage it, or even poke at the doll. There were some that had a joystick allowing it to move around, and some were time-limited, but this was a button type, and she could not redo it. It was a common issue to anyone playing this game for the first time, one they had to live with. Well, you wasted 100 yen, but since you can move the crane sideways, use this chance to figure out the speed and the lag in releasing the button, and make use of it next time. I shall do so. It is my fault for being careless. Mahiru said, moved the crane arm seriously, and grasped its speed. Amane felt responsible for not reminding her, so he discreetly slipped a coin in, and was met with a displeased look from Mahiru. All right. Amane said as he patted her on the back, prompting her on, and she returned to the crane game. She managed to align the crane with the doll, for she grasped its speed. Though she missed the center of gravity slightly, she could still catch the doll at this position. It was possible for her to catch if she considered the center of gravity, the crane grip, and the timing to let go. Not bad for a beginner. Amane thought as he watched over her. Mahiru cautiously moved the crane arms, finally moved it above the doll, and tried to pull it up. She aimed well, but as the item was a little longer, the doll quickly dropped off despite the firm grip of the crane. Moo! Too bad. You should push it sideways using the crane instead of grabbing it. It'll be easier to use its center of gravity to nudge it off. Luckily, the partition to the drop zone was not that tall. A single nudge should do the trick. Mahiru blinked, and obediently did as told. A virtue Mahiru had was that she was never one to be completely stubborn, and would obediently listen to any advice given to her. After she considered the position of the crane and the doll's center of gravity. Over here, use the head, flip it over, she continued with her trial and error. Amane gave a smirk when he saw Mahiru's serious face reflected off the mirror. She slotted coins a few times, and after a little while, managed to flip the doll into the drop zone. She muttered, and the doll landed in the receiving box. After a short silence, Mahiru looked up at Amane blankly. I did it. Oh, nice going, that's proof that you worked hard. Amane took out the doll that was won after a grueling duel, and handed it to Mahiru. She finally felt a sense of success, and an elated look of joy appeared on her pretty face. I did it. I did it, Amane-kun. You did. It's your first time, but you did great. Amane patted Mahiru's head, and she narrowed her eyes bashfully, embracing the doll resembling Silk in her clutches. She appeared really delighted that she won the doll, and looked completely overjoyed as her cheek clung onto the doll. She embraced the doll firmly in her clutches with an innocent smile. Amane felt jealous of the doll, and felt his self-control was insufficient. One moment, she was happily hugging the doll, and the next moment, she timidly turned the doll towards Amane. Amane, will you like to keep it? Me. I did receive one from you, and I feel you like Silk-chan, Amane-kun. Amane liked Silk because he was fond of cats, but the bigger reason was that it resembled Mahiru, and was adorable. He did not say it out, however, as he nodded and scratched his cheek. Do men dislike dolls after all? No, that's not it. Are you fine giving me this when you worked so hard? I worked hard because of you, Amane-kun. No, I am not going to force you to accept, but I thought you might like this doll, just as you like Silk-chan. I can put it in my room if you do not want it. Mahiru said, and lowered her shoulders, looking slightly devastated, and looked up at him uneasily. Amane could not refuse. I'll put it in my room then. Though I can't put it by my pillow like you, Mahiru. I hope you will forget about that matter. I'll treasure this well. Amane solemnly received the doll, and took a bag used to contain prizes next to the machine, slotting the doll in. Mahiru smiled immediately, and once Amane was about to reach out towards her again. Hey, Shina-san. He froze once he heard the voice next to them. Mahiru too froze, and the duo turned towards the voice gingerly. Standing there was the friendly yet dignified boy with a handsome face they encountered often recently, Kadawaki. Chapter 93. The Prince's Questions. Mahiru immediately switched the angelic smile she showed at school the moment she saw Kadawaki. However, this smile was a little stiff compared to usual, probably because she was internally rattled. Amane knew that there was a huge possibility of them meeting their classmates during Golden Week, but he never expected the one person he interacted with recently to be here. It's surprising to see you here, Shina-san. Am I disturbing? Kadawaki frowned, looking troubled once he saw Amane. It appeared he had yet to recognize the latter, but the gig would be up if Amane spoke. Kadawaki was an observant one, and might actually notice it was Amane. No, actually. It's the first time hearing that you have a lover. That is not our relationship though. Mahiru flatly denied it, and Amane felt his heart aching. However, both of them were definitely not dating, so this denial was to be expected. It would be weird for her to confirm it, however, and he had nothing to look forward to. But clearly, it's Perplexed by Mahiru's stubbornness, Kadawaki was about to question her further, only to suddenly look towards Amane. The moment their eyes met, Amane's face twitched. Kadawaki stared at Amane, looking completely mystified. It was a horrible situation for Amane. Fujimaya. As expected, he recognized Amane. They never interacted with each other for long, but Amane knew Kadawaki was really insightful. They were on better terms, and it appeared even though Amane had tidied his hair and dressed differently, he could not fool Kadawaki. Nobody would have associated Amane's current appearance to his usual self, unless they were close enough and observed his face closely. It appeared this was not the case of Kadawaki, however. Fujimaya, right? On a closer look, your height and face, so you two have contact at school because you two know each other. No, Kadawaki seemed confident when Mahiru stammered away. He looked back and forth between Amane and Mahiru, and was a little shocked. There was plausible deniability back then since Amane and Mahiru never talked at school, but that would not work this time. Amane sighed, put his hand on his forehead, and looked towards an incredulous and stunned Kadawaki. How did you figure out it was me? I guess so. Well, I can tell it's you by your face and the vibe you give, Fujimaya. Am I that recognizable? Actually, no. I think even our classmates can't tell. You don't really make such an expression after all. Amane did not know exactly what was the expression Kadawaki referred to, but he was relieved for the time being since nobody would associate his appearance with that. But it's surprising that you two are in a relationship. It appears we can't hide it anymore. Well, it's as you say, Kadawaki. We know each other before our second year. I admit that she and I are on good terms, but it's not the relationship you think of. Is that so? Yes. Mahiru flatly denied it, so Amane did the same. However, he was sad to admit it. Surely Mahiru would find it awkward if the misunderstanding continued. While Amane was not particularly worried about this, he too would feel awkward if Kadawaki had strange thoughts and blurted it out. He had to shush Kadawaki. Once Amane took this firm stance, Mahiru tugged at the hem of his shirt and looked at him. She appeared to have something to say, but she never did, so he ignored her for the time being. One had to wonder if Kadawaki was convinced of this explanation after seeing their faces, and merely shrugged. I guess so. Just like Itsuki said. What? Amane naturally narrowed his eyes once he assumed Itsuki blurted something. It's not what you're worried about though. Kadawaki chuckled. Well, he said that you're handsome when you put in the effort to dress up, and that your clothes suit you. It sounds like you're mocking me here, Kadawaki. Kadawaki was the most handsome boy in their year, and could possibly the most handsome in their school. Amane could only smile wryly at that praise. Kadawaki was a typical handsome chap who did not have to work to maintain his image. Amane had to put in effort to look above average, so naturally, he was envious of people like Kadawaki, though not to the level of outright jealousy. However, he felt that his life might look a little brighter if he were reincarnated into someone like Kadawaki. That's not what I mean. It'll be great if you're usually like this though. Don't wanna. It's troublesome. And also, I'll stand out if I suddenly show up at school like this. You say that, but Shina-san, you know that Fujimaya can look like this, huh? Well, yes. Mahiru affirmed as she nodded gingerly, and Kadawaki then stared at her unflinchingly. He did not appear to be suspicious or sizing her up. It appeared that he wanted to confirm something when he looked at her. I think I get it. Get what? You really have it tough, Shina-san. Mahiru's body shivered when she heard that. You're unexpectedly easy to understand, Shina-san. Kadawaki chuckled. He showed a faint smile, a somewhat warm, yet forlorn and envious look. Kadawaki-san. I hope you will not mention this to anyone. About how we are on good terms, and so on. I will be troubled if you do. Mahiru wanted to shush Kadawaki, who immediately nodded. You don't have to worry about that. I can tell why you two are so hesitant. I don't have any interest in spreading rumors when you two obviously don't wish to. Amane had never been so grateful for Kadawaki's fine personality. Perhaps Kadawaki had a similar experience. He was popular with the girls, and was the target of envy from boys. He also mentioned before that if he showed fondness of a girl, she would be targeted by the others. Perhaps his grumbles might be due to his own experiences. Anyone would feel weird seeing an unimpressive-looking boy like Amane being together with the angel who was friendly towards anyone, even though they were just friends and not dating. Amane was really grateful that Kadawaki kept mum after considering all these. Sorry about that, Kadawaki. It's fine. I think this is normal. I don't want our relationship to break just because of this little thing when we're rather close already, Fujimaya. Amane thoroughly understood why Kadawaki was so popular when the latter showed a hearty smile. Even as a boy, Kadawaki was a good man who was honest and easily approachable. He was charismatic to the girls, and had good external and internal qualities. It would be difficult for males to accept this, however. Yes, Fujimaya. Be seeing you 2 days later. Kadawaki hinted at the day he, Itsuki and Amane would be going to karaoke. He implied that he would be asking more from Amane on that day. Kadawaki showed an impish smile once their eyes met. Amane felt a little uneasy, but he replied so as he trusted Kadawaki. Mahiru looked a little envious as she watched both Amane and Kadawaki. Chapter 94. The talk after reaching home. Once they bade Kadawaki farewell, the duo played a little longer at the game center before returning home. After that, Amane apologized to Mahiru, who was on the sofa. Mahiru undid the hair she tied, and she widened her eyes once she said this. "Why do you say so?" "Well, Karaoke knows now. That was unforeseen. The outcome is fine, since he does understand." She was right to put it that way, but she probably was frustrated, wondering if others thought she was dating anyone. They were lucky that Karaoke understood them, and left heartily, but Amane's heart still ached to hear Mahiru deny so flatly. "I did not think this would not be exposed when we went out. I did think it may happen. I am grateful that it so happened to be Karaoke-san." "Well, yeah. Karaoke really understands us in many ways, and is being considerate to us. He's really a good guy." They were lucky it was Karaoke. While Karaoke would be questioning Amane later, perhaps it was the right choice to reveal the situation, and not feel the guilt of hiding this matter. Amane might end up teased during karaoke, but Karaoke and Itsuki knew their limits, and probably would not go overboard. "You really fancy Karaoke-san?" Sorta. Since we got more chances to talk, I get that he's a really good guy. Why he's that popular? He's amazing, both on the inside and the outside." "You really trust him?" "Yep. I think he's trustworthy." Amane was aware that he was very picky about his friends. If the other person had a bad reputation, Amane would try to stay away, and would never allow the person to approach. He had a habit of being wary of others, yet this alarm never rang near Karaoke. He instinctively sensed that Karaoke was a good person. Because of that, Amane was not too anxious about this matter being revealed. He felt it was the right decision. So this is what they mean by birds of a feather flock together. "I don't know how I'm the same as him." "You are being self-deprecating again, Amane-kun. Karaoke-san approached you because he thought you are a good person, no? Is it not the same logic as how you view him? You find Karaoke-san trustworthy, and he recognizes you as a person. You should be more confident." Mahiru said confidently as she poked her finger at Amane's cheek. He smiled wryly. He could never defeat Mahiru, rather, whenever he denied himself, she would voice her confidence in him, and he was really grateful for such an existence. "Please be more confident in yourself." Mahiru went into lecture mode, and Amane's shoulders were huffing from giggling as he thanked her. "You've always been thanking me, Mahiru. This is proper praise. It is your fault for denying yourself, Amane-kun. That's a habit. Why did you have such a habit?" "Goodness." Mahiru muttered dumbfoundedly. Once she asked why, Amane had difficulty answering. Amane knew the reason why he became like this, and recognized he had a problem, but certain things were pointless even though he knew. It was a bitter memory. It was the past to him, but he had some lingering after effects. He knew it was a bad habit, but he could not change it completely. He felt that he should take notice before Mahiru mentioned it, even though it probably would not be changed that easily. "Well, I'll keep it in mind," say Mahiru. "Yes? Thanks." Amane's biggest happiness was to meet someone who would acknowledge him when he denied himself. He merely stated what he thought, but Mahiru gave him a shocked look, and leaned on his shoulder. "Amane-kun, you really?" "Really? Nothing at all." "Baka." Mahiru muttered, pressed her forehead on his shoulder, and turned around. Amane did not understand, but he let Mahiru continue as she pleased. Chapter 95. Karaoke and Practice. It was 2 days after Amane went out with Mahiru. Amane, Itsuki and Karaoke went out for karaoke, and once they entered the booked suite, Karaoke immediately smiled at Amane. Amane steeled himself for Karaoke's questions, but he felt awkward after all. On a side note, it appeared Itsuki had known from Karaoke, and was giving a busted face, yet clearly not hiding his joy. Amane got himself some melon soda from the self-service kiosk, had a sip to quench his throat, and said reluctantly, "It's not really some big relationship. Mahiru and I are just neighbors. Itsuki and Chito's found out because of an accident. It's a coincidence that we're neighbors though." Some things happened thereafter, and our relationship got closer. So you two got closer, and went out together? Sorta. Objectively looking, Amane and Mahiru were no mere acquaintances. They were clearly friends, or even lovers. Amane felt that he had to deny this with all his might, for the sake of Mahiru's honor. We don't have that sort of relationship you're thinking of, Karaoke. I don't think it's exactly what you say, Fujimaya. I say. They're not just on friendly terms, seriously. Shina-san's been cooking for him every day. Eh? Itsuki threw a bomb, and Amane's cheeks froze as he glared at the former. Itsuki. It's a matter of time until everything gets exposed. Better to say it out quickly. Itsuki might be correct here, but Karaoke would surely be mistaken since he suddenly heard that Amane had been eating Mahiru's cooking every day. A commuting wife. No. I'm living by myself, so we split the costs evenly. It's just more convenient for her to cook. You believe it? It's not convincing at all. You too, Karaoke. Amane and Mahiru were definitely not lovers, but Amane strangely lost confidence when Karaoke glanced aside at him dumbfoundedly. Well, Amane hardly had confidence to begin with. Normally speaking, girls don't go to those they dislike, and they don't enter a boy's room if they're not comfortable with it. It's a different case if the girl wants to be attacked, however. For some strange reason, Amane had a feeling that the last quip was out of personal experience, and started to wonder how tricky the girls Karaoke knew of were. Karaoke was right, however, and Amane could not deny it completely at all. Girls, especially those as wary as Mahiru, would never approach boys on their own volition. It appeared that Amane did become close with Mahiru, but that was miraculous by itself. He knew very well that he had received preferential treatment from her. Amane, however, did not think he had enough charm for a girl to fall for him. He had the nagging feeling that Mahiru got close to him, and trusted him, to the point where she was actually relying on him. Fujimaya, you're strangely stubborn and lacking in confidence sometimes. Yeah. Itsuki and Karaoke gave stunned looks, leaving Amane very uncomfortable. So, do you like Shina-san or not, Fujimaya? The moment Amane tried to pass this off by sipping at the melon soda, Karaoke suddenly delivered a haymaker, resulting in him nearly spitting out the soda. What's with that out of a sudden? Ah, you look very wary, so since you two are basically living together, I think you do like her somewhat. Actually, I can tell from your eyes and mood that you really like her. Can't I like her? Karaoke's really an observant one. Amane bitterly thought as he nodded honestly, and for some reason, Karaoke gave a wry look. And not that you can't, but well, looks like there's lots of tough issues to tackle. I haven't thought about going out with Mahiru. Oh, and you don't understand, just like the last time. Look, even Itsuki's giving you that look. Well, yeah. I feel like giving him a kick in the back. I get what you mean. Don't agree with each other on this. Amane was confused as to why Karaoke agreed with Itsuki's urge to kick Amane in the back. But see, we're worried about you. You should take the initiative. Don't put me in a spot. No, Shina-san has opened her heart to you. Take the initiative to conquer her. Mahiru does like me to some extent. I think that it's not that she likes me outright, but that she mostly relies on me. Itsuki's words might sound easy, but it was never going to be that simple. Amane knew that Mahiru did have feelings for him. He would admit that Mahiru treasured him more than any other boy. However, he did not think it was fondness as a girl. Instead of a love between boy and girl, it might be more akin to trust and reliance, for they knew everything about each other. See, you're saying that with that look. What's attractive about me anyway? Amane refuted, and Itsuki immediately slapped him in the back. Oh. Sorry, but you really have no confidence in yourself. You always try to run away when the stakes are highest. Even if you say so, I can't help it. It's habit. You should start changing that habit. You really look down on yourself. Mahiru always says that. Shina-san sure has it tough, huh? We're having it tough just looking at them. This guy's really stubborn about such things. Shut up. Amane was starting to feel he was the one at fault after so many people had criticized him. It was due to his personality, nothing he could do, it was not that simple to correct it. The painful memories would never vanish easily. It was not easy to forget at the drop of a hat when it happened not too long ago. He understood he was cowardly, embarrassingly cowardly, but he was powerless to correct it. I'm not going to force you if you think that's fine. If you really like Shina-san though, and you want to date her, put in effort. You think I can do that? Coward. Shut up. All right. But I think you can be a little more confident, Fujimaya. Seriously, you'll be very popular at school if you dress up like you did 2 days ago. Want some practice? Practice? Since you can do it before Shina-san and me, I guess that means you can do this before those you're close with. Say, it's rare that we get to play on vacation, right? In other words, we have wax over here. Kadawaki pulled out a male makeup set from his bag. Amane met Kadawaki in the eyes, and found the latter giving a very genial smile. Faced with the elegance of this smiling prince, however, he felt a shiver up his spine. Shall we? No, forget about it. Come on, don't worry. Wait, let's have karaoke. We're here for karaoke, right? Of course. I'll leave it to you then, Itsuki. Leave it to me. You're joking, right? Amane asked timidly, and was met with a hearty smile. We can stop if you hate it, but it's time for you to start getting used to stares. Better to give some bitter medicine. Hey, wait, whoa. Itsuki grinned with comb and wax in hands. Amane tried to backtrack, but there was nowhere for him to escape in a karaoke suite. Kadawaki prepared to sing with a smile on his face, and Amane looked on as Itsuki messed with his hair. Chapter 96. The Angel and Roasted Mochi. Amane returned home, and Mahiru welcomed him with a confused tone. Hamburger steak was on the menu, and Mahiru probably came to Amane's house earlier to prepare everything from the source. Dinner is almost ready. Amane knew she was at his place as he received this message. Nevertheless, he felt peaceful seeing Mahiru's face. I'm back. You seem tired. Itsuki tortured me. Itsuki never saw the hairstyle back then, so he fiddled Amane's hair into one he felt was cool. Amane, however, was troubled as he was unused to this attire. They then led Amane into a shop which sold clothes Amane never had. They ended up mixing and matching clothes on Amane. Amane did not dislike it, but it was tiring to have these two choosing clothes for him. Is that so? I suppose you are really tired. Those guys treated me like a toy. It is tough on you. Amane was not as unhappy as he said. Mahiru might have realized this when she smiled and coaxed him. Amane felt gaudy about Mahiru seeing through him. At the same time, he tossed the bag of new clothes into his room, and went to wash his hands at the washroom. Mahiru returned to the kitchen to serve dinner. Amane washed his hands, rinsed his mouth, and returned to the living room. She then served the plate of hamburger on the dining table. Amane went to the kitchen to scoop the rice like usual, as he would feel sorry for not doing anything. He liked to have his steak with rice, and smiled when he had a whiff of the sweet fragrance of this freshly cooked rice. I'm really tired, but honestly, I think those two are amazing. How so? Amane served the salad and the pottage on the table, sat down, and muttered so. Opposite him, Mahiru tilted her head. Like, when we were walking, many people talked to us. It feels like those popular ones are really different. I see that they're very experienced and skilled in dealing with these people. A few college girls came to talk during their shopping trip after their karaoke session. They were rather different in build, but Itsuki and Kadawaki were rather handsome, and were often the attention of females. There were people trying to woo them. Of course, both of them naturally rejected these advances. Itsuki had his beloved Chaitos, and the prince really had difficulties dealing with females who took the initiative as he smiled away without letting his guard down, quickly rejecting them. He was polite in his words and attitude, and did not hurt their pride. They managed to escape without much of a dispute. Amane was amazed by their methods. "Did anyone approach you?" "There were, but I was just a tag-along." Truth be told, they were aiming for those two, and Amane was just along for the ride. Amane knew his attitude was dour and strangers would have difficulty talking to him. Obviously Amane would look inferior next to two handsome chaps. None of them went right for Amane while ignoring the other two. Amane shrugged and gave a wry smile, and for some reason, Mahiru made a little pout. "What? You're going to say that I lack confidence?" "That too, but it is not the issue I have." "What do you mean?" "You do not have to know." Mahiru turned her face aside, itadakimasu, and clapped her hands together. Amane was troubled, but like her, he clapped his hands together, giving thanks for dinner and Mahiru. After Amane left, the two continued their conversation. "Say Yuta, you fine with that?" "What?" "About Shina-san." "Ah, there's no way I'm winning." They never admitted that they're dating, but I knew I had no chance the moment I saw Shina-san's face. "You angry about this? Are you being wary, Dot?" "I don't think you'll feel that way given your personality, but I just want to be sure, you know? Just asking if you're really fine with this." "Actually, I really admire her. I might say I have some feelings. Rather, I always feel that Shina-san and I are the same kind of person, troubled by the opposite gender, happy to be loved, yet suffering from being so loved. She's like me, but she handles it better than me, hides all her pain, and just smiles like it's nothing. I really admire that strength of hers, so when I saw that she found she likes someone she's devoted to, I thought I should cheer them on before I could even interrupt." "And you're being meaningless cool at this again. Does that have to do with this? Are you even praising me?" "Sorta." "Sorta?" Whatever, to be honest, I don't hate Fujimaya. He's a nice guy, and I find it a pity that he himself doesn't know that. Yeah. It has to be those two together. To put it bluntly from me, I'm fine if it's not Shina-san. I like her, but it's not like I have to have her. It'll be rude of me to snatch her with this little determination, and she definitely doesn't have any interest in me." "I see." Instead of feeling jealous and devastated about losing her, I'm more worried about them. I hope those two can get their happiness. "You're really a good guy, Yuta. Are you looking down on me?" No. Seriously, do your best too, Itsuki. Definitely. Chapter 97. The Angel Next Door Spoils Me Rotten, 6 Thoughts on Angel WN, April Fools 2020. Ripped from here, https://twitter.com/saeki_naro_u/status/12for53309159469for Say, Mahiru. What is it? Recently, he had been used to Mahiru's meal services. Her curt voice remained the same as usual, but there seemed to be something different. "Why are you wearing a cap in the house?" Mahiru was wearing a cap. One could not say that it did not suit her. This boyish style certainly suited her. However, the strange fact was that she was doing so indoors. She, always one to dress appropriately, could not possibly be wearing a cap indoors. There was no reason for her to do so. It would be one thing to say it was a fashion statement. Given Mahiru's personality, however, Amane felt this was rather unnatural. "There is a reason." After a short silence, Mahiru answered as she looked aside. Amane had a feeling she was hiding something, and stared at her. Mahiru would never wear any headdress as she said it would mess her hair, surely she was hiding something. People would usually hide visible changes like hair loss. It was not impossible for her to lose hair because Amane had been stressing her out. "I see, sorry for stressing you out. I know what you are thinking, but that is not the case. I do not have any skin showing on my head." "I know. There's no way it'll drop off in a single day. What are you hiding?" "You will not laugh at me, no." I won't laugh at you if you don't like it. I'm not going to tease you. He did not know what she was actually hiding, and it probably was something big enough to make her so secretive. It might be rude of him to laugh at her if it was really troubling her, and he did not want to hurt her. Once he answered seriously, Mahiru muttered something, and hesitantly put her hand on the cap. She removed her cap, and revealed what was hidden beneath. There were triangular pet-like parts that should not possibly grow on a human. Say. Please be quiet. I didn't say anything yet. Are those real? I would not be hiding them like a fool if they are fake. I found them growing on me in the morning. It was impossible to think that Mahiru would make such a joke, or dress up like this. The ears did not seem artificial. Amane stared at them, found them twitching from time to time, and clearly, they were the real deal. They were of the same color as her hair, and one could see capillaries at the earlobes. They were obviously not artificial. Since she had such ears. He looked towards Mahiru's waist, and was glared at. Pervert! Amane did not have such deviant thoughts, but it was fact that he looked from her waist to her buttocks, sorry, and he could only apologize immediately. To wit, he could not see a tail as it was covered by knitwear and pants. HMPH. So Mahiru snorted, and Amane apologized as he looked towards the triangular ears on her head in a non-disrespectful manner. She already had a pretty face, and a fleeting presence. The addition of the cat emphasized her innocence and cuteness. Amane was not really interested in the kemamimi commonly seen in manga or games, but he had a strange riveting feeling seeing cat ears atop a pretty girl's face. His impulse could be described as the urge to pat. As a cat lover, Amane was really interested in these ears, and found them really cute. He would want to pat if he could. However, they were part of her, and she would feel something if he did touch. He could not capitalize on this chance. He merely had the urge to touch, and nothing else, but he knew it was possible as he would be touching her. Thus, he resisted the urge to, and asked Mahiru, who was a little nervous. Got any idea why this happened? I would not be so troubled if I have. However, I have a dream that I will be back to normal if I am doted on. By who? I do not know. Mahiru sounded a little colder than before, and it appeared she was in a bad mood. Amane realized this, but he wondered what he should do. She said she could return to normal if she was doted, but nobody knew if this stupid condition would actually work. Also, what did it mean for her to be doted? Was it fine if she was doted on like a cat? However, Amane could not simply touch her, and could not try it. He glanced aside at Mahiru, and in a corner of his eyes, he saw the ribbon on the shelf, which his mother gave to tie food up. It appeared cat-like things that moved about, and as with this flimsy consideration, he took the ribbon before Mahiru's eyes, and shook it before her. In that instant, the ribbon was slapped aside. He shook the ribbon again. And the little hand slapped it aside again. Another 10 seconds of silence beckoned. Her white face turned red. Amane-kun. No, I was just wondering if you will pay attention to it, since you're a cat now. Pay attention, I think my eyes just naturally followed it. It was truly an adorable sight to see Mahiru stare intently at the ribbon as he shook it and flail her hand at it. Amane had the use to tease her with the ribbon. She was not purring, but she was being attentive while being teased, and her cat ears twitched. She was already similar to a cat, and Amane sensed that she was increasingly similar to one. No, she was already a cat. He knew that she would be angry thereafter, but the adorable sight before him at this point left him unable to resist the urge. From time to time, he shook the ribbon, and Mahiru finally could not resist the urge as she leapt at the ribbon. While she was acting like a cat, her weight did not change, and Amane tumbled over, lying face up on the sofa. He groaned as he was pushed down by her, though it was due to this unexpected, sudden action than her weight. As he felt this moderate weight on himself, Amane stared at her. Her face was redder than before due to excitement, and she was staring at Amane, or actually, the ribbon he was holding, her eyes sparkling. She really was like a cat, and he gave a wry smile. Before he knew it, the tail hidden under her pants poked out, standing straight. Ah, so she has a tail. So he thought. He looked up again, saw that she seemed to have regained her sanity, rooted as she sprawled on him. You all right? You, Naya. It was the first time she made a cat-like voice, and she shivered as she started to struggle. It would be dangerous if she fell off the sofa suddenly, so Amane hurriedly grabbed her with his hand. Amane's senses were agitated in various ways, whether it was the sweet fragrance or the soft sensation. The most impressionable, however, was her blushing face and shivering body. She really was adorable. I get it. I get it. I know you're embarrassed, but it's dangerous for you to fall off, so hang on. You. Sorry. It's my fault. Please calm down or I can't let you go. Mahiru was unable to calm down, and Amane was worried that she might fall if he let go. No matter how athletic she might be, it would be an awkward landing if she fell sideways from the sofa. He looked aside as he patted her back to calm her down. Mahiru gulped and headbutted onto his chest. Clearly she was kicking a fuss, but since he was the one who teased her, he could only let her be. Amane-kun, are you enjoying this? No, that, a little. So you are. I can't help it. You're cute. Even leaving aside the fact that she was a girl, this adorable pretty girl had cat ears. Obviously he had the urge to keep looking and teasing her. It was fact that he might have overdone it. He wanted to apologize as he looked at her, and Mahiru headbutted her head into his chest again. It really hurt this time, and he groaned. Mahiru did not lift her face, however, as she muttered, "Please dote on me as you like." Who, eh? I need to know if I will return to normal by doing this. I have to pin my hopes on the suspicious voice. Or it will be terrible if this continues. Mahiru's voice started to sound teary. Amane too started to panic. He realized that he should not be hesitant to dote her, he should be finding a way to get her back to normal. At that moment, Mahiru reached her head towards him, wordlessly pleading for him to pet her head. Will she really be back to normal if I dote on her? Amane was greatly skeptical of this, but he had to try to know. He hugged Mahiru, sat up, and patted her head. Her cuticle was smooth and glossing, and felt smoother than expected. Whenever the hair strand slipped through his fingers, Amane could smell a faint sweet smell. The little ears poking through her hair were softer, silky smoother, and very fine. The ears were thinner than he expected, yet full of warmth. As he gently rubbed the fluffy ears with his fingers, her body suddenly shivered. He hurriedly let go, thinking that he had hurt her. However, she shook her head, and it appeared she wanted to continue. He continued to gently caress her head and cat ears as though they were fragile. Funya, she let out a sweet cat-like voice. For some reason, this is draining my conscience away. Even though he was merely patting her head and cat ears, he felt that he was doing something very bad. He was a little hesitant, wondering if he should continue like this. However, Mahiru did not look disgusted, and there was a chance she would be back to normal if he doted her. He continued to coax her with his fingertips and palm, but Mahiru suddenly grabbed his hand. Amane wondered what was going on. He stopped, looked at Mahiru, and saw her hazy eyes staring at him. His heart jolted. Mahiru did not seem to mind Amane as she reached her tongue out to lick his fingertips. Mahiru! He felt a scalding sensation on his fingers, and realized then that her tongue was not as rough as a cat. Amane's face was hotter than her tongue though, and his face went red. It was not strange for a cat to lick her master's fingers, but he felt that her sucking his fingers was an immoral sight. He hurriedly pushed Mahiru's shoulders away, and looked right into the confused caramel eyes. A tad later, Mahiru might have understood what she just did when she saw his face. Her face boiled red. She hurriedly stood up and escaped to the washroom. Unyunya. The voice she made when she retreated really resembled a cat, so Amane analyzed with his remaining bit of sanity. The other shreds of sanity had him recalling the heat and feeling of the tongue, prompting him to start rolling on the floor. Thud, thud, his heart was pounding louder than before. He looked towards the washroom she vanished into, and was dumbfounded. 10 minutes later, Mahiru returned from the washroom. The ears and tail had vanished from her, and in place of those was the wariness of a stray cat meeting a stranger for the first time, along with a thoroughly embarrassed face. She kept her distance from Amane the entire time. Seems like her cat-like habits haven't disappeared completely. So Amane quietly thought. Chapter 98. Angel and the Rumors. It was common to see a commotion in the classroom right after a holiday, when people would talk about the souvenirs they bought. The commotion on this day, however, was different from usual. Instead of a discussion of what happened during the vacation, it appeared they were discussing rumors. Amane put his bag on his seat and pricked his ears. It appeared they were talking about Mahiru. I heard Shina-san went out on a date with a really handsome guy. Maybe it's the guy rumored at the start of the year. She said she's not dating, but... Amane's face twitched the moment he heard the word date. Though he had somewhat expected that he would be spotted, he never thought this topic would be a hot one through the entire classroom. The girls chatted rumors as they looked towards Mahiru. It appeared Mahiru had not noticed it, or perhaps she did, but ignored them. She was preparing for the first period. Her dignified, innocent look remained one of much attention, but the stares towards her on this day were filled with much curiosity. Hey, Shina-san. One of those girls seemed to have resolved herself as she spoke to Mahiru. Shina-san, a few days ago, I saw you with a man at the shopping mall. Yes, that did happen. Are you dating you? She's a warrior to dare ask Mahiru head-on. Amane thought as he watched. He was worried, and Mahiru merely blinked away. It appeared Mahiru would respond in her usual angelic mode. Yes. She probably would deny it with an angelic smile, if it was the usual her. I guess it was a date, if we consider the definition of one. One had to wonder what Mahiru was thinking when she actually admitted it. The definition of a date was basically an appointment between male and female. She was right in this sense, but there was no way the girls would actually follow that strict definition. Kia! Hysterical shrieks followed. No matter the occasion, females always loved to gossip passionately about others. Usually, Amane could watch them from afar and just dismiss it as them being able to talk, but he could not do so this time as he was the party implicated. Shina-san, you're dating that man? It's the first time I heard of it. We aren't dating, but he is the person most important to me. As shrieks and squeals escalated, Amane's gut started to wince. Mahiru was not lying at all. Amane knew she really treasured him. However, she was not stating the exact facts, but rather, the situation that could be understood in many ways. The moment Mahiru did so, there would be rumors that she liked that man. Mahiru merely smiled as she saw these excited girls, however. She glanced aside at Amane, showing a non-angelic smile. Amane clutched his forehead, looking happy, embarrassed, while suffering from gut pain. It appeared Itsuki too was eavesdropping, for he smirked as he slapped Amane's shoulder. Amane felt fatigue looming onto him in a single instance. To be honest, I don't think that could be denied. The duo dropped by at a fast food restaurant after school, and Itsuki mentioned this after seemingly thought of something. Despite having lunch, Amane was hungry after their afternoon gym class. They were chatting while eating fries. Itsuki showed a wry smile as he seemingly recalled the commotion in the morning. And due to the chaotic day, Amane never got to eat with Mahiru. The latter was questioned by everyone all day, and Amane really could not sit with her. Couldn't be denied. Itsuki probably meant that they could not deny it like before, but Amane did not know why. I say, you two already can tell you two are close on first glance. You two definitely held hands when walking, right? She couldn't deny it when people saw that. That's why she could only say that. Now that he mentioned it, Amane could not refute it at all. It was true that objectively speaking, their little trip days ago might appear like an intimate date. From time to time, they did hold hands, lean on each other, and smiled at each other. Clearly they were a couple to those not in the know. Thus, Mahiru's response was to be expected, it seemed. And that's also for show. For show. She's trying to shoo the boys, and show that she has no intention of fighting against the other girls, you know? Yuta's the same. Once he got popular, there's some who got jealous. I guess that applies for that angel too. If she hints that she has someone she likes and ignores everyone else, nobody will think she's interested in Yuta, even if she does interact with someone like him. I see. Amane was not one of the popular ones, and did not give such a vibe. No matter how popular he might be, a small minority could not accept it. It was impossible to please everyone. Amane had never seen anyone criticize Mahiru to her face, but surely there were some who were displeased with her. Once anyone was popular, those of the same gender would have bias against that person. It appeared to be a common trend between both male and female. But I guess she has another goal. Just think of it. Itsuki mentioned that Mahiru had another objective to this, but Amane could not imagine it. Amane could not think there was anything other than for other boys to give up, and other girls to stop being jealous of her. Say, Amane-kun. What? Itsuki looked stunned when he saw how clueless Amane was, but he merely shrugged and ended this conversation. You don't stand out the way you are right now, but if you tidy yourself up, nobody will say anything if you walk next to her. Stop denying yourself. Itsuki said these words to curb Amane's habit of self-doubt. The latter nodded begrudgingly. I know. Sigh, well, your virtue is that you don't get carried away, but it's also your fault. Why do you lack such confidence? It's completely rooted within you. Why, you ask, it's because of something that happened in the past. Is it all right for you to tell me what it is? It's not like I'm actively trying to hide it. It's just not something to talk about. Amane did not have a tragic past, and he was not bullied by anyone. It was simply that the person he once trusted denied him, and said he had no value. He still could not forget this little incident, and was ashamed of it. It continued to torment his heart, and he was still in pain. This pain did not work up like before, but he still would feel some emptiness. Ever since he met Mahiru, he was no longer tormented by self-loathing, but his self-doubt still lingered. I'll hear you out when you want to talk then. Itsuki did not intend to pursue the matter. He really had good instincts, or rather, he was adept at testing the limits the other party would not want to cross. He was always the mood maker, for he was able to sense the little changes in mood. Itsuki backed down easily, and giggled at Amane. Well, you should have a little more self-confidence. You're no longer your past self. How about you change your image completely? Forget about it. How petty. I was looking forward to the before and after. Well, that's fine. Try getting her to look at you more before you deny that possibility. You're not aggressive enough. Aggressive? Who? Push her down aggressively. Are you an idiot? How can I do that? Amane believed that if he really did so, she would surely despise him. It was completely different from head-patting and holding hands. Mahiru was sensitive to this matter because of her parents. Amane was not dating her, but trusted by her. Surely she would revile him if he did such a thing. It was completely different from a mere skinship. Well, you should hug her at least. Who do you think I am? You're not confident, you're dishonest, you're a coward. You can touch her instinctively, but you never take the initiative to. Wait, how are you so sure about that skinship stuff? Chi told me. Do you mind not revealing that? How much did Mahiru tell Chaitos? Is this the reason why Chaito seems to be leering at me? Look, guys need some guts. You don't have to confess, but since you can hold hands, you can go a little further. Try closing the distance. You make it sound easy. I'm seriously so anxious for you, I feel like kicking you in the back. She opened her heart to you, and some skinship is fine as long as it's not sexual harassment. I heard from Chi that you've been giving her heat pats, right? What's wrong with a hug then? Don't say the impossible. I did actually hug her before. However, Amane could not say that. He did so back then to support Mahiru, who was on the verge of breaking down, and it was not for the sake of love. Amane felt he could not embrace her lovingly. In the first place, would she agree? How about you try asking her? I think she'll agree to that easily. How's that possible? Who knows? She actually allows contact from those she's very close with. She said that when she stayed over, they bathed together and slept in the same futon. Mahiru did stay over at Chaito's place during Golden Week. Amane never expected their relationship to be so good. However, he had a feeling that it was because Chaitos was pestering Mahiru. I'll feel bad for you if Chi snatches her away. Say, don't compare a fellow female friend with someone like me. Well, no point talking about that. How about you try hugging her? Put some effort into it, will ya? Itsuki cackled away. Sure is easy of you to point fault from the side, Amane muttered as he took the hardened bits of fries left in the box and poured it into his mouth. Chapter 99. Angel and Hug. After dinner, Amane recalled what Itsuki mentioned and called for her name hesitantly. She was seated next to him, and tilted her head as she looked towards him. Well. It appears you have something to say. She waited patiently for him to continue, while he remained frustrated about what he should say. One reason was that when Amane and Itsuki went their separate ways, the latter gave him a nudge saying, hug her if you have the guts. Another reason was that he was curiously interested if Mahiru would forgive him if he hugged her. Also, Mahiru was delicate, tender, and smelled good. Any boy of this age would want to hug her. Any youth would have such an impulse. But he could not simply ask her, can I hug you? Surely she would roll her eyes at him, going, what are you saying? And if he suddenly hugged her, she might refuse. It was a dilemma. We have tests next week. Being passive, Amane changed the topic. Mahiru obviously knew this was not the topic he referred to, but it seemed she knew he was unwilling to say it, and gave a wry smile. Yes. But it is easy since we are not tested lots. Yeah. It was an abrupt change of topics, but Mahiru continued. Amane felt heavy-hearted, as though his shame and cowardice was bared before him. He ended up saying, what is it? Nothing, I'm so hopeless. Why are you denying yourself again? Did someone say anything to you? Nope. It's different this time. Amane merely felt despair at his own weakness. Goodness. I really do not understand, but please buck up. Mahiru reached to pat Amane's head, and he had no intention to refuse as he let her be. Her movements were earnest, familial, and kind, easily capable of lulling anyone to sleep. As she patted, Amane felt strength sapped away from him. The tension he had before was gone, and before he knew it, he let her do as she pleased. How am I supposed to say this? What? Like, can I hug you? Or something like that. You just did. Amane blinked as he stared at Mahiru, and found her with her head lifted towards him. Can you pretend not to hear it? No can do. Please do not put me on the spot. She narrowed her eyes, and he felt his face cringing. He really did not intend to say it. His sanity told him that it was a bad thing to say so to a girl he was not dating. Also, he was a coward who always put himself in check. Once he mentally let go, however, he just blurted it out. He gingerly looked over at her face. However, she did not appear to be uncomfortable with it. She looked stunned, seemingly out of it, shocked, as though she had an out-of-body experience. This in turn left Amane shocked. I will not be angry about this. At most, I am amazed to say that you are a boy after all. I don't like how you're being accepting of this. No. It's not like I want to touch just anyone. If the reason was that he was a boy after all, it would be akin to say that he was fine with any girl. He wanted to hug her, embrace her softness, and touch her because she was Mahiru, even though he might sound like a pervert. No matter how pretty and alluring a girl would cling onto him, he was confident that he could reject the girl. Rather, he did not want to interact with any unacquainted female, no matter the intentions. Mahiru froze once she heard his flat-out denial. A faint color started to arise within her snowy white skin, and he realized that he let his tongue slip a second time. Thus, Amane was left ashamed, his face searing, and his vision was swimming about. Shall we? Mahiru said timidly, and Amane was at a loss of words. It was Amane who said he wanted to hug, even though he just blurted it, but nobody would have expected Mahiru to actually agree. Of course, Mahiru would not invite just anyone. Amane knew she said so because she trusted him, but that request was really bad for his heart. She blushed, and her eyes were moist as she looked up at Amane when she said so. Naturally, his sanity could not be contained. He cautiously reached his hands towards Mahiru, and hugged her delicate body by her arms, wrapping his arms around her back. It was the second time he hugged her firmly, but it was different from the time she cried. She was willing to be in his clutches. That day, he never could feel her, but as he hugged her, he experienced how slender and feeble Mahiru was. She had lean shoulders, and her arms were frailly thin. There was a sweet smell coming from Mahiru's neck, and Amane had a feeling this was going to end up bad. Despite how agitated he was feeling, Amane managed to say his true thoughts calmly. He was relieved to have Mahiru next to him. Rather, through this skinship, Amane felt happy. Amane-kun, I heard that by hugging 30 seconds, you can reduce a third of your day's stress. Mahiru whispered in his clutches as she nudged her body slightly. So there's no stress if I hug for 90 seconds. I do not know, but I feel that my stress for the day is gone. Is that so? After all, many people asked me questions today. Once he heard that, Amane recalled of the conversation Mahiru had with the girls. The most important person. Once Amane asked hesitantly, Mahiru, who buried her head in his chest, lifted it. She was not looking embarrassed, but was giving a slightly forlorn smile. For me, the world is really small. I can count the number of people I like with a single hand. I am like a little Hakoniwa, of them all, you are the closest to me, Amane-kun. You said I should be myself. Mahiru. So you should have a little more confidence in yourself, Amane-kun. You should impose yourself more. Because you are too humble. A wry smile appeared on Mahiru's face, and Amane felt some heat from his eyelids. Can I really? Of course. Please do the same as you did when you encouraged me. I see. If you lack confidence, I shall encourage you anytime and embrace you. You should be fine with that, I suppose. Yeah. Once he heard her powerful words, Amane buried his face into her shoulder and hid his expression. He hoped to support Mahiru, but he ended up supported by her. He really could not laugh at this situation, but perhaps it was really like him. Has your stress vanished, Amane-kun? Just let me be for a little longer. Yes, sure. Amane seemingly fawned about as he remained on Mahiru. Goodness me. Who answered as she gave him such a smile? Chapter 100. A little step. It was break time, and Amane was staring at the whiteboard, copying notes when Itsuki approached him. Itsuki looked a little surprised as he exclaimed. This notebook was good for recapping the lessons and summarized the important points well, to the point where he could be proud of it. Wow, you really put in work. When Itsuki peeked at the notebook, he looked dumbfounded and amazed. Just wanted to work a little harder. What's the occasion? Nothing really, just want to do something I can be proud of. Amane had a goal, to not be so grumpy, hard on himself, and be confident. He decided to improve his grades as the first step to building confidence. It so happened that there were upcoming tests, so he decided to score better this time around. Amane had above average grades. He wanted to use this chance to get into the top 10. There was no way he could beat Mahiru for first, so he decided to aim for the top 10 for the time being. His grades would also affect his post-graduation, so it was a perfect goal for him. I don't know how to become a better man, and the definition of it differs from person to person. Anyway, let's just make sure that I don't embarrass her. I think you're fine like this. You just need more confidence. It's for the sake of gaining confidence. Amane was only getting encouraged, and was not completely confident. He needed something he could be confident of. Despite that, the only thing he could do was to study. You're not tidying your hair. That's a different matter. I don't need to do so now. Itsuki probably was hinting at Amane to maintain that old hairstyle, but Amane was unsure if he could actually cultivate this confidence in this state. Also, there was a simple, major reason. If he were to appear as the boy they were talking about, Amane had a feeling the other boys would slaughter him out of envy. He thus chickened out. That important person the Mahiru spoke of seemed to have shocked many boys. When they used to talk about the angel, none of them mentioned anything about love. She just personally mentioned the term most important person, however. The power was enough to discourage her admirers. The last time someone spotted her walking with anyone else, she denied it, saying they did not have such a relationship. It appeared she was hinting at one this time, which caused much guessing, and a major incident. Amane was the rumored boy. He really wished others would not discuss this before the true identity of the boy. I just hope that you can finish your transformation soon and scare them. At least I can brag to others that you're a friend I can be proud of. What's the point? If you get a positive opinion, I'll be happy, you know. Really? Amane felt a little bashful when Itsuki said so, but he did not know if he was just over-imagining it. He felt he did have a very good friend. He turned his face aside, not wanting this emotion to appear on his face, but Itsuki burst out laughing, as though he had seen through Amane completely. Chapter 101. Reward for the tests. After dinner, Amane and Mahiru brought the dishes to the basin when he suddenly asked her, seemingly having recalled something. Amane was going to focus and study hard for this exam. In the meantime, he asked if Itsuki and Karaoke could join. On a side note, Itsuki could get good grades if he studied well, but his grades were average otherwise. Karaoke was an all-rounder who excelled at studies. He was athletic, had the looks, and was no slouch in studies either. Anyone would take their hat off for him. Amane was fine with opening a study group, since their presence would not affect him, but he was starting to worry about Mahiru's thoughts, given that she would be cooking. I am fine. Shall I cook for everyone? I guess. Thanks for doing this much, but are you okay with that? It is just an increase in portion. That should be fine. May I join too? If you don't mind, maybe you can invite Chaitos along too. I don't know if she's free though. I'm not sure if she'll study for real. Chaitos was not really a serious person. She could study at least, but she was not particularly smart. At the very least, Amane could not imagine her studying seriously. That will not be a problem, I have invited her. No, she said. Dad will tell me off if I don't score well for the tests this time, Tilda. So I did have plans to study with Chaito-san this Saturday. Wait, was he aiming for Chaitos to begin with? Itsuki was the one who suggested this study group, and Amane suspected that he did so knowing that Chaitos made such arrangements. These guys. Amane noted wryly as he washed the stained plates with hot water. Mahiru too smiled as she put the cooled leftovers into the lunchbox. I guess. Even if that's the case, this study group will be really lively. You don't mind the noise, Mahiru? I am fine. I do normally study after all, so I am not that worried. Amane knew that Mahiru could say such words easily due to the hard work she usually put in. He did not have much thought about it. He was however curious as to how she was able to study so efficiently. Say Mahiru, can I see your notes later? Of course. Your notes are pretty too, Amane-kun. Well, I think they're decent there, but I want to see the notes of our valedictorian. There is nothing much to look forward to. Mahiru giggled as she put the leftovers into the fridge. The dinner put into the fridge was to be Amane's breakfast the next day, and as Amane washed the dishes, he quietly worshipped Mahiru. Amane's dinner and breakfast were cooked by Mahiru, and he ended up eating and living healthily every day. Amane-kun, you are working hard for these tests. Part of increasing my own confidence. Since I want to do it, I should go all out. I see, shall I give you some motivation? Motivation? If you manage to get into the top 10, I shall give you a lap pillow and dig your ears, Amane-kun. You slept soundly the last time, so I suppose you really enjoy it. I do not know if this is a reward, however. Mahiru said with a smile. This is a great reward. Amane thought to himself as he washed the dishes. What is she saying now? He wondered, but he could not resist the charm of the lap pillow. Even if he wanted to refuse, if you do not want it, I suppose we can pass on it. Mahiru ended up commenting sadly, and Amane instinctively answered, I'll take your word for it then. He was a little disgusted with how he was too honest with his desires. It is a promise then, but Mahiru smiled somewhat bashfully. Amane easily lost to his desire and accepted this. Chapter 102. Angel and the Study Group. It was around 10 a.m. or so on the Saturday right before the tests. Itsuki, Chaitos and Karaoke arrived right on time. They greeted in unison and entered through the entrance. Their middle schools were all in the same area, so they met up before arriving. The main reason was that Karaoke did not know where Amane lived, but another reason was that they were all on good terms. Oh, welcome. Where's Mahiru? She's preparing lunch in the kitchen. Mahiru arrived earlier at Amane's place and was preparing lunch. She went ahead to prepare serving the others, as she did not have to rush with her studies. On a side note, she was cooking roast beef. Once preparations were done, she would leave the beef to set, and they should be able to enjoy some sufficiently tender beef for lunch. She's so used to it, her. Shut up. She's like a newlywed wife welcoming your colleagues. I'm not giving you breakfast if you say any more. No, Tilda. I want to eat Mahiru's cooking, Tilda. What nonsense are you saying? Amane cursed, and looked at Karaoke, finding the latter staring at him somewhat dumbfoundedly. What? Nothing. It's just that Shina-san so naturally shows up at your place, Fujimaya. I don't have a choice. She's always been cooking for me. Amane turned his head aside, and found Itsuki giggling while covering his mouth. Amane was reminded of his mother's smile, and was frustrated. He gently kicked at Itsuki's calf. Welcome everyone. Is something wrong with Akazawa-san? Don't worry. Mahiru was probably worried to see Itsuki's mysterious smile, but that worry was redundant, and Amane hoped she would not mind. Despite being skeptical, it appeared she had nothing to worry about, and showed her usual smile. Please proceed to the living room. I have some things to prepare. The apron fluttered as she turned to return to the kitchen. She looks like a newlywed. Itsuki muttered as he witnessed that back. This time, Amane slapped him in the back. Let us begin studying then. After preparing lunch, Mahiru served tea, and sat next to Amane. As for why she was sitting next to Amane, that was due to the other trio's plotting. Yes, Tilda? What do you not understand, Chaitos-san? This is mathematics, I guess. Everything. Everything. She's bad at maths. Best she can do is pass. Chaitos could study, but she was not exactly capable of it. She was rather bad at mathematics, and somehow would miraculously avoid failing. Mahiru's face twitched the moment she heard everything. Nevertheless, it was to be expected that Chaitos really did not understand. Luckily, she had some fundamentals. She can't handle applied problems. The best way is to teach her how to apply formulas to them. Is she fine with formulas? Should be. More or less. Amane sensed that Chaitos still had issued, and hoped Mahiru would start teaching her from there. Chaitos was not dumb in any way, but she could not solve them as she did not know how to apply. She should be capable of getting some marks once she understood those. Anyway, Itsuki put in some effort. Ha ha ha. Don't pull a fast one on me by laughing. Study. What does he think a study group is for? You to Tilda remain so strict, Tilda? It's about time you get serious, Itsuki. Karaoke refused to help with a hearty smile, and Itsuki dropped his shoulders, looking devastated. Karaoke had opened his textbooks and notes, and was studying diligently. Amane hoped that both Itsuki and Chaitos would learn from him. On a side note, Karaoke had no particular weak subjects, and was an outstanding boy with above-average scores. Amane too had no weak subjects. All he had to do was to memorize and apply what he studied. He left Chaitos' tuition to Mahiru, and looked at the world history textbook he had prepared for himself. Chapter 103. Everyone's Lunch. About 2 hours after the study group started, Chaitos muttered in annoyances and laid backwards. She then rolled about on the floor. Chaitos was wearing shorts and tights, so there was no worry of seeing her panties. Amane, however, picked the sofa blanket and threw it onto her lap, and lifted his head to look at the time. Guess it's about time to rest. It's past noon. Yeah. It's almost time for lunch. Mahiru's cooking. Once she heard of Mahiru's cooking, Chaitos was revived as though she was given money. She got up easily, and tapped at the table. What's for lunch today? Roast beef for mains. That's quite filling for lunch. I remembered Amane-kun said he wanted some. Thanks for that. Amane did say that he wanted to eat it, but he never expected Mahiru to cook for him, and was really grateful. According to Mahiru, this dish was easier to prepare than Amane imagined, so the plan was for them to have some meat, and to continue studying after food. However, Amane had a feeling that a certain person might not study after school. It would depend on her, however, so Amane did not retort. I shall go prepare it. Please wait. I'll help serve too. Mahiru took some of her studying time to cook for them, and after all, Amane had been asking her to do so. Like usual, Amane suggested to help, least do. Mahiru smiled and nodded. The dishes were already done, and they simply needed to heat it and serve it on plates. Amane only helped with serving the dishes, but it was all he could do. You three clear the table. I'll get a cloth. What's with you? Nothing, Tilda. Tell me that after you hide that annoying face of yours. Amane narrowed his eyes at a leering Chaitos, and then followed Mahiru into the kitchen. He took out the folded tablecloth from the basket, soaked and wrung it dry. At the same time, Mahiru took out a pot of pottage from the fridge, and put it on the stove. Amane-kun, please cut the lettuce later. I am cutting other vegetables. Okay. This little task was easy, so once Amane handed the wet cloth to Itsuki, he returned to the kitchen, washed his hands, and began cutting the 2 lettuce rolls Mahiru prepared. They had more than sufficient. They were preparing food for 5, 3 of them being hungry high school boys. It appeared Mahiru knew that a high school boy's appetite was not one to be underestimated. The other vegetables were rather bountiful. One reason, however, was that it really was just like Mahiru to wish that everyone would have more nutrition. It's amazing how he instinctively acted. Right, Tilda? I didn't get to show up, in more ways than one. Amane heard such voices behind him as he cut the lettuce and stuffed them into the bowls. 5 people's worth of dishes were served on the same table. The salad, and even the roast beef, was sufficiently plentiful for 3 high school boys. The corn pottage was sufficient enough for them to ask for seconds. On a side note, they voted on whether to have bread or rice, and rice won. They too could have seconds. Amane loved rice, and was pleased to help himself. Please help yourself. Mahiru showed a more angelic smile than usual as she coaxed them to each, and so the 4 of them clapped hands, said thanks, and began eating. Delish. Itsuki quickly brought the roast beef to his mouth, commenting so. It appeared Mahiru was relieved as she smiled. It's really good, Shina-san. Thank you very much. I did not add any flavorings though. It has nothing to do with skill. You're being humble again. Humble who? Itsuki laughed and started gobbling down as he was probably hungry. Amane showed a wry smile seeing him like this. It's good, Tilda. Chaitos too giggled as she ate lots of meat, gorging as much as Itsuki, and the portions of roast beef quickly vanished. Karaoke in turn ate rather calmly. Amane hoped they could learn from Karaoke. Amane then started eating the meat a tad later. Roast beef was unpalatable when either overcooked or undercooked, but the meat was just right, tender and juicy. It did not feel dry. The freshness of the meat was contained, and he could feel the fragrance brimming with every bite. Meat is good after all. Amane was not really a meat lover compared to other boys, but he did find it delicious. The biggest reason was that he liked anything Mahiru cooked, that her cooking was delicious. Amane sighed blissfully, and showed a smile on his face. You really can cook, Shina-san. I've seen your bento, and it's really great. Thank you for the compliments. I don't know how to cook. The idea of staying alone during college is driving me angsty. There are some who can live alone without knowing how to cook, you know. You're talking about me, right? Amane had a feeling Mahiru was discreetly telling him off, but she was right, and he had nothing to grumble. After all, after Mahiru had taken care of him for so long, he should be kneeling down and thanking her. Thus, her words were to be expected. Actually, it's true that I can't cook at all. I really have to thank you every day. I am not blaming you. I do not dislike cooking for you, Amane-kun. Really? That's great. Amane might never recover if Mahiru said she disliked it, even though he felt she would never say so. But well, you really are the type to work hard for others, Shina-san. You'll make a good bride. Be bride. Yu-chan's right, Tilda. Chaitos referred to Kadawaki with a cute nickname, and continued. I guess Mahiru doesn't need training on how to be a bride. You should be the one training with Mahiru. That sounds really good, but I'll be a third wheel. Wheel? No, nothing, Tilda. I'm happy with Mahiru teaching me how to cook. Please continue to take care of me, Mahiru. Chaitos gave Mahiru a meaningful smile, and the latter's shoulders shriveled. Her cheeks turned red, and she seemed strangely uneasy. Chapter 104. Study, meet and rest. Amane, Tilda, can we play games? Play all you want, but I don't care how your grades turn out. Oi, you're strict. We can relax a bit, but you'll overdo it. If you think you can watch yourself, go ahead. I'll continue with my studies. Amane replied as he continued to solve the questions. In a corner of his eyes, he saw Chaitos puffing her cheeks slightly. He already expected that Chaitos, who hated studying, was getting sick of it. He set up a game console and 4 game controllers next to the TV cupboard. After all, no human could concentrate fully. He felt it was fine if she just wanted to play and rest for a little while. Amane would take short breaks after every hour, and was fine with not taking long breaks. He did not dislike studying, and could keep at it for a long time. You're cruel, Amane, Tilda? We're here for a study group, right? Whatever, we can play for a while. For game controllers. Take it as a break. I'll take up that offer then, Tilda. But you shouldn't push yourself too hard studying, you know. I rested. You're that serious, huh? Well, you're always serious. I'll play then, Tilda. What about you, Ikan? I'll play then. Won't be playing all the time, though. Itsuki might have been worn out from studying for 2-3 hours, and was interested once games were mentioned. How about you, Yuta? Sure. You fine with this, Fujimaya? NN. Kadawaki was more serious than Itsuki and Chaitos, but he too was interested in playing some games to rest. Do as you please. So Amane indicated as he turned his eyes towards the textbooks again. On a side note, Mahiru was next to him, solving the problems quietly, and showed no sign of losing concentration. You're not playing, Mahiru. I shall study for a little longer. I see. Amane was studying hard as he swore he had to work hard, but Mahiru was always in this state, and Amane was really impressed with her. She managed to maintain her status as valedictorian due to her relentless hard work, and this relentless hard work was what made Mahiru amazing. Amane saw the trio leave the table and occupy the space before the game console. He then purged them from his mind, and started writing with his mechanical pencil. The sounds of the pencil and rubber rang clearly along with Mahiru's breathing sounds next to him. He could vaguely hear squeals from afar as he recalled the every teacher's bias of questions, and solved the questions that could possibly be tested. He had ease dealing with the tests of the teachers who had been teaching them since his first year. Amane memorized how the questions would be set based on the teachers' personalities and lesson scope over the past year. He planned to grasp the tendencies of the teachers who started to teach them this year. He did predict the scope of lessons when he taught Chaitos. It was up to chance, but he did not really expect to be wrong. Chaitos should be able to avoid failing if she focused on these sections. Amane-kun, please have some. Amane was solving the questions when he realized that Mahiru, who should be next to him, had stood up. She put a cup of coffee next to his hands, and there was some potion milk and a small sugar cube. His face relaxed once he saw this cup of coffee. Same as the usual. Is this fine? Oh, thank you. Having been together for half a year, they knew very well what each other liked. Mahiru served him coffee while he was thinking of having some. Amane gratefully received it by the handle, and found another little saucer. What is this? It is a little financier. I baked them yesterday as I think we need sugar for studying. There was a bite-sized financier on the plate, a finely roasted brown. There was a fork on it, for she had considered that Amane would be eating it while studying. The financier was just large enough. It appeared she had baked for Itsuki and the others, who were playing games. There were plenty of financiers for 3 on the plate served on a tray, a few forks placed by the side. There were also 3 coffee cups prepared for them. She also prepared sugar and milk sachets for them. Chaitos-san, everyone, please have some. Mahiru smiled as she approached them, and placed the tray on a little table by the side. Wa tilde. Thanks Mahiru. Oh, some desserts. Perfect timing. Thanks Shina-san. My pleasure. Mahiru happily looked at the trio who were overjoyed by the desserts, and returned to Amane, who naturally smiled. I get the feeling that I caused you to prepare lots. No, I wanted to do this. I did this during my study break. This can be considered rest for me. You really are the type to give your all. I just want to work hard for those who work hard. The moment he heard this mutter, Amane sensed heat rising up his throat. He hurried downed it with the coffee before it could come out. He found the coffee exceptionally sweet. She added the same amount of sugar as usual, yet he found it really sweet. He did not know how to react to this sweetness he did not dislike, how to react to Mahiru's words, and lied to himself as he looked down at his textbook. Chapter 105. The Angel and the Devilish Smile. Amane could not concentrate after having studied for so long, so he stopped to join them for games. However, the long study time was not the only reason why he could not concentrate. What does she mean by working hard for those who work hard? Mahiru's little muttered swirled in Amane's mind. Amane knew that Mahiru loved to act for others, but when she said so, it appeared that she had feelings for him. As far as Amane knew, Mahiru's fondness of him was not in the sense of a boy-girl relationship. But once he heard her say so, he started to delude, wondering if she viewed him as a boy, and was willing to devote her utmost to him. No, if she's taking care of me and giving her all for me because I'm too rotten, that I can understand. Amane could not do housework, so it was possible interpretation of that. No, if he worked hard, he could at least live normally. At this point, however, he was completely reliant on Mahiru. One had to wonder if Mahiru was implying that she had the urge to keep taking care of him, or that she was taking care of him because she liked him. Amane liked Mahiru, and naturally he hoped the situation was the latter. He did not think it came out of nowhere, but once he thought of the possibility of her liking him, he found it impossible, in various ways. Amane tilde, you fell out of the arena. Hey. As he was distracted by his thoughts while playing, he made a mistake, and his character fell off. It was game over for him as he had no remaining lives. Itsuki, Chaitos and Karaoke were fighting. Amane did not know of Karaoke's abilities, but he usually would not have lost that easily. In other words, he was so distracted by Mahiru's words. You're spacing out, man. Guess you can't concentrate after studying so much. Maybe. You want to play, Mahiru? No thank you. I think it is about time to cook. Mahiru had a look at the time, and Amane did the same. It was almost 7 p.m., and might be a little too late to prepare dinner. Ah, seriously, it's that late now, I got to go home. I can't stay overnight. Yeah. Chi wants to stay over at Shina-san's place, but there's no change of clothes, and she doesn't have permission. Also, I don't think Chi can wear Shina-san's clothes. Hey, what are you saying now, Ikan? Height, of course. The couple's arguing amicably like usual, and Mahiru smiled at them. Please stay over next time. You sure? Yes. If you say beforehand. I'll stay over at Amane's pals then. Feels like you just want food. Ah, busted. But Shina-san's food is good. Itsuki smiled without any ill intent. If Mahiru agrees, that is, Amane's side. Mahiru would have to cook more than usual, so Amane could not make the decision unilaterally. If she refused, they would have to eat outside, or at the convenience store. But that would feel like a boys' night out, and might not be a bad thing. Mahiru agreed with a smile. Amane had a feeling Itsuki would soon be staying over. Will you be joining us next time, Karaoke? Can I? Of course. The Kick Amane in the back group will gather then. Ori, what strange group are you talking about? Who knows? Itsuki smirked, and Amane tugged at his cheek. Karaoke was first speechless, only to smile in relief. Say Mahiru, What do you mean by working hard for those who work hard? Once the others left, Amane stood at the door, and without hesitation, asked whatever was on his mind. Actually, he hesitated over whether he should ask. Before Itsuki left, Amane asked what he should do. All right, just ask. Itsuki then kicked him. Amane never expected to be kicked, and slapped him back in retaliation. It appeared he did not learn from this lesson. It was pointless. Once she heard that question, Mahiru blinked away a few times, and slowly curled her lips. What do you think it means, Amane-kun? That you can't leave a rotten guy be and want to take care of him. After all, he dared not go overly egotistic in saying that she liked him. Foo-foo, that is true. I dare not lose sight of you, Amane-kun. You will cause a mess in the house if I do not keep an eye on you. Your nutrition too will be horribly imbalanced. You are hopeless without me after all, Amane-kun. Well, I can't argue with that. Amane was truly well cared of by Mahiru. Without her, he would never be able to live this lifestyle. That is fine, you know? I do like taking care of you, Amane-kun. You're spoiling me rotten, you're making it such that I can't live without you, Mahiru. Foo-foo. The terrifying thing about Mahiru was that if she was not present, Amane's life and mind would be completely wasted. He was her slave, in more ways than one, and could not break free from her easily. Rather, he could not break free at all, and did not want to. Of course, the most important reason was that he liked her. If he was dumped after he confessed, it would not be an understatement to say that Amane's mind and life would be dead. That's why I can't take a step forward. He quietly mocked himself. One had to wonder what Mahiru was thinking when she leaned onto Amane. She did not lean too closely, just lightly, up front. She looked up at him and put her index finger on his lips. I will make you a good-for-nothing, so please go ahead and do so, no. She bashfully narrowed her eyes, as though she was pulling a prank. Amane stared at her, and forgot to breathe. It was a smile he had never seen before, one so sweet yet so exciting, and a little alluring. She was practically a little devil. As she said, this smile could reduce him into a good-for-nothing, and more than capable of shocking Amane's heart completely. He felt his heart pounding wildly, his blood rushing. He had seen an angelic smile, an innocent, fleeting smile, and various other smiles. None of them were as alluring as this Mahiru, however. Mahiru looked at a stupefied Amane happily, and regained her usual smile. I shall prepare dinner then. She went to the kitchen. As Amane watched her leave, he felt his face burning. And after that, Mahiru was huddled in a corner of the kitchen, remaining still, for she did something she was unused to. Chapter 106. Test Results. Itsuki looked a little dumbfounded as he muttered, staring at the test results rankings pasted on the corridor bulletin board. After the study group ended, Amane continued to study head, and finally took on the tests. His initial objective was to have a reason to be proud of himself, but more importantly, he wanted to purge away Mahiru's smile from his mind, and concentrate. "I will make you a good-for-nothing, so please go ahead and do so, no." Amane had the unbearable urge to twitch the moment he recalled that alluring mutter. He concentrated on his studies, and pondered over Mahiru's words and face while trying not to be distracted. He ended up sick this time. "No, I didn't think I could do this well." "You worked hard. Got some confidence now?" "More or less. I have to maintain these grades though." "Such high expectations?" Amane scored well, but he did not want Mahiru to see his grade slip thereafter out of carelessness. The high ranking this time was pointless if he did nothing to maintain it. He could not be content with this, as they would have to take the college entrance exams later on. He could not attend college with the mentality that he could leave everything at the last minute. He hoped to put some effort into studying, even if it was for the sake of his future. On a side note, Mahiru performed as usual and was the undisputed first-ranked. It was due to her daily hard work, and not easily summarized by the word usual. "You're sick this time, Fujimaya-san." Mahiru noticed Amane's name on the rankings as she stood behind him, and gave a beautiful smile. Amane smiled in the face of Mahiru's angel mode, and did not falter. He could feel stinging glares around him, and was not in the mood to be embarrassed about the incident that happened days ago. "I guess. That's good. Fufu. You have been working after all, Fujimaya-san. You were studying during breaks?" "Yeah. Since you worked so hard, you may give yourself some reward, Fujimaya-san." "Why yeah?" Amane's heart got unbearably ticklish once he thought about the reward. By the way, he did promise Mahiru that she would give him a lap pillow if he was ranked in the top 10, and that she would dig his ears. He was purging various things from his mind, however, and had long forgotten about this promise. Of course, he could refuse, but could he refuse the happiness that was the endearment of the girl he liked? "Congrats on getting first too, Shirina. You should be giving yourself a reward too, right?" "Yes, but it is a bad thing to spoil myself too much." "You're very strict about yourself, Shirina. It's fine to relax a little and let go." Well, I shouldn't be the one saying that, however. Now that she mentioned it, Amane realized that he had a reward, yet Mahiru did not. He should give her one. Nevertheless, he did not know what to give. He should ask her once he returned home. "How about you get something to coax her?" Itsuki whispered to Amane once he saw Mahiru's angelic smile. Amane planned to without him being told. He silently swore to himself that once he got home, he would ask her. A reward for me." Amane returned home to see Mahiru in her apron, preparing dinner, and called out to her. Mahiru turned around, looking shocked. He thought of the reward after dinner, the devilish smile from days ago, and was strangely unable to calm down. It appeared she did not notice this, however. From her expression, it appeared his words took her by complete surprise. "I do not have anything I want in particular." "Like, anything you want me to do?" "From you, Amane-kun?" I guess something like, please use the slicer on the cucumber there." "Not that, whatever, it's not like you have to say one." Mahiru had no desire, or perhaps, Amane had a feeling that she never took his words seriously. Despite that, he easily compromised as some extra manpower was fine. He was fine if Mahiru did not need it. If Mahiru really had something she wanted Amane to do, he intended to do so as long as it was within his capabilities. It appeared she just wanted the cucumber sliced. Amane washed his hands, took the slicer, and began cutting. Surely he was just helping, however. "Please add salt and mix together." Okay, you really don't have any wishes. No, I am satisfied with the situation now. I do wish to fulfill my true desire on my own. Your true desire? What do you think it is? Amane lifted his head and found Mahiru's lips forming an arch. At that moment, he saw that expression, the one akin to the devilish smile days ago. He dared not look at it directly and looked down onto the cucumber. I don't know. Is that so? This is fine. The status quo is fine. She showed a wry smile at his words. Once again, she continued cooking, giving a vibe that she did not want Amane to ask any further. Amane was left at a loss of what to do, and could only continue slicing the cucumber. Chapter 107. The Angel's Lap Pillow, with added service. After dinner, it was time for the reward, purgatory. Mahiru sat at a side of the sofa and slapped her thighs, as though it was a given. Amane was unsure of how to respond to that smile. On a side note, she was wearing shorts and black tights. There was a layer of fabric above the lap, but the thin material emphasized the skin greatly. Also, it appeared she had returned home to bathe, but she had a fragrance lingering all over her. It was practically suicidal for Amane to enjoy her lap pillow and have her dig his ears at this point. No, you do not have to force yourself if you are unwilling. Be you, but I'm really willing, you know. Then help yourself. We promised. Mahiru slapped her thighs again, and Amane gulped. The weather had warmed recently, and Mahiru's tights were thinner than before. The fabric clinging firmly onto her thighs vaguely showed some color of skin, and looked really seductive. Her thighs showed a silky curve beneath the tights, and the defenseless sight appeared to be tempting Amane. It appeared that Mahiru was going to murder Amane on this day, even though she might not have any intent to. Normally, Amane would try to refuse to protect his sanity and peace. However, the name of reward and Amane's desire as a man pushed him on into Valhalla. Amane timidly sat next to Mahiru, and put his head on her thighs. Her thighs were as soft as he remembered. The fabric was thinner than before. The feeling and warmth struck him, and agitated his heart. Amane did not know where to look, and lifted his head. Mahiru's smile entered his eyes. However, her face showed up from time to time, all due to the two mountains in the way. It was May, and the weather got hotter. Perhaps this was why Mahiru was dressed thinly, and the curves of her fine body were emphasized. Even through the fabric, the body maintained its alluring shape despite being affected by gravity. Amane did not look up anymore. Shall I start digging your ears? Mahiru remained oblivious to Amane's inner screams as she declared somewhat excitedly. She reached for the ear pick and the tissue on the table. And then, certain soft things landed on a side of Amane's head. There was an indescribable scream in Amane's heart, but it appeared Mahiru still did not know. She quickly retrieved the ear pick and straightened her body. She probably did not realize that Amane had just felt the soft mass. His heart was pounding. His mind was no longer thinking about the ear digging. Please do not move. Mahiru quietly coaxed as she gently held down his head with one hand. She probably was telling him not to move as she wanted to dig the ear. Amane really wanted to roll about, but was forced to remain still, which made him unbearable. Despite that, he dared not mess around too much, and obediently stared at the side of the table. Something hard slowly entered his ear canal. At that moment, he shivered, for it was probably there the skin was thinner. Amane would not have such a feeling when he dug his own ears, but there was a strange ecstasy when Mahiru did so. It probably was because he was not doing it on himself, or maybe he was excited that the girl he liked was doing it for him. He knew that given her personality, Mahiru would be cautious while digging his ears. The extremely gentle motion still left him ticklish. It was an irresistible feeling, and while he could not say that he was comfortable with it, there was a little sense of alluring comfort. This indescribable comfort had him unable to resist the matter of the ear digging. Does it not hurt? It doesn't. Feels good. I see, that is good. I heard this is a man's room. Is your romance satisfied? Maybe. So you are a boy after all, Amane-kun. Then what else am I? If he was not a male, Amane would not be suffering so much, and would not be so excited about such softness. There was no way he would not be panicking about the prospect of the girl he liked doting on him so much, and even allowing physical contact. Foo-foo. You are very gentlemanly, and I assumed you did not have much interest. Look, even if I'm gentlemanly, my words and thoughts aren't the same, right? Watch out, guys are like this, always giving a goody-goody look, and always attacking when nobody else is around. By your reasoning, you are not a man, Amane-kun. Amane bit his lips, for he felt that Mahiru was saying he was a coward. It appeared Mahiru had no such intention as she continued to slowly dig his ears. Amane-kun, please turn around. I am going to do the other side. Amane frowned, but he turned around to dig the other ear. On a second thought, however, having to look at Mahiru's belly was a different torment altogether. Mahiru was wearing shorts, but a big tragedy would occur if he looked down. He could only look at her belly instead. He had no idea if he was in heaven or hell. If he could abide by his desires, it probably was heaven. However, he was hesitant, conflicted, and was practically taking a step into hell. Amane-kun, it feels like you are shivering. Don't mind. Of course, Amane could not express his true thoughts. Mahiru would suffer if he did. He could only hide his desires, and let her dig his ear. He was terrified of the future, for the angel was innocently spoiling him rotten. Mahiru seemed skeptical about Amane's attitude, but Amane was facing towards her, and did not look up. She thus did not ask any further, and continued to dig her ears again. Amidst this indescribable itchiness, Amane closed his eyes, and awaited the time for it to end. He closed his eyes, for if he opened them, he would have a strange sense of guilt. When this happened, however, his senses were sharpened. He could smell Mahiru's original scent, the shampoo, the liquid soap, felt the softness of the thighs, and could not calm down at all. It would be great if he could enjoy this softness without hesitation. Amane-kun, may I touch your hair once I am done? Do as you please. Amane would not have to feel so conflicted if he ran away immediately. Tragically for him, however, he was a male, and he would hope to continue the lap pillow treatment if possible. Caught in a dilemma between stopping and continuing, Amane ultimately lost to his desires. He truly understood that in more ways than one, he was such a weak-willed person. Once she heard him agree to it, there was a delighted vibe oozing from Mahiru. It will be over soon, Mahiru said as she dug his ears delicately. Amane felt a little regret that it was going to end soon, and started brooding by himself again. Of course, he did not show this emotion in his expression or actions. The itchy, palatable sweetness ended once Mahiru pulled out the ear pick. Replacing it were her fingers gliding through his hair, and another form of comfort arose. Yes, it is done. After combing his hair with her hand, Mahiru coaxed him gently like a child. Amane was embarrassed, and yet wanted to entrust himself to her. Once he understood his emotions tend towards the latter, he nearly let out a groan of much conflicted emotion. It was a reward, and Mahiru probably wanted to spoil Amane as much as possible, but surely he would end up a degenerate. She clearly intended to turn him into a good-for-nothing, as declared. No matter how Amane tried to resist, this comfort robbed him of the energy to do so, and he could not do anything. I'm really turning into a good-for-nothing. Amane thoroughly experienced the fragrance of a girl, the body warmth, and the gentle movements caressing him. It did not seem much on first glance, but in fact, he was really comfortable and blissful. The situation and posture were so alluring to him. If she did these to him every day, Amane would surely end up a complete good-for-nothing. Ha! Amane sighed to relax, and heard a little giggle. It is rare to see you fawn around. Whose fault do you think it is? It is mine. Mahiru gave a smile chuckle, and continued to comb with her fingers. I want to continue doting and touching you when I see you, Amane-kun. Your hair feels great. Really? Yes. It is smooth and glossy. How is it so glossy, I wonder? Maybe it's the shampoo Mom recommended. It won't hurt to keep your hair well. Shihoko strongly recommended this, and Amane was using the shampoo used at a hair salon, said to be good for hair care. Amane did not dislike the smell, and his hair did feel smooth after he dried it. Thus, he kept using it. Your hair's smoother. Amane picked up a handful of Mahiru's flax-colored hair. The hair was smoother and glossier than his. That description was more apt for her? Amane's was far inferior. Her hair gave him an urge to keep touching. The fragrance was a faint soap smell, and did not sting. It was irresistible to men. I get the feeling that you really put lots of care into your hair when I touched it. Yes, I have not spared any effort on it. I see. Anyway, you fine with me just touching it as and when I please? They say hair is a female's life. I like it to be touched by you, Amane-kun. Thank goodness she didn't see my face. So he thought, for his expression became really suspicious once he heard Mahiru's words. Shame, delight, confusion, sheepishness, he experienced an amalgam of emotions, and surely she would be suspicious if she saw it. I'm carried away because you say such stuff. Amane closed his mouth and eyes, sighed, and tried to look normal. Chapter 108. The Angel and the Bolster. It appeared he had fallen asleep again. The excessive comfort was so blissful that he fell asleep. Truth be told, he had no idea how long he slept, so he was feeling really uneasy. Mahiru had stopped combing his hair. He cautiously got up, and found Mahiru leaning on the sofa, sleeping away. "Suu, Suu." Once he heard her steady breathing, he muttered, "She's so defenseless." He looked at the clock, and his face twitched. It was 11 p.m. The lap pillow started after everything else was done, and that was 9 p.m. In that case, Amane enjoyed about 2 hours worth of the lap pillow. Mahiru probably fell asleep because of the time, and because she could not move. Surely she dared not wake Amane up, and maintained this posture until she too fell asleep. He hoped Mahiru would be a little more wary, given that she was in a boy's house. Ultimately though, he too should bear responsibility as he fell asleep on her lap. He did not know what to do, and after staring at her sleeping face for a little while, he decided to take a bath. It appeared Mahiru had bathed, but Amane did not. He could bathe first and let Mahiru sleep for a while before waking her up. Perhaps she might wake up once he was done. Once he decided so, Amane hurried back to his room, and took his change of clothes. Once he was done bathing, Amane had a look at the living room, and gently sighed. It seemed Mahiru remained in dreamland, and even the noise from the blow-dryer did not wake up her. "Mahiru, wake up!" Amane called out as he gently shook Mahiru, but she showed no signs of waking up. Perhaps she really did lose consciousness, for her body tilted increasingly, and Amane could only hold her up. The continual lap pillow might have tired her out, or perhaps she was simply sleepy. In any case, Amane understood that she probably was not waking up. I think something similar happened before. He remembered it was during the end of year. Mahiru accidentally fell asleep, and Amane lent his bed to her. He felt the same was about to happen again. Once again, Amane shook her vigorously, but she did not wake up. "NNN." A soft, sweet voice entered his ears. It seemed to be a sleeping sound, rather than a voice however. It was not the first time the sleeping Mahiru looked so defenseless out of trust, but Amane wondered if this was really fine. "Goodness me!" He cussed as he poked at her cheek. It appeared she was not waking up anytime soon however, and there was only a soft, smooth feeling. Again Amane poked at Mahiru's face, and the result remained. Left with no choice, he could only pick Mahiru up. It was spring, so even if Amane lent her his bed and slept elsewhere, he would not get sick. Truth be told, he really wanted to sleep while cuddling her, but in that case, the next day would be disastrous. Thus, he could not enact on it. He knew he was a coward, but he did not want her to hate him, and could only endure. He carried her horizontally, and placed her on the bed in his room. He tidied his bed before putting Mahiru down. All he had to do next was to put a blanket over her sleeping back. I wonder if I have to give Mahiru a talk, that she shouldn't be sleeping in a guy's house. Amane could force himself on her if he never considered the consequences, and then develop the relationship from there. He did not do so as he wanted to treasure Mahiru, and was thinking whether there was a reason to attack her. Not to say that he was a safe person to be with, there was no guarantee that he would not discard his sanity to enact on Mahiru. He just hoped that Mahiru would not be so defenseless just because of the comfort and trust in his personality. Mahiru was a very wary person, but in contrast, she loved to fawn towards those she opened her heart to. That was why she showed such a defenseless and innocent side, and for his sanity's sake, Amane hoped she would change. He sighed as he patted her sleeping face. Mahiru's body started to twitch. "NN." A soft voice rang. Her eyelids beneath the fine eyelashes started to open at a really slow pace, and revealed unfocused caramel-colored eyes. The groggy, sleepy eyes appeared to be looking nowhere, and were distinct of one who had just woken up. Perhaps her mind was still delirious, for she was the type to not get her mind running after waking up. Amane leaned to look at Mahiru's face. She did not wake up, and instead was spacing out, looking completely relaxed. "You awake? You were sleeping when I woke up, so I moved you to the bed. If you're up, go home, or I'll use you as a bolster." Man, I'm a coward for just thinking of using her as a bolster. Amane thought, but if he said that he would attack her, there was a chance that she would hate him and cry, and he would be so devastated. He really could not bring himself to say so. Also, he had a little wish. He tapped the groggy Mahiru on the cheeks, wanting her to wake up and go home, but Mahiru remained delirious. She turned her eyes towards Amane instantly, and then closed her eyes and tucked herself under the blanket, clearly showing how tired she was. Perhaps she just wanted to sleep there. Ori. NNN. If her mind was still up and running like usual, she might listen to Amane. She was completely groggy, however, and sought the blanket. It appeared even Amane's words would be ineffective. Amane's face twitched, and he snuggled under the same blanket, wanting her to feel some danger. He slept next to Mahiru, and patted her head while she sought warmth beneath the blanket. He could have shaken her awake if he wanted to, but he could not bring himself to do so when she was so worn out. "All right, wake up, or else I'll really use you as a bolster." NNN. Once he whispered so to her ear, she gave a vague reply, and leaned over. It was too sudden, and he froze. However, Mahiru did not appear to mind as she fidgeted about, trying to find a more comfortable position. She wriggled like a caterpillar, and finally buried her face onto Amane's chest. This position appeared to be most suitable for her, and she stopped to sleep. Why is she so defenseless? She fell asleep onto Amane's chest at that, perhaps oblivious to her own actions. If Amane reached his hands out towards her, he could use her as a bolster, as he had declared. It would be great if his heartbeat could wake her up. However, he was merely excited, and could not wake up the slumbering Mahiru. Amane heard a little breathing sound. "Spare me already." Given how defenseless she was, she really could not blame anyone even if somebody did enact on her. Amane groaned once he saw that, and looked over at her who was clinging onto him. Her breathing was steady, and she was in dreamland. Amane could only chuckle dumbfoundedly. Seriously, she was unconscious, but typically speaking, she should not be giving full trust to a boy she trusted, cling onto him, or even allow him to sleep with her. Amane realized that she had some fondness for him, but perhaps she did like him as he had hoped, or so he hoped. He did not know what the real situation was like, but at the very least, she could sleep on Amane's bed without resisting, even if it was unwitting. She did not resist him being next to her, nor did she resist his patting. "Can I interpret it in a way convenient to myself?" Amane asked himself, and Mahiru naturally would not answer. She was merely sleeping peacefully. After an internal struggle, Amane reached his hands out. He reached his arms around her back, embracing her body that was already leaning onto him. "I warned you though." Amane muttered what sounded like an excuse, but nobody blamed him. Present here was a completely defenseless kitten and a wolf becoming powerless against it. Amane enjoyed the soft body, and apprehensively leaned his lips onto the forehead above her bangs. "I'll take this as lodging and tuition fees." It might be despicable of him to do so while delirious and defenseless, but if she remained awake, he could not have done so. After all, the girl he liked was sleeping on his bed, completely defenseless. He really hoped someone would have praised him for enduring this much. Like usual, Mahiru quietly slept in relief. "This idiot," Amane muttered, and closed his eyes. Chapter 109. The next morning. It was May, but the mornings were still cold. He instinctively hugged the pile of warmth. Once he clung onto it, he slowly opened his eyes. And the first thing he saw was the person he had a crush on. He nearly shrieked, but he did not want to wake up the sleeping Mahiru in his clutches, and stopped himself with his little remaining sanity, swallowing back the urge to yell out loud. He gingerly looked towards the girl in his clutches again, hearing the thumping drum that was his heart. She was the pretty girl called Mahiru, no two ways about it. That innocent, harmless, completely relaxed sleeping face was so angelic, sacred-looking even. "Man, she's cute," he noted as he saw her sleeping with a smile, and was cupping his head in frustration as he was at a loss of what to do. It was a metaphor, however, for he was actually embracing her. "I lost to my desire and used Mahiru as a bolster. There's no way we can sleep on a single bed though." Mahiru had thoroughly devastated Amane's sanity, and he unwittingly used Mahiru as a bolster, and even kissed her on the forehead. There was no way Amane would have made such a decision if he was his usual self. Mahiru was like a little devil, wearing his sanity down till this point with such doting love. He could not use this as an excuse though, probably. Mahiru was overly careless to think Amane as a harmless coward, someone she was safe with. Amane lost to his desires. They both shared responsibility. Amane would blame Mahiru, but he had to reflect on his own actions. He took a deep sigh, and started to think about how he should deal with Mahiru in his clutches. He did not know when, probably when she was asleep, but Mahiru was rested on his elbow. If he tried to pry her away, she would wake up. He hesitated over whether he should wake Mahiru when she was sleeping in this state. He wanted to, and nag a few words, but the malicious desire to keep looking crept up on him. He had a feeling that he had fallen as a degenerate of a man the moment he was never able to discard his desires immediately, which he should have. NNMM. Early in the morning Amane realized how he was loyal to his desires, which left him disappointed. Mahiru might have noticed that Amane had woken up, or perhaps she was an early riser to begin with as she slowly twitched her body. Amane was frozen, unable to move. He was wondering how he should explain this to Mahiru, and certain soft objects were pressing on him as she had just leaned over. Kumar-san. Mahiru did not let go of Amane, and clung firmly as she reached her hand out, seemingly seeking something. The lumps between them were contorted by the pressure, and Amane sensed he was at his limit as he pried away from her, hopped off, caught his breath, and slammed his head onto the wall. He slammed it repeatedly, purging the looming desires from his mind. Fua, ai. He sensed that Mahiru had woken up behind him, but he chose to ignore as he was busy smashing his head and purging his desires. Amane-kun. A vague, sweet voice arose from behind. Amane turned around to see Mahiru seated up, her head tilted. She looked a little messy as she had just woken up, yet this messy look had an innocent alluring charm which left him unable to look. In any case, it would be bad if he met her in the eyes. Again Amane slammed his head against the wall. Dull bangs could be heard as he used too much force, and pain followed. Amane felt it might be an appropriate punishment for himself at this point. "Good morning, what are you doing?" "Hitting my head." "Why?" "I feel ashamed of myself." Amane continued to purge his thoughts by killing off his brain cells, and Mahiru seemed to feel confused too. NNN. She made such a sleepy sound, and wrapped her arms around his waist to stop him, pulling her back. She was embracing him tightly in this posture, and he really wanted her to stop. "Mahiru-san." "Yes." "You don't have any thoughts about both of us being on the same bed?" Amane groaned, and Mahiru's thoughts froze for a moment. After a little moment, she slammed her head into Amane's back. It did not hurt, but Amane understood Mahiru's confusion and embarrassment behind him. Viewer. Let me make this clear, I didn't do anything. NN. It was obvious given their situation. Mahiru probably was not physically hurting, and surely would understand. Anyway, can you please move away a bit? I want to apologize properly. And your chest's touching, so please don't cling onto me. Amane was pleading away at the end. Mahiru too might have felt it was a bad thing, and hurriedly pulled away. Once the softness and warmth on his back vanished, Amane momentarily felt it was a pity, and was inevitably ashamed of his own thoughts. He was angsty due to his own desires, and turned around so as not to show them. Mahiru was shivering, blushing completely. She was not looking terrified, just embarrassed, which really left him relieved. Amane moved away from Mahiru, and got in a Caesar before her, his fingers on the floor as he kowtowed in apology. Sorry for yesterday. Amane felt he should apologize for the previous. He positioned himself, got in a Dejiza, and sensed Mahiru's frantic breath near his head. It is fine. I should be the one apologizing for yesterday. Looking at this, it seems you brought me to the bed, Amane-kun. Yeah. It's my fault. I decided that we'd sleep on the same bed. You can tell me off. Normally speaking, nobody would choose to sleep by the side. In fact, at the end of last year, Amane slept on the sofa, and felt it was reasonable. It was truly ungentlemanly of him to sleep on the same bed as someone he was not dating. Ultimately, he used Mahiru as a bolster. It was no laughing matter. I used you as a bolster while you're sleeping on the same bed. I should be the one at fault. And no, I took the bed too. We have to share the responsibility. Say, do you understand that you shared a bed with a guy over a single night? What would you have done if I did the thing? The only reason he did not do so was because he was Amane. Any other guy would surely have done so whether she was asleep, or rather, when she was asleep. Amane-kun, you said you will do so when I agree to. Look, I might not ask if I lose my sanity. Be careful. Seriously, you're too defenseless that it's scaring me. Amane-kun. Do you think I will sleep carelessly in anyone's house? Once he heard that question, Amane lifted his head, and found Mahiru staring at him silently. There was a pleading glint in those honest eyes. Amane could not understand the emotions contained within, but he could tell that Mahiru looked a little hurt. I don't really think so. I trust you, Amane-kun. I will only sleep before you. Mahiru's breathing was a little frantic as she concluded. Naturally, the heat rose up Amane's face. Was her explanation not implying that she liked Amane, felt he was special, and could be careless around him? Given her attitude the previous day, and her delirious alluring state, Amane started to think that she had feelings for him. He knew that she would usually respect his personality. However, there was a chance that she might love him as a partner. The moment he thought so, the blood gushed to his cheeks. Amane was speechless as Mahiru's words shocked him greatly, and his eyes swam about. Is it really fine for me to take it that she likes me? That was the intent Amane felt from her attitude, so he was confused and flustered. If he was wrong, he might not be able to laugh at all. He would be so devastated to the point of death. He dared not make a conclusion, but looking at her attitude the previous day, perhaps it was fine for him to harbor a little hope. I understand this. But this doesn't that you can just sleep in front of me like this. I'm a guy, you know. But no matter the feelings Mahiru had for Amane, such carelessness was a no-go. Once she heard this, Mahiru turned her head aside. You would have done so already if you could, Amane-kun. I thought you would not do anything. You're saying this? Amane ruffled his hair with a hand and sighed. She only does it before me, but that can't do. That was because she did it in front of Amane. Amane had fallen head over heels for Mahiru. If she remained so defenseless, there would surely be a day when he would lose control. It would be bad for both sides if they were to continue like this. Amane reached his hand towards her, thinking that she would not understand unless she experienced it personally. He gently, yet abruptly, pushed down Mahiru, and leaned on her. The flowing flax-colored hair scattered upon the bedsheet like water. The white ocean was gradually turned a flowing flax-colored, and it was an unspeakably beautiful scene. Mahiru was dumbfounded as it was too sudden. Amane then smiled and said, "I'm just an ordinary guy. I have my desires. I'm just good at enduring it." Amane usually contained himself, ensuring that Mahiru would never notice his desires. He too had his desires as a man. He hid himself so that Mahiru would not be hurt. His sanity and the common sense from his upbringing had him breaking hard, for without them, his desires would be easily revealed. It was Mahiru who did not understand this logic. "If you tease me too much, you know right." Amane put his face so close to her, they could feel their breaths. Mahiru's eyes then swam about, before she closed her eyes. She was blushing and quivering, unable to look at him directly as she was ashamed. She looked like a pitiful rabbit who was caught by its predator. He quickly lifted his face as he felt it was inappropriate to bully her too much, and moved aside. "Be careful. Who knows what I'll do next time?" He touched her face, and she quivered harder than before. With a wry smile, Amane got off the bed. "I'll wash my face. Hurry up and wake up." Once again, Amane deliberately brought his face to her ear. Once he saw her shiver again, he chuckled, and went to the washroom. He arrived at the washroom, had a look into the mirror, and realized that he too was blushing, not much better than Mahiru. He grumbled a little, and turned the faucet. Chapter 110. The Angel and Advice. Why yes. Ever since the day they slept together, Mahiru looked a little panicky whenever he spoke to her. It appeared she was conscious of the fact that he pushed her down. She would blush whenever he touched her, and be at a loss. She looked innocent and adorable, but he was a little devastated that she pulled a little distance from him. Whether she intended to or not, Mahiru would always touch him innocent, harmless, defenselessly. At this point, however, she pulled her distance from him, and he was disappointed. Surely it showed that Mahiru was aware of him. The warmth he experienced till this point was gone, however, and he felt anxious. After dinner, he looked towards Mahiru, who was seated next to him like usual. Once she noticed his stare, Mahiru's face would turn slightly red as she openly turned her eyes aside. Amane knew the reason, but he felt conflicted by her attitude. He tried reaching his hand out to touch her fingertips, and she would shiver like never before. She would sit down again, escape his warmth, and pull her distance from him. He was unable to reach his hand again when he saw her cuddling the cushion, and could only sigh. Looks like she's rather conscious of it. She probably understood how dangerous Amane was, or rather, the masculine side of his. Her constant shunning of him left him very hurt. Amane could not grumble as he was the one who did that to her. It was his nature as a male to be disappointed. "Want me to move away?" At this rate, it was likely Mahiru would keep shivering, and that would be pitiful. "Do we have to keep our distance until she calms down?" He asked her with such a notion, but she suddenly lifted her head and looked towards him. That will be fine. I just need time to sort out my thoughts. I got the feeling it's all because you wouldn't listen to me." But who would have thought you would have explained to me in that manner? I'd died if I didn't do that. Why would you be dead? I mean socially. It would be a big issue if news of him sleeping with a girl he was not dating spread. The situation would be out of hand if Mahiru carelessly accepted Amane like that. Amane thus warned Mahiru, despite how forceful he was. However, the result was that Mahiru tensed up as she was overly conscious. "Seriously, watch out. Don't give me any chance. I understand this. I know I'm at fault too, that I shouldn't just carelessly touch you, but even I don't know what I'll do the next time this happens again." If Mahiru slept before him again, Amane really did not know what he would do. He did not want to betray Mahiru's trust in him, and at the same time, had the urge to touch her. If she was too defenseless, he was confident that he would touch her lovingly. Amane did not know whether Mahiru was being careless because she liked him, or that she trusted his personality, but his endurance was at its limit. Amane-kun, What? Nothing. Once he heard that little murmur, Amane asked out of curiosity, but Mahiru shook her blushing face.